Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 2 Place. Chapter 30 Pluton's Snow Emperor. The power of the nebula body shocked everyone. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. We only exist for love. Snow Emperor gave a light drink. Raise your hand slowly. Rays of white and dazzling light shone on his body. It reflects the Snow Emperor in a particularly sacred way. And the other side, Pluton also let out a low growl. We only exist to be stronger. While talking, the surging purple energy also enveloped his whole body. Then Pluton waved his hand violently. The surging supernatural energy flew out instantly. With a terrifying aura of destruction, he blasted hard at the Snow Emperor on the opposite side. The Snow Emperor also showed no signs of weakness. The slender fingers of the right hand are brought together and waved out. A dazzling white light burst out from the fingertips. It collided hard with Pluton's attack in midair. Boom! It was accompanied by a violent roar. The powerful impact caused by the collision of the two attacks made the entire earth tremble. The violent air waves made the surrounding soldiers and even the super beast warriors somewhat unsteady. Just a tentative encounter. Pluton and Snow Emperor perfectly interpreted it with their strength. What is a true top powerhouse? After a wave of fighting, the Snow Emperor had no intention of stopping. Instead, he takes the lead in mobilizing all the energy in his body. Throw a golden ball of light high into the sky. Holy nebula! It echoed with the Snow Emperor's cold voice. High in the sky, a huge, illusory golden figure appeared above the Snow Emperor's head. Pluton on the opposite side saw this situation. He also shouted loudly, Schwanming Nebula. Next moment, a huge figure as black as ink also appeared above his head. If you look carefully, you will find there are two huge illusory figures, one golden and one black. They actually look exactly the same as Snow Emperor and Pluton. And the supernatural energy burst out from these two huge figures. It is so powerful that it is unimaginable. It far exceeds the Super Beast armament of everyone in the previous Super Beast team. Even the combined Super Beast God. The supernatural energy is completely incomparable. Under Gui Gu's explanation, only then did everyone in the Super Beast team learn. It turns out that the phantom above Pluton and Snow Emperor's heads at this moment. It's called a nebular body. This is the most advanced form of using supernatural energy. The power is far superior to that of Super Beast weapons. Only when the alien energy it possesses exceeds 5 black holes. Only then is it possible to use the nebula body. And Pluton's extraordinary energy at this time has reached as many as 10 black holes. The Snow Emperor's supernatural energy has also reached 6 white holes, which is approximately equal to the level of 10 black holes. The Super Beast warriors who heard this couldn't help being shocked. And the same, in the pirate world at this time. Everyone is watching the video carefully. After listening to Gui Gu's explanation, I was also so shocked that I couldn't even close my jaw. Rox D. Zebek. What the hell? The extraordinary energy of 10 black holes. Gal D. Roger. I remember that those Super Beast warriors in the past only needed the supernatural energy of 0.5 black holes to enter the Super Beast armament. How powerful the supernatural energy of 10 black holes is, I simply can't imagine it. Edward Newgate. The oppression of this nebula is too strong. I feel like one casual blow from them is enough to destroy our entire world. Kaido. Maid, don't call me the strongest creature in the future. In front of Pluton and the others, I'm just a little brother. Charlotte Linlin. Sure enough, the truly top warriors don't need to rely on physical combat at all. Relying on pure energy attacks is the real king. The aftermath of a casual overflow is enough to destroy the world. Shanks. Compared with the battle between Pluton and the Snow Emperor, Superjutsu Sentai and their previous battles suddenly became a bit like children playing house. Sengoku. I can't imagine. If Luo Ye still has the same strength as Pluton in the video, wouldn't it mean that the survival of our world depends entirely on the other party as in a flash of thought? Boa Hancock. Oh, what a fuss, haven't I already said that Lord Luo Ye is omnipotent? Gecko Moria. Speaking of which, do any of you still remember that the Snow Emperor promised Tianyu before that he would never use force to solve the problem after coming out of the Schwanming black hole? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. Now, if anyone still believes what the Snow Emperor said, that would be really stupid. Sir Crocodile. Some people were saying, we exist out of love, 1 second, and the next second they directly summoned the Holy Nebula. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, it's great to fight. I like to see scenes like this. It would be better if the fight could be more intense. I want to see blood flowing like a river. Marco. Teach, UB asterisk 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 D. You really don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement? Jin. In the battle between Pluton and Snow Emperor, can he be better? Charlotte Katakori. Judging from the description of Gui Yu in the video, Pluton and Snow Emperor have the same supernatural energy, so they may end up losing both sides. Ben Beckman. If that is the case, Guigu, who has always had a conspiracy, may take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack and reveal his true face. The content of the next video may have unexpected twists. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Above the underworld, Pluton and the Snow Emperor's nebula bodies are engaged in a crazy energy confrontation. Even if it's just the residual power that escapes, it was enough to make everyone present feel palpitations. Didn't dare to get even close. And as the two continued to fight, everyone in the Super Beast team suddenly discovered Pluton and the Snow Emperor, the entity beneath the nebular body. It started to become a bit unreal. This is because Pluton and Snow Emperor are currently engaged in a real life and death competition. And as their supernatural energy continues to be consumed, their real entities also disintegrated accordingly. Once the two people's supernatural energy is exhausted, their primarchs would also be wiped out. In other words, if the fight continues like this, Pluton and the Snow Emperor will most likely die together. After learning about this situation, Huo Linfei and others wanted to step forward to stop it. But he was stopped by Gui Yu. The supernatural energy emitted by Pluton and Snow Emperor is definitely not something we can come close to. These supernatural energies will extremely distort time and space and can tear apart all foreign matter. If you try to stop them, you're just flying into a flame. Death is certain. Hearing this, Long Jian couldn't bear to say, but, are we just going to watch the Snow Emperor sacrifice himself? Gui Yu chuckled and didn't care. War. Someone always has to die. Everyone wanted to say something more. And just then, a sharp shout suddenly came. Super Beast Arms. I saw that Feng Yao had entered the Super Beast armed form at this time. Transform into a huge mecha white tiger. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Pluton's Primarch. The other side, the Lion King who was guarding the front of Pluton's entity suddenly shouted. Be bold. Immediately, he also entered the Super Beast armed state, fighting fiercely with Feng Yao. And just as the two were fighting, Qian Yu, who had a look of deep worry on his face, finally couldn't bear it any longer. She also summoned her own Super Beast, Phoenix Feather God. He flew directly towards the intersection where Pluton and Snow Emperor's supernatural energy collided. Want to stop this? Pluton was shocked when he saw this. Tianyu. No. Accompanied by Pluton's anxious shout. He was originally fighting the Snow Emperor with all his strength. He actually pulled out a hand directly. Qian Yu, who was about to hit the intersection of violent supernatural energy, was shot away. Tianyu landed heavily. He exited the Super Beast armed state in an instant. And it was because of this that Pluton went out of his way to save his daughter. The abnormal energy attack directed at the Snow Emperor suddenly weakened a bit. As for the Snow Emperor on the opposite side, why does she care so much? See Pluton's offensive weakening. Snow Emperor immediately increased the strength of his attack. Pluton was put at a momentary disadvantage. However, it soon turned around again with its strong strength. The two sides continued to fall into a state of even rivalry. Quinn. This Tianyu is really unhelpful every time. If Pluton hadn't rescued her just now, she would have been torn to pieces by the violent supernatural energy. Jack. It was the same before. If she hadn't had to enter the Xuanming Black Hole with the Super Beast team, Snow Emperor and the others would have had no chance of getting out of the Xuanming Black Hole. Jin. Pluton is really heartbroken to have such a daughter. Marco. But it can be seen that Pluton really loves his daughter. Whether he did not hesitate to release the Snow Emperor and others from the Xuanming Black Hole to save his daughter before, or this time he is fighting with the Snow Emperor to save his daughter. Distraction during the battle is the best proof. Beasta. In comparison, Snow Emperor, who always talks about his great love, seems a bit too ruthless and unreasonable. He clearly saw that Tianyu was in danger but did not know how to stop him. Instead, he added insult to injury and strengthened his hatred of Pluton. Attack. Charlotte Katakuri. Pluton has never said love, but he uses actions to explain his love for his daughter. Although the Snow Queen talks about love, her actions do not reflect it at all. Like Charlotte Cracker. Having said that, a question suddenly occurred to me. Who is Tianyu's mother? Why has it never appeared? Ben Beckman. Perhaps, this involves the past events 10,000 years ago. Yasop. I just don't know if this video will continue to reveal to us something about 10,000 years ago. To be honest, I'm quite interested in this. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. See Tianyu falling to the ground. Huo Linfei hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Tianyu looked at Huo Linfei and begged. Huo Linfei, please, stop them quickly. Otherwise, they will die together. Hear Tianyu's request. Huo Linfei was also a little embarrassed. But, as soon as I rush forward, it will be torn apart by the huge supernatural energy of Pluton and Snow Emperor. Just when everyone was at a loss. But a voice suddenly came from not far away. Let me. Everyone turned to look. I saw Yi Lingyun slowly walking over. No excessive nonsense. Yi Lingyun directly summoned his super beast Cloud Bat God. Huo Linfei, you use the super beast god to catch me. Let's see if my Cloud Bat shield can withstand the supernatural energy of Pluton and Snow Emperor. Hear the words. Huo Linfei asked worriedly. Ah, are you okay? Yi Lingyun replied confidently. The Cloud Bat shield is the hardest shield in the universe. Don't you believe me? Huo Linfei thought for a moment. Then he nodded seriously and said. Okay, let's give it a try. Say it. Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei immediately began to form the Super Beast God's triad. And Yi Lingyun also controlled the Cloud Bat God to transform into the form of a Cloud Bat shield, being held tightly in the hands of the Super Beast God. However, due to the lack of Tianyu's Phoenix Feather God as wings, Huo Linfei and others simply couldn't reach the high altitude where Pluton and the Snow Emperor Nebula were. Tianyu wanted to help, but he couldn't move at all because of his previous injuries. Then, the situation was once again in a dilemma. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lion King and Feng Yao, who were fighting, reached a consensus. Decided to suspend the war temporarily. Let's work together to prevent Pluton and the Snow Emperor from dying together. Then, with the help of Lion King and Feng Yao, the 3-in-1 Super Beast God tightly grasped the Cloud Bat shield. It shot into the sky like a cannonball, heading towards the place where the supernormal energies of Pluton and Snow Emperor collide. Hit it without hesitation. Chapter 31. 10,000 years ago, the fun has just begun. Kneel down and ask for flower evaluation votes. In the screen, the moment when the 3-in-1 Super Beast God held the Cloud Bat shield tightly and collided with the huge abnormal energy group. An unprecedented strong fluctuation quickly spread. Time, space, everything becomes violent and twisted at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a huge crack appeared high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, both the Super Beast God and the Cloud Bat shield were swallowed up. Then there was a flash of light. Everything is calm again. Pluton and Snow Emperor also stopped attacking because of this. Remove the nebular body. Return to the solid body on the ground. With the full cooperation of both camps, they finally succeeded in preventing Pluton and the Snow Emperor from dying together. However, everyone soon discovered, whether high in the sky or on the ground, there is no trace of the Super Beast God and Cloud Bat shield. Huo Linfei, Long Jian, Tai Lei and Yi Lingyun. It's like it disappeared out of thin air. Where are Fei and the others? Where did Fei and the others go? Slender Jun looked around and asked anxiously. The Lion King slowly stepped forward and said in a serious tone. If they hadn't died, it must have been sucked into the wormhole. That's what you usually call time tunnel. Hearing this, Slim Jun was shocked. What, time tunnel? Then where will they go? The Lion King shook his head and said helplessly. I don't know. Feng Yao also explained. The wormhole created by the extreme distortion of time and space is very unstable. Anything could happen. Hear this. Slim Jun anxiously began to scan for the supernatural energy of Huo Linfei and others. However, even if he scanned all 7 parallel universes, there was still no trace of Huo Linfei and the others. And this means, Huo Linfei and others are no longer in the current time and space. It is very possible that we have returned to a certain time and space in the past. Rox D. Gal D. Roger. I just don't know where Huo Linfei and the others have gone. Could it be possible that they really traveled to the past? Edward Newgate. If they traveled back in time, to which time point would they travel specifically? Shanks. Could it be that he traveled directly back to 10,000 years? If this is the case, maybe we really have the opportunity to learn about the relevant past events 10,000 years ago. Kaido. Did you notice it? The battle between Pluton and Snow Emperor was interrupted, and when they returned to their respective entities, Guigu's expression was even uglier than eating shit. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I noticed it. It seems that he really wants Pluton and the Snow Emperor to die together. Shiki. It's no wonder that he stood up again and again to remind Huo Linfei and others that it was very dangerous to stop the battle between Pluton and the Snow Emperor. Sengoku. This also proves that this Gui Jiu is indeed uneasy and has good intentions, and may have some hidden conspiracy. Zephyr. But now that Pluton and Snow Emperor have failed to die together, Gui Gu's conspiracy should be impossible to succeed. Monkey D. Garp. Speaking of which, do you really think that Pluton and Snow Queen will die together? I don't know why. I always felt that in the battle just now, Pluton didn't really use his full strength. Monkey D. Dragon. Indeed, I also feel this way. Pluton even used his powers to save his daughter Tianyu before, but he was still able to fight on par with the Snow Emperor. I always felt that he didn't actually touch Jianyu. Grid. Sabo. Could it be that Pluton is also planning something, and that the previous death together was just an illusion he deliberately created? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The scene changes. Time came 10,000 years ago. In the 5th parallel universe, the Wolf Tribe's army is fighting a fierce war with the White Tiger Tribe's army. Soldiers in jet black armor and soldiers in silver white armor were fighting each other. There were constant cries on the battlefield. The red blood stained the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. And if you look carefully you will find it. The Wolf soldiers wearing jet black armor were completely at a disadvantage. The number of casualties far exceeded that of the White Tiger soldiers. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a figure fell from high in the sky. It crashed into the center of the battlefield. The figure wearing blue armor. Surprisingly, it was Long Jian. Long Jian was thrown into a daze. Stand up slowly. Immediately afterwards, he was shocked by the scene on the battlefield in front of him. He stood there as if in a daze. Some are confused about the current situation. And just then, a sharp arrow shot through the air with a sharp sound. He shot towards Long Jian rapidly from behind. But Long Jian, who was stunned, was completely unaware of this. He was about to be shot straight through the head by this sharp arrow. A figure suddenly rushed over from the side. At the critical moment, throw Long Jian to the ground. Help the other party successfully dodge the sharp arrow. Long Jian stood up. He looked at the wolf soldier who knocked him down before. Sincere thanks. Thank you for saving my life just now. The wolf soldier nodded slightly. Then he said in a deep voice, hurry up and pick up your weapons and fight. Long Jian was a little confused. Fighting? Why fight? The wolf soldier shook his hands tightly. He said with a bit of anger and unwillingness. Get a life of our own. However, he just finished speaking. A sharp spear suddenly came from behind. Directly stabbed the wolf soldier through the chest. Accompanied by a shrill scream. The wolf soldier suddenly fell to the ground helplessly. Brother. Long Jian called twice anxiously and worriedly. However, the other party has completely lost its breath and vitality. Rear. The two White Tiger soldiers holding spears turned their attention to Long Jian again. Kill him. The two of them rushed forward at the same time. He held a spear and killed Long Jian. Long Jian, who was extremely angry, stood up immediately. Take action brazenly. The two White Tiger soldiers were easily eliminated. However, on the battlefield at this time, the soldiers of the Wolf tribe were almost dead. There were only corpses scattered all over the place. And a group of White Tiger soldiers who were eyeing Long Jian. Next moment, the mighty White Tiger clan army charged towards Long Jian at the same time. Long Jian stood there alone. His expression looked a little serious. And just when he was getting ready to fight, a low shout suddenly came from behind him. "Get out of the way." It came along with the sound. There is also an attack that condenses powerful supernatural energy. The attack fell in the midst of the White Tiger clan army. Many people were killed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a figure landed in front of Long Jian from the sky. The other party also wore a set of jet black armor. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the soldiers of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan army changed their targets one after another. This person was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The two sides soon started fighting. The man in black armor repels a wave of enemies. Turning his head to look at Long Jian, who was stunned on the spot, shouted loudly, "What are you still doing standing there? Why don't you retreat quickly?" And that was when he was talking to Long Jian. A cold arrow struck from a distance again, shot the man in black armor. At the same time, the White Tiger clan army once again charged towards the man in black armor. The man in black armor is certainly very strong. Can face the siege of so many enemies. In addition, there are cold arrows attacking from a distance from time to time. Gradually, I began to feel a little powerless. He was about to be defeated. See this situation. Although Long Jian has not fully understood the situation, but he still summoned Dragon War Flash. The man in black armor, Vice Admiral, rushed into the encirclement and rescued him. Then he walked away. Shanks. Huh, real or fake? Long Jian actually traveled back 10 years ago. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Shanks, I didn't expect that you really got it right. Now we can really use this to understand something that happened 10,000 years ago. Edward Newgate. If I am not mistaken, the man in black armor who was rescued by Long Jian in the video at the end should be Pluton, right? Kaido. It does look a bit similar, but when did Pluton become so weak that he can't even defeat a group of minions? Charlotte Linlin. Maybe this was before Pluton fully grew up and became the strongest person in the universe. Sengoku. If nothing else, the two parties fighting in the video are the Snow Emperor's army and Pluton's army. Crane. Pluton's army looks a little weak, and it seems that it can't defeat the Snow Emperor's army at all. Zephyr. Have you noticed that in the video, it was Gui Jiyu who had been firing cold arrows far away on the battlefield? Monkey D. Garp. Found it. It seems that this old guy is really a scheming old man. He only knows how to hide in the dark and do small tricks. Porosalino. If the underworld soldier hadn't helped earlier, Long Jian might have been shot to death by Gui Jiyu when he first crossed over. Kuzan. Allah, if you look at it this way, those soldiers in the underworld are quite nice. Even though they don't know Long Jian, they can still risk their lives to save him. Sakazuki. Comparing it with the White Tiger soldiers who always mocked and ridiculed Cage before, the contrast between the two seems a bit obvious. Monkey D. Dragon. I'm very curious about one thing. When Long Jian asked the underworld soldier why he wanted to fight, the other person's answer was, to get a life of our own. What does this sentence mean? Bartholomew Kuma. I have to say that fate is really magical. Even after 10,000 years, Long Jian and his super beast warriors were still trying their best to prevent Pluton from being resurrected. However, when Long Jian traveled back to 10,000 years, Pluton was saved from the hands of the Snow Emperor Legion. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo, this makes me more and more curious. After Long Jian rescues Pluton, what will happen between him and him? Sir Crocodile. It seems that Long Jian has not recognized that the man in black armor is Pluton. What will be his reaction when he knows the identity of the other person? Jinbei. Is it Long Jian who is the only one who traveled back 10 years ago, or are Huo Linfei and the others also traveling back? Vegapunk. In addition, I am more curious about whether what they did in these past timelines will affect the future 10,000 years later. Inside the Nine Snake Island Palace. Looking at the questions raised one after another in the movie-watching chat group, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile softly. It can be said, these are the reactions of everyone at this moment. Exactly what he expected from the beginning. Content that has been played previously in the video. In fact, many puzzles have been left unknowingly. Many holes were dug. A lot of suspense and foreshadowing were laid. And all of this, following Huo Linfei and others, they traveled back to 10,000 years ago. We will begin to slowly reveal the answer step by step. Next video content. It will definitely bring greater shock and reversal to everyone in the pirate world. Good show. Just began. Chapter 32 Pluton's past. He is the real one everyone hopes for. Kneel down and ask for support for the First Order. Inside the viewing screen, video continues to play. After rescuing Pluton, Long Jian followed the other party to the Wolf Tribe's camp. In a tent, Pluton sat on the edge of the bed. Use special energy in the body to heal injuries. After a while, he was completely recovered. Aside, Long Jian looked at Pluton and asked with concern, "Your poison doesn't matter, does it?" Pluton shook his head slightly. Then he asked Long Jianwen, "Who are you? You don't seem to belong to our unit." Long Jian introduced himself. "My name is Long Jian." Pluton smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Long Jian. If it weren't for you, I would have died on the battlefield just now. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Long Jian smiled and said, "You seem to be looking down on me too much when you ask that. Are you only allowed to save me, but not me to save you?" Hear the words. Pluton couldn't help but laugh. "Good, Long Jian, you have extraordinary skills, why not join our wolf clan?" Obviously, Pluton is very satisfied with Long Jian's character. Long Jian was slightly confused and said, "Wolf clan." Pluton patiently explained, "Yes, our people are all wolves. I have been regarded as an alien by other tribesmen for many years. We have no dignity and are being persecuted and killed on a large scale. So, we have to rise up and resist." Listen to what Pluton has to say. Long Jian seemed to have thought of something. Couldn't help but ask, "Who was the one who fought with you just now?" "The Snow Emperor's Legion." "Snow Emperor." Long Jian was suddenly startled. Pluton continued to explain. "The Snow Emperor listened to Gui Gu's words and was worried that our wolf clan would infringe on other clans. So we ordered the annihilation of our wolf tribe." Long Jian was a little confused and said, "But as far as I know, the Snow Queen praises love, she does not advocate force." Pluton said meaningfully, "Love can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. The Snow Emperor's love is like sunshine, giving light and warmth to the world. We wolves are souls from the dark abyss. Sunshine is not for us. It will only bring us disaster and destruction." Rocks D. Zebek. Good guy. It is indeed the old guy from Guigu who is causing trouble and instigating the war between Pluton and the Snow Emperor. Gal D. Roger. Unexpectedly, 10,000 years ago, it turned out that Pluton and the others were the ones being persecuted. Monkey D. Garp. This Snow Emperor really listened to Gui Gu's lies so easily. Zephyr. And she just wants to wipe out all the wolves because she is worried that the wolves will harm other races. An entire wolf clan is going to be wiped out because of an unfounded worry. Is this the love that the Snow Emperor preaches? Kaido. Haha, as the saying goes, if you want to impose a crime, there is no excuse. I think this Snow Emperor has actually wanted to eliminate the wolf clan in his heart. That's why he believed Guigu's words so easily. Charlotte Linlin. Well, from this point of view, Pluton and the others are really innocent. Just because of their unchangeable origins and race, they must suffer such an unreasonable disaster. Edward Newgate. Sure enough, what is right and wrong, good and evil? Only with strong strength can you have the right to define all of this. Video continues playing. Long Jian paused and asked, quote, "Can't you just live in peace with other people? Do you have to fight to the death?" Pluton shook his head and said, "I'm always looking for ways to live in harmony with other ethnic groups. But other people are full of hostility towards our wolf clan. They think our souls are inherently bloodthirsty." At this time, a baby's cry suddenly came from the side. Pluton stepped forward. He picked up the infant Tianyu, on the face that was very cold just a second ago. At this moment, there was a loving smile. Long Jian looked at this scene and asked again, quote, "Are there no other races that can accept you?" Hear the words. Pluton seemed to recall some past events. Sighing softly, quote. A kind-hearted phoenix girl not only doesn't hate me, but also falls in love with me. And ended up giving birth to our baby. She was considered a betrayal by her tribe because she married me. In the end, she was burned alive by her own people. I am at odds with other tribesmen. Speaking of which, Pluton's tone suddenly became cold and stern. He gently put the infant Tianyu back into the cradle. Continued, I no longer look for ways to live peacefully with other people. The only way for us wolves to survive, it's a fight, because we are wolves. The nature of our souls is bloodthirsty. After listening to what Pluton said, Long Jian was silent for a long time. Shanks. I didn't expect Pluton to have such a sad past. It's no wonder that he no longer thinks about peaceful coexistence with other ethnic groups. Ben Beckman. Pluton's wife was burned alive by her own tribe just because she married Pluton. How cruel and ironic this is. Jinbei. Although Pluton has always emphasized that the sole nature of his wolf tribe is bloodthirsty, he has always wanted to find a way to peacefully coexist with other tribes. Bartholomew Kuma. But other groups simply think that the wolves are bloodthirsty, so they reject them as aliens and even want to annihilate them all. Monkey D. Dragon. Such a behavioral comparison. Which ethnic group's soul is truly bloodthirsty? Emporio Ivankov. It was precisely because of such an experience that Pluton became so cold later, but even so, there was still love in his heart. Sabo. After learning about Pluton's past, I feel that he was indeed right. It was those ethnic groups who kept talking about love and peace, claiming to be kind and righteous, who pushed him to this point step by step. Marco. Pluton is right, love can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. Aren't those guys from the White Tiger clan and Phoenix clan destroying and killing in the name of love? Charlotte Katakuri. If we really follow the Snow Emperor's method of ruling the world, then more innocent people will only die at the hands of those hypocritical people who keep shouting love. Jin. It would be better to simply follow Pluton's philosophy. The strong rule the world and make the rules so that others don't dare to make mistakes. This way, chaos can be eliminated once and for all. Buggy. I also support Pluton. He is the real one. As Pluton's past is revealed bit by bit, there are also more and more voices supporting Pluton in the movie-watching chat group. Between Snow King and Pluton, everyone would have supported Pluton more. And now, this kind of support shows a one-sided trend. Everyone feels more and more. Pluton is a truly compassionate, kind and loving person. Just because of being a wolf. They were ostracized and hated by other tribesmen for no reason. Finally, he met a kind-hearted woman who was willing to accept him. But the other party was burned alive by his fellow clan members. The wolf clan also faced encirclement and suppression from other clans. Facing catastrophe. In this situation, how could Pluton sit still and wait for death? How could it not be possible to embark on a path of resistance? It's not so much that the wolf's soul is bloodthirsty in nature. It's better to say, it is the prejudice and persecution of other ethnic groups. Force the wolves to be bloodthirsty. Are the wolves at fault? Is Pluton at fault? No, everyone firmly believed this at this moment. Compared to the sanctimonious Snow Emperor. Compared to those groups that are full of prejudice and hatred towards the wolves. Pluton and the wolves are completely innocent victims. The one being persecuted. Even at this moment, everyone began to feel. Compared to the Snow Emperor and Super Beast team, it seems that Pluton is more like the real protagonist. Suffered prejudice and exclusion from the beginning. Those who are in the middle have a hard time finding their true love. Then a loved one is killed. Then the philosophy changed. Completed a huge transformation. Start leading the wolves on the road of resistance. Finally succeeded in becoming the strongest among the 7 parallel universes. Looking back at Pluton's journey along the way, only then did everyone suddenly realize, isn't this a proper protagonist template? Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing one. Immediately afterwards, Long Jian and Pluton had another conversation. And until now, Long Jian only belatedly discovered, the leader of the wolf tribe in front of him was saved by him. It's none other than Pluton. When I think about what will happen after 10,000 years, Long Jian couldn't help but feel a little heavy. He began to feel that Pluton was not as bad as he thought. I don't want Pluton and Snow Queen to continue to be hostile and make the same mistakes again. Then, he persuaded Pluton again. As far as I know, the Snow Emperor is not an unreasonable person. She just wanted to fill the world with love. You should be able to negotiate. However, Pluton's attitude was still determined. Foe, it is because of her love that our wolf clan is what it is today. We wolves are bloodthirsty by nature. The Snow Emperor's love can protect other ethnic groups. But her love will make us bloodthirsty wolves starve to death in this cold world. Long Jian looked solemn and asked, Why do you wolf tribe have to attack other tribes? Why can't we live in harmony with other tribesmen? Hear the words. Pluton laughed a few times. He turned around and said to Long Jian, Don't you know, are there some things that cannot be saved in this world? Long Jian responded, I only know, as long as we have enough faith, no matter how difficult it is, we can overcome it. It's just about living in harmony with other tribesmen. What's so difficult about that? Pluton laughed again and said, Long Jian, you are so childish. Living in harmony is just an idea that the weak deceive themselves and others. Harmonious coexistence between ethnic groups is certainly impossible. Even within the same ethnic group, there will be civil war. Just like your dragon clan. Heard Pluton mention the dragon clan. Long Jian's mood suddenly became a little excited. You're talking nonsense. Our dragon clan is a peace-loving clan. How can there be internal fighting? Pluton said calmly. The world you see now is unreal. It's also incomplete. You have opened your eyes to see the world now. From now on, you should learn to close your eyes and see the world. Aramaki. Close your eyes and see the world. Smile. I didn't expect that this Pluton would actually say the same thing as you did at that time. A smile. As Mr. Pluton said, only by closing your eyes can you see a real world. On this point, I completely agree with Mr. Pluton's statement. Don Quixote da Flamingo. This Long Jian is still too naive and childish. At this point, he actually doesn't want to persuade Pluton to live in peace with the Thunder Emperor. Sir Crocodile. Haha, as long as he thinks about it for a moment, he knows that this is absolutely impossible. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. For what Pluton said, Long Jian looked confused. Close your eyes and see the world. Opposite, Pluton suddenly pulled off the black cloak behind him. Hand it to Long Jian. Put it on. You can see a complete and real world. See it. Long Jian did not move. He stood there in silence. Pluton said again, How? Are you afraid to face the real world? Or do you already know? The beautiful world in your mind actually doesn't exist at all. Long Jian was silent for a long time. Then he finally made up his mind and said, I'd like to see, is this world as scary as you say? Pluton shook his head. I'm not saying the world is terrible. It's just real. Opening parenthesis. 891989. It will never be beautiful. Said. Pluton handed the black cloak in his hand to Long Jian again. Put it on. You will see how you dragons kill each other. Long Jian was a little angry and said, You're talking nonsense. My master has given me thousands of instructions. Let me not use force to hurt others no matter what. This is an ancient saying left by our dragon clan for thousands of years. Although you wolves are bloodthirsty, you will not kill each other. Not to mention our kind dragon clan. Pluton's expression remained as usual and he said calmly, Whether you believe it or not, the real world, we, the wolf tribe, cannot change our bloodlust. And you dragon clan can't avoid killing each other. Long Jian clenched his fists emotionally and said, If you dare, let's take a gamble. If our dragon clan hadn't killed each other, then your wolf tribe is no longer allowed to attack other tribes. Always live in harmony with other ethnic groups. Facing the bet initiated by Long Jian, Pluton nodded without thinking. Good. What if you dragons don't avoid killing each other? Long Jian vowed. Then I, Long Jian, will join your army. Become a member of the wolf clan. Good. It's a deal. That's all. Pluton and Long Jian formally made a bet. Long Jian also took the black cloak from Vice Admiral from Pluton and put it on him. Remember, you can't talk to anyone. We cannot use force to change the facts. These are the rules of the game. Once violated, the ability lock on your hand will disappear. You will no longer be able to enter the eternal cycle like a strong man. Listen to Pluton's instructions. Long Jian nodded heavily. Subsequently, with the help of Pluton, Long Jian officially embarked on a journey to the second parallel universe. Chapter 33 The truth about the internal fighting among the Dragon Clan, the birth of the Scorpion King. Long Jian is numb. Kneel down and ask for support for the First Order. Rox D. Gal D. Roger. However, even Pluton cannot interfere with the content of this bet and can only let nature take its course. Maybe Long Jian still has a faint hope of winning. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. The content of the bet between the two is to see whether the dragons will kill each other. Combined with the memories of the Scorpion King Long Ying, I feel that Long Jian has no hope of winning. Kaido. If this happens, won't Long Jian have to join Pluton's side? Charlotte Linlin. Well, I always wanted to stop Pluton's super beast warriors but finally joined Pluton's forces. This result is interesting just thinking about it. Marshall D. Teach. I have to say, I am really looking forward to this scene happening. Shanks. Speaking of which, when Huo Linfei and others fought against the Scorpion King Long Ying in the second parallel universe, there were many things that made people confused. Ben Beckman. According to Scorpion King Long Ying, Long Jian's master Zhonglong killed her father Long Fei 10,000 years ago, which led to the internal fighting of the Dragon Clan. And all this was deliberately done by Zhonglong. Or is it just an accident? Sengoku. According to Scorpion King Long Ying's description, when she was almost killed by the Qinglong tribe, a mysterious man rescued her and gave her a power lock. Who was that mysterious man? And, when the Scorpion King Long Ying was killed by Long Jian, she looked at Long Jian's face and shouted, Pluton. What is the meaning of this? Zephyr. Perhaps these mysteries will be revealed as Long Jian travels to the second parallel universe 10,000 years ago, and Shishi will be revealed. Have to say, when the content of the video reaches 10,000 years ago, everyone couldn't help but began to recall some of the doubts left in the previous video content. They believe it, the answers to these doubts. Maybe it's hidden in the past events of 10,000 years ago. That's why everyone's interest was also completely aroused. I am starting to look forward to the next video content more and more. Everyone was staring at the screen intently. I am afraid that I will accidentally miss some important clues and details. And just under everyone's expectations. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing 1. With the help of Pluton, Long Jian successfully came from the 5th parallel universe to the 2nd parallel universe. When he landed on the Earth in the 2nd parallel universe, appeared before him. It's a huge lake. The water in the lake is flowing rapidly. 940. A giant Uzumaki forms in the middle of the lake. It was not yet time for Long Jian to take a closer look at the situation around him. Suddenly, a green giant dragon suddenly flew out from the Uzumaki. Without any explanation, he rushed towards Long Jian. Long Jian hurriedly dodged to avoid it. Then he planned to use the cold shadow art to counterattack. But he suddenly remembered what Pluton had said to him before. Remember, you can't talk to anyone. Don't use force. These are the rules of the game. Once violated, the ability lock in your hand will disappear. You will no longer be able to enter the eternal cycle like a strong man. Think of this. Long Jian's movements suddenly stopped again. The green giant dragon had no intention of being polite to Long Jian. The long body snakes and hovers in the air. Roaring angrily, he rushed towards Long Jian again. And that's when, get out of the way. An anxious voice came from behind Long Jian. Immediately afterwards, a figure wearing blue armor and holding a long sword suddenly rushed up from behind. Leap high over Long Jian's head. The sword struck the green dragon hard. All of a sudden, turquoise blood splashed. The figure quickly put his arms across his body to resist. Qinglong's blood splashed onto the man's armor. There was a sizzling sound immediately. Thick smoke also rose from the armor. That green dragon's blood is extremely poisonous. The huge green dragon was stung by a sword. Roaring, he quickly dived back into the huge lake ahead. The middle-aged man in blue armor turned to look at Long Jian and asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know? The blood of Poison Pond Dragon is extremely poisonous." Once you are scratched by him, you will definitely die. While talking, the poison pool dragon that had retreated into the lake actually rushed out again. The man in blue armor showed no fear. He also rushed forward with a long sword in hand. Another few blows of the sword hit the opponent's body. Turquoise blood kept spattering, and on top of the man's sword and armor. Because of this, he was contaminated with more poisonous dragon blood. After some fighting, the poison pool dragon completely retreated into the lake. Never dare to come out again. The man asked Long John, CGFA, again. Did you get here because you got lost? Are you also from our Qinglong tribe? Long Jian nodded silently, but it was because of the agreement with Pluton. He didn't speak. The man in blue armor continued. It's rare that we are destined to meet here. My name is Stegosaurus. While introducing yourself, Stegosaurus raised his hand towards Long Jian. When Long Jian heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Unexpectedly, the person in front of me. It was actually when his master was young. Shiki. Jia ha ha ha, Kaido, that poison pool dragon looks very similar to your blue dragon form. If you round it up, does it mean that you were also beaten up by that Stegosaurus? Kaido. Get out. Golden Lion, are you looking for death? John. Haha, Kaido, to be honest, if you calculate it based on the combat power of the Super Beast's weapons, maybe you were really no match for that Stegosaurus. Silver Axe. Yes, look at Pluton and the others. They are strong enough to easily destroy the world. Although Stegosaurus is not a strong player in the first echelon, it is definitely not weak. You may not be able to defeat him. Akoku. And to be honest, that poison pool dragon looks a bit like you. I always feel like I'm watching you get beaten up by others, ha 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 ha. Kaido. Rocks D. Kong. If I'm not mistaken, his armor seems to have been splashed with a lot of the blood of the poison pool dragon, right? Sengoku. Didn't Scorpion King Long Ying's father die from poisoning? Could it be that Luo is actually from here? Zephyr. But this is not right either. The Stegosaurus fought with the poison pool dragon in order to save the dragon Jian who had traveled through time. In the end, the armor was stained with the poisonous dragon's blood. It stands to reason that, 10,000 years ago, there should have been no Dragon King, and the Stegosaurus wouldn't have fought the poison pool dragon, right? Porosalino. It seems that is indeed the case. It's a bit complicated. Kuzan. Allah, is there a possibility? The Stegosaurus will appear here. In fact, it wants to fight the poison pool dragon, so regardless of whether Long Jian has traveled through time or not, his armor will everyone be contaminated with dragon blood. Sakazuki. It's not impossible. Otherwise, why would the Stegosaurus appear in the poison pond for no reason? No matter why the Stegosaurus appears here, at least now, the poison pool dragon's blood poison on the Stegosaurus armor is indeed caused by saving Long Jian. Monkey D. Garp. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that Long Jian's time travel caused the Stegosaurus armor to be contaminated with poison, which then led to the death of the Scorpion King's father? In the end, it triggered a civil war between the entire Qinglong clan and the White Dragon clan. Charlotte Cracker. Due to the death of her father and the destruction of the White Dragon clan, 10,000 years later, the Scorpion King Long Ying took revenge and destroyed the entire Green Dragon clan. Beasta. Then because the Blue Dragon clan was destroyed by the Scorpion King, Long Jian chose to join the Super Beast team to fight against Pluton, and then returned to 10,000 years due to an accident. Vegapunk. All of this forms a complete closed loop of time. Could it be that this is the reincarnation that Pluton and the others often mentioned? Quinn. If you think about it this way, Wang Longjian is actually the culprit who really caused the destruction of the entire Dragon clan. Yasop. If this is really the case, I don't know how Long Jian will feel when he knows the truth. Monkey D. Luffy. It's so complicated, I can't understand it. My head is so hot, I feel like it's going to smoke. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Zhonglong brought Long Jian to the Dragon Clan's main hall. Today, the Dragon Clan will decide the next leader here, as well as the ownership rights of the Dragon Ability Lock. Both sides of the duel. It is Zhonglong, the leader of the Qinglong tribe, and Long Fei, the leader of the White Dragon clan. After waiting for a long time, Bai Longkai arrived late with his daughter Long Ying. Subsequently, the Sword Dragon and the White Dragon started a duel. White Dragon successfully defeated Stegosaurus with great strength. However, during the battle, his cheek was accidentally scratched by the Stegosaurus armor. Long Jian was wearing a black cloak and a mask covering his face. Always standing at the back of the crowd, observing all this silently, and when he saw Beilong, who had already won, suddenly died of poison. Then I suddenly remembered, Master Zhonglong wanted to save himself before. The armor was splashed with the blood of Poison Pool Dragon. This is the truth behind Long Fei's death. It was all just an accident. An accident no one expected. Righto. The people of the White Dragon clan obviously did not believe that this was just an accident. They were sure that Stegosaurus was trying to get the position of leader of the Dragon clan, and deliberately put poison on the armor. After some quarrel, conflict soon broke out, and in the midst of such chaos, the elder of the Dragon clan was also killed by a White Dragon clan member. So far, the conflict between the Qinglong clan and the White Dragon clan has officially reached an irreversible point. Angry Stegosaurus immediately started killing those White Dragon clan members. The White Dragon clan is without the leader Long Fei. It's no match for Stegosaurus at all. They were all slaughtered in a short time. Stegosaurus was also completely stunned. Like a madman, he was completely different from the gentle master in Long Jian's impression. Long Jian watched all this in silence. But inside I was in incomparable torment. He deliberately wanted to prevent the civil war between the Qinglong clan and the White Dragon clan. I want to stand up and explain Stegosaurus. But he had made an appointment with Pluton before coming. No matter what, I can't speak. Nor can we use force to change the current facts. Then, he could only watch in pain as this happened. Watching the master he respected the most turn into a murderous maniac. Watching the members of the White Dragon tribe continue to die one after another. And look at everything in front of you. Long Jian only felt the belief that he had always insisted on in his heart. It is also collapsing little by little. 14. A little girl appeared in front of Stegosaurus. He looked at the other party in a childish voice and said, "You are a bad person. I hate you." Until then, Stegosaurus finally woke up from the red-eyed state. He looked up to the sky and roared as if he had collapsed. Then he dropped the sword in his hand, stumbled out and ran out. The little girl continued to look at the Qinglong tribe. There was no fear in the expression on his face. Instead, it is full of indifference. She said calmly, "If I were weak, Qingxiao, I will destroy you." These words of the little girl. Everyone in the Qinglong tribe was completely tempted to eradicate the problem. He immediately killed the opponent. And just then, Long Jian, who had never intervened, finally couldn't sit still. He couldn't help but watch a little girl being killed by his own tribe. So he took action to repel everyone from the Qinglong tribe. He took the little girl and left the Dragon Clan Hall. The little girl looked at the black cloak on Long Jian, and the armor whose color was changed by the black cloak. That is the costume of a warrior from the underworld. She asked, "Who are you? Is it Pluton? Where's my dad? Will my dad come back?" Long Jian did not tell the little girl his identity. Instead, he said something to the other party that Pluton had said before. Only when you have passed the 7th level of loneliness can you become a truly strong person. Long Jian felt, at this moment, maybe it's just Pluton's words. Only then could he comfort this little girl who lost her father and all her clan members in one day. Soon, when Long Jian left the hall with the little girl, when we arrived at the square of the Dragon Clan, the dragon superpower lock on his wrist suddenly flashed with a faint light. Then he fell from his wrist to the ground, and all the armor on Long Jian's body dissipated at this time, revealing its original appearance. As Pluton said earlier, once Long Jian used force to change the current facts, he just lost his ability lock. No longer can you enter the eternal reincarnation of the strong. Opposite, the little girl looked at the supernatural lock that fell to the ground, picking it up curiously, and put it on his wrist. And the moment she put on the power lock, a sudden change occurred. The blue superpower lock that originally belonged to the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the color and shape suddenly changed. It turned into a blue-black supernatural lock. Long Jian recognized it at a glance. That look is clearly the Scorpion King's superpower lock. Until this moment, Long Jian finally understood everything. It turns out that the little girl he saved. It was the Scorpion King Long Ying who slaughtered everyone in the Qinglong clan 10,000 years later. This moment, Long Jian was struck by lightning. The inner belief completely collapsed. In mind, Pluton's words reappeared, and this time, Long Jian could no longer find any reason to refute the other party. He gradually began to feel, maybe Pluton is right. Chapter 34. The polarity is reversed. Taylor. This time it's my turn to be confused. Kneel down and beg to subscribe. After a long while, only then did Long Jian recover from the intense shock. He looked down at Long Ying. He reached out and took off the cloak that Pluton gave him. Then he put it on Long Ying. He crouched down, said to Long Ying, "You'd better get out of here quickly." Long Ying asked with some confusion. "Why?" Long Jian's tone was serious. "Because there will be a big battle between the Azure Dragon clan and the White Dragon clan here soon. It's too unsafe for you here." Long Ying asked curiously. "Then where are we going?" "Underworld. That's a better place for you." The moment Long Jian finished speaking, the supernatural lock on Long Ying's wrist suddenly burst out with a ray of light. Next moment, a huge energy array slowly emerged in the sky, and the pattern in the center of the energy array, surprisingly, it is a scorpion. At the same time, on Pluton's cloak behind Long Ying, the mark belonging to the underworld also suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, Long Ying's petite body began to fly uncontrollably towards the energy array high in the sky. However, Long Jian still stood where he was. He had no intention of keeping up with Long Ying. Long Ying saw this and said anxiously, "But what about you? Won't you come with me?" Long Jian seemed a little disappointed and shook his head. Quote. 013. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at Long Ying, who was drifting away. He said with a serious expression, 121. "If you meet me again in 10,000 years, you must kill me first. Don't be soft." Long Ying was very puzzled. The little hands kept fluttering in midair. It seems that he wants to catch Long Jian. Why? Faced with Long Ying's inquiry, Long Jian paused, and then continued. "Because you don't kill me, I will kill you." Long Ying was still full of doubts and confusion. Why do you want to kill me in the future after you saved me?" Righto. She hasn't waited for Long Jian's answer. It has been completely sucked into that huge energy array. Then a blue-black light flashed. Long Ying's figure has disappeared into the air. Sent to the underworld. Long Jian stood there. He looked up at the sky where there was nothing. Slowly closed his eyes. He whispered to himself, "Exit. The nature of the soul is bloodthirsty, buggy." Hiss. This paragraph actually gave me goosebumps. Gecko Moria. Long Jian's lost power lock directly turned into the Scorpion King's power lock in Long Ying's hands. No wonder after Long Jian killed the Scorpion King before, the opponent's power lock suddenly became what the dragon superpower lock looks like. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. It is indeed similar to what I guessed before. It was Long Jian's time travel that single-handedly caused the internal fighting between the Qinglong clan and the White Dragon clan. It was also he who personally created one of the 4 great protectors of the true realm. The birth of the 10 Scorpions Lord. Sir Crocodile. I think the moment he figured out all this, he seemed to be about to collapse. Dracul Mahawk. I could feel that his faith had completely collapsed at that moment. Jinbei. For Long Jian, who had been opposed to Pluton's theory before, this is indeed a huge blow. Bartholomew Kuma. The reincarnation of 10,000 years, the closed loop of time. Is this the so-called destiny? Monkey D. Dragon. There is no doubt that Long Jian has completely lost the bet between Long Jian and Pluton. There is no suspense. Sabo. So according to the agreement, will he really join the underworld and become a member of the underworld? Emporio Ivankov. If this is the case, then how should the other members of the Super Beast team feel when they see Longjian defecting and joining the underworld? Marshall D. Teach. The partners who fought side by side in the past have now turned against each other and become enemies. This scene must be quite interesting. Edward Newgate. Teach, you traitor, are you talking about yourself? Kaido. What Long Jian went through 10,000 years ago just proves that. The Snow Emperor's idea is just a beautiful fantasy, and the real idea is the real reality. Charlotte Linlin. Well, now even Long Jian, a member of the Super Beast team, has begun to agree with Pluton's point of view. How can the Snow Emperor win? Shanks. I don't know when Huo Linfei and the other Super Beast team members traveled through time. Porosalino. It would be wonderful if the experiences of Huo Linfei and the others were similar to Long Jian, and everyone in the Super Beast team turned around and joined the underworld in the end. That would be wonderful. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After sending Long Ying to the underworld, Long Jian walked in the Dragon Clan's territory in despair. My heart is filled with despair. He even began to feel that his life had no meaning. And while he was wandering aimlessly like this, I just happened to encounter a group of fully armed White Dragon warriors. These White Dragon warriors saw that Long Jian seemed to be from the Qinglong clan. Even if it is ruthless to attack it, and Long Jian had no intention of resisting. He even said thank you to the White Dragon warrior who wanted to take his life. But the White Dragon warrior hadn't had time to take action yet. A group of Qinglong warriors also arrived with weapons in hand. The two sides immediately started fighting fiercely. No one cared about Long Jian lying on the ground like a dead corpse. And Long Jian just lay silently in the middle of the battlefield, listening to the constant sounds of fighting and screams in my ears. It was Pluton's words that kept echoing in his mind. I don't know how long it took. All the White Dragon clan warriors were killed by the Qinglong clan. And immediately after, the group of Qinglong tribe warriors turned their spearheads on Long Jian. They recognized Long Jian as the mysterious man who rescued Long Ying in the hall before. So he started punching and kicking Long Jian. They even insult each other in various ways. This also made Long Jian feel more disappointed and desperate for his own people. Rox D. Gal D. Roger. Obviously, this group of Azure Dragon clan members have been completely inspired by the previous killings to bring out the evil in their hearts. Perhaps this is their truest appearance. A smile. As Lord Pluton said before, only by closing your eyes and looking at the world can you see the truest side of the world. Aramaki. Love and peace, kindness and friendship are all just false phantoms. Once these phantoms are torn apart, what will appear in front of us is a naked, bloody and cruel world. Shiki. So the protagonists of Superjutsu Sentai are still a little too naive and childish. They have just seen some of the essence of the world. They are completely unbearable and even want to think about it. John. Compared with these Super Beast warriors, Pluton is simply a pure dimensionality reduction attack. Closing square bracket. Silver Axe. Are they the only ones who want to fight Pluton? They are too young. Ha 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 ha. Akoku. Pluton said, if I want to deal with you, I don't even need to do it myself. I can easily make you lose your fighting spirit, doubt your life, and even join my camp. Gilder Tezzolo. I can only say that he really deserves to be called Pluton, he is so awesome. Inside the viewing screen, video continues. Just when everyone in the Qinglong clan was making every possible effort to make things difficult for Long Jian, a figure suddenly appeared. He shouted to stop the behavior of everyone in the Qinglong tribe. Wait for everyone to look at the person coming. All he saw was a chubby little man wearing green tights standing not far away. There is also a flying pink pet beside him. Surprisingly, it was Slim Jun and Beibu. Turn out to be, after Huo Linfei, Long Jian, Tai Lei and Yi Lingyun disappeared. Slender Jun in order to retrieve a few people, planning to use his special ability to travel through time. He also travels back to 10,000 years ago to look for traces of everyone. However, traveling through time of 10,000 years is not an easy task. Even though Shojin has opened up the second line of Ren-and-Do with the help of the Beibu family. But he alone cannot travel back 10,000 years ago with his supernatural energy. After some operations, he just traveled from the 5th parallel universe back to the 4th parallel universe. And in the 4th parallel universe, Slim Jun once again encountered the scrapped Xuanwu spacecraft. He poured his own supernatural energy into the Xuanwu spacecraft, finally restored it to its original state, and also reawakened the artificial intelligence Lisa. Immediately afterwards, Slender Jun met the dead souls of Night Owl and the entire Cloud Bat Legion again. Yi Owl made a deal with Slim Jun. He can gather the supernatural energy of the entire Cloud Bat army. Help Shou Shangjun travel back to 10,000 years ago on the Xuanwu spaceship. And in exchange, Slim Jun needs to find a way to resurrect Night Owl and the entire Cloud Bat army before 10,000 years. That's all. Slim Jun successfully returned to 10,000 years ago. And he was the first to detect Long Jian's strange energy aura. I found this place along the way. Slender Jun used super beast weapons to scare away everyone in the Qinglong tribe. Then he came to Long Jian excitedly. Prepare to let him embark on the journey to find Huo Linfei and others with him. Righto. The frustrated Long Jian said that he would never go back. The former Long Jian is dead. And the belief in his heart has disappeared along with his superpower lock. He is no longer a super beast warrior. Everything feels meaningless. I think what Pluton said is right. This world is real and cruel. ... Asterisk 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 0. Shou Shoujin was surprised by Long Jian's changes. Facing Long Jian, his way of speaking became more and more like Pluton's. Mode. The way he ultimately chose to deal with it was, he knocked Long Jian unconscious from behind with a kitchen knife. Then he dragged the other party back to the Xuanwu spacecraft. Prepared to continue searching for traces of other partners. And after some searching and exploration, Slim Jun also successfully found the location of Tai Lei's special energy. And the other party is at this moment in the third parallel universe. Slim Jun immediately drove the Xuanwu spacecraft, rushing towards the third parallel universe at full speed. Subsequently, the camera turned. The scene came to the Earth in the third parallel universe. The third parallel universe Earth 10,000 years ago. The environment is no different from 10,000 years later. Looking around, there is still yellow sand everywhere. On this piece of yellow sand, there are still two races. The Golden Elephant Clan and the Whale Shark Clan. And the same, a race was enslaved. One race rules. It's just that it's a little different from 10,000 years later. The race that was enslaved at this time was not the Golden Elephant race, but the Whale Shark tribe. Identity of slaves and slave owners. This moment is completely the opposite of what it was 10,000 years ago. The members of the Whale Shark clan wear tattered slave uniforms. Bend over and lower your head. Huge boulders were moved silently. The people of the Golden Elephant clan are wearing golden armor, carrying a long stick or spear. As long as you see a whale shark slave who dares to be lazy. He went up to him without hesitation and beat him up and insulted him. Rocks D. 0. Gall D. Roger. It turns out that 10,000 years ago, it was not the Whale Shark clan that enslaved the Golden Elephant clan, but the Golden Elephant clan that enslaved the Whale Shark clan. Edward Newgate. What is this situation? How did the Whale Shark tribe, who was enslaved 10,000 years ago, transform themselves 10,000 years later and in turn enslave the Golden Elephant tribe? Closing square bracket. Monkey D. Dragon. A race that was enslaved 10,000 years ago is enslaving others 10,000 years later. Is this the path that slaves will eventually take after they are liberated? Sabo. If this is the case, then what is the meaning of liberation? It is just a new batch of enslaved objects. Monkey D. Garp. The content of this video is really elusive. It feels like every second is challenging the limit of my IQ. Sengoku. If 10,000 years ago, the Whale Shark clan was enslaved in the third parallel universe, then where is the Whale Shark King now? Could it be that he is also one of these slaves? A member. Porosalino. I always feel that the following video content can still bring us many unexpected twists and shocks. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play, accompanied by a strange fluctuation. Taylor's figure slowly appeared on a piece of yellow sand. He looked around. I want to understand the surrounding situation as soon as possible. But the next second, he was immediately stunned. Everything in front of him was beyond his knowledge. My own people are actually enslaving the whale sharks. And look at the arrogant and aggressive looks of the people of the Golden Elephant tribe. There is no difference at all from the Whale Shark clan 10,000 years later. Terry even wondered if he was dreaming. After confirming this several times, only then did Taylor finally confirm that everything in front of him was real. And this made him even more shocked and confused. At this time, The surrounding crowd suddenly became commotion. Subsequently, whether it is the Golden Elephant clan or the Whale Shark clan, they all started to rush in a certain direction. See this situation. Terry followed with some curiosity, because he is also wearing the armor of the Golden Elephant clan. So no one paid attention to him or stopped him. When Taylor came to where the crowd was gathering, I saw a group of slaves from the Whale Shark tribe surrounding them at the moment. In front of them, it was a group of armed Golden Elephant tribesmen who blocked their way. And a little further forward, there is a high platform. On the high platform, a strapped Whale Shark slave. It is currently being hung high below the gallows. But even so, there was still no trace of fear or weakness on his face. He looked up, looked at the group of Whale Shark tribe members gathered below, loudly said, "Brothers, get up and fight. Don't be enslaved by the people of the Golden Elephant clan anymore." Righto. His words did not receive a response from the Whale Shark tribe. Instead, he received a severe beating from the Golden Elephant clan warriors. Watch this scene in the video. Everyone in One Piece world who was watching the movie was suddenly stunned. Monkey D. Luffy. Huh, wait, why does this person look familiar? Buggy. Of course he looks familiar. Isn't this guy the Whale Shark King 10,000 years later? 6. Chapter 35 Elder Yuan Zheng, Thunder Shield Nebula. Freedom and rights belong to all living beings. Kneel down and beg to subscribe. Roronoa Zoro. It seems true. The slave of the Whale Shark clan in the video looks very similar to the Whale Shark King, but without the armor from 10,000 years later. Usopp. I didn't expect that the majestic Whale Shark King 10,000 years later was actually just a slave 10,000 years ago, being beaten and scolded at will by the people of the Golden Elephant clan. Vinsmoke Sanji. And looking at the Whale Shark King's behavior, it seems that he wants to mobilize the whale sharks to stand up and resist. Isn't this approach the same as that of Taylor 10,000 years later? Tony Chopper. And Terry is watching from below. I wonder what he will feel in his heart. Frankie. Long Jian's faith collapsed in the second parallel universe before. Isn't it Taylor's turn this time? Brooke. Such a reversal is so shocking that people can't help but feel their heart beating wildly. Although I'm just a skeleton and don't have a beating heart, yo ho ho ho. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. A warrior of the Golden Elephant tribe holds a long stick. He was hitting the Whale Shark King with stick after stick. At the same time, he kept insulting him. Do you think you are the savior? Actually, you are just a slave who is worse than shit. However, even so, there was no sign of fear or surrender on the Whale Shark King's face. He raised his head proudly, looking at the warrior of the Golden Elephant tribe, burst into laughter. The Golden Elephant warrior asked angrily, "Why are you laughing?" The Whale Shark King said sarcastically, "Even if I am a slave, the person you have to look up to now is me." As soon as these words came out, the Whale Shark King undoubtedly received another beating from the Golden Elephant tribe warriors. Even the rope holding him was broken. The Whale Shark King's body fell heavily to the ground. Then he was dragged to the guillotine by 7 warriors from the Golden Elephant tribe. Below, everyone in the Whale Shark clan was shocked when they saw this scene. The Golden Elephant warrior on the stage glanced at everyone coldly and said sternly, "People below, listen, anyone who wants to resist will have only one end. That's just like him. Die." Facing the intimidation and threats from the Golden Elephant clan, many Whale Shark clan members had a hint of fear on their faces. But the Whale Shark King who was put on the guillotine still showed no fear at all. He looked at the Whale Shark clan below and said firmly, "Brothers, get up and fight. Fight and maybe die, but you are willing to die from exhaustion in the future. We are still willing to use today's battle to tell our enemies. They may be able to take away our lives, but they can never take away our freedom." As soon as these words came out, the already shrunken whale sharks below suddenly became brighter. They all raised their arms and shouted, "Free! Free!" And Taylor, who was behind everyone, saw this scene. I was also shocked beyond measure. What the Whale Shark clan slave said on the stage. It's exactly the same as what I said 10,000 years later. Only, the race targeted by the persuasion has undergone a shocking reversal. This made Taylor feel very complicated. And just when he was shocked by this, The Golden Elephant Warrior on the stage obviously didn't want to give the Whale Shark King another chance to talk nonsense. He walked straight to the guillotine. Put down the sharp blade without hesitation. The Whale Shark King closed his eyes tightly and looked calm. Brave and not afraid of death. And just when the blade was about to fall and chop off the opponent's head. At the critical moment, Tyree rushed forward. One kick broke the blade in half. The warrior from the Golden Elephant tribe saw this. He immediately asked angrily, "As a member of the Golden Elephant clan, do you know what you are doing? Do you know that by doing this, you are openly becoming a traitor to our Golden Elephant clan?" Terry responded calmly, "If I were asked to oppress others, I would rather become a traitor." The Golden Elephant clan warrior said in confusion, "I really don't understand. Why are you so stupid? You want to betray your own people for a slave." Taylor clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, quote, "The right to freedom belongs to all living beings." As soon as these words came out, the Whale Shark King on the side couldn't help but take a deep look at Taylor. Immediately afterwards, Tai Lei ignored the threat of the Golden Elephant clan, untied the Whale Shark King from his bonds. Then they joined forces with the other party to fight against the Golden Elephant clan army that rushed up to besiege them. Sengoku. I have to say that this Tai Lei still has a sense of justice. He has not given up helping the Whale Shark clan just because he is a member of the Golden Elephant clan. Zephyr. Yes, in order to save the slaves of the Whale Shark tribe, he did not hesitate to become a traitor in the mouth of the Golden Elephant tribe. It seems that his belief in his heart is still very firm. But the firmer your belief is, once it collapses, the consequences will be more serious. Monkey D. Garp. Judging from the video, Taylor probably still doesn't know that the whale shark slave he rescued is the future Whale Shark King. Kuzan. Allah, the moment he knows the truth, his heart will be broken, right? Sakazuki. After all, he personally saved the Whale Shark King who would rule and enslave his own people in the future. Porisalino. I personally saved the Whale Shark King 10,000 years ago, and then killed him 10,000 years later. It's really a bit sad. Gal D. Roger. The same was true for Long Jian before. He personally saved the Scorpion King Long Ying 10,000 years ago, and killed the Scorpion King Long Ying 10,000 years later. Shanks. Could it be that? Is this the fate of the Super Beast Warriors? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Under the joint efforts of Tai Lei and Whale Shark King, those warriors of the Golden Elephant clan are no match for the two of them. After a while, he was beaten and fled in a hurry. But everyone had not had time to be happy. In the distance, another group of mighty troops came quickly. At the same time, there were also exclamations from the crowd. It's the Snow Emperor's troops. The Snow Emperor's troops are here to support the Golden Elephant clan. Hear the words. Terry looked forward in surprise. I saw the army coming to support. There was actually a tiger riding underneath each soldier. There is no doubt that they are the Snow Emperor's troops. As soon as the Snow Emperor's troops arrived, he just started killing the fleeing Whale Shark clansmen without explanation. The tiger roared. Blood splattered. A member of the Whale Shark clan was killed by the Snow Emperor's troops. He fell into pools of blood. The earth filled with yellow sand was dyed blood red almost instantly. Looking at the scene in front of me, Tai Lei clenched his fists, anger boiling in his heart. Rox D. Gal D. Roger. Yes, these slaves of the Whale Shark tribe have been oppressed by the Golden Elephant tribe for so long, and now they are being so brutally killed by the Snow Emperor's troops. It's really pitiful. Edward Newgate. Didn't the Snow Queen say that she wanted to help the weak and achieve peace? But now her subordinates are actually helping the Golden Elephant clan to suppress the slave Whale Shark clan. What is going on? Kaido. Haha, the Snow Emperor and his subordinates have the nerve to say that Pluton and the wolves are bloodthirsty despite their involuntary killings. How could they say such things? Charlotte Linlin. Well, the more I watch it, the more disgusting I find Snow Emperor and his gang. They are completely hypocritical, extremely hypocritical. Shanks. Looking at Tyree's expression and reaction in the video, you must have begun to question the Snow Emperor, right? Marshall D. Teach. I think if things continue to develop like this, Tyree will eventually choose to turn around and join Pluton's camp. Douglas Bullitt. Compared to Snow Emperor's hypocrisy, the real Pluton is indeed more able to win people's hearts. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Seeing that the slaves of the Whale Shark clan were being slaughtered by the Snow Emperor's troops, Terry finally couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up again, and used super beast weapons. Start fighting against the Snow Emperor's troops. Even the soldiers of the Snow Emperor's army can also use super beast weapons. But there is still a big gap between his strength and Taylor's. I saw Tai Lei using a Thunder Ju. In an instant, a group of enemies were brought down. But the next moment, a beam of light suddenly fell from high in the sky. Wait for the light to dissipate. An old man wearing golden armor and a mask appeared on the spot. The old man's body exuded extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Let Taylor instantly feel like he is facing a powerful enemy. And immediately after, something even more surprising happened to Terry. Thundershield Nebula. A deep voice came from the old man's mouth. A huge and illusory golden figure also appeared above the old man's head. Astonishingly, it was the most advanced form of supernatural energy that Pluton and Snow Emperor had used before, the Nebula body. Gecko Moria. Damn it. What is the origin of this old man, and he can actually use the Nebula? Don Quixote Doflamingo. Judging from his appearance, he should be a member of the Snow Emperor's command. Unexpectedly, in the Snow Emperor's camp, besides the Snow Emperor, there are other strong men who can use the Nebula body. Sir Crocodile. It's a pity that he is wearing a mask on his face, and his identity cannot be distinguished. Dracul Mahawk. If I remember correctly, there seems to be something mentioned in the previous video. 10,000 years ago, Elder Yuan Zheng under the Snow Emperor once led troops to the third parallel universe to quell the rebellion. Jinbei. Could it be that this old man who is powerful enough to use the Nebula body is Tai Lei's master, Elder Yuan Zheng? Bartholomew Kuma. It is not impossible. After all, Yuan Zheng happens to be in the third parallel universe 10,000 years later. Gilder Tezzolo. If you say this old man is Tai Lei's master Yuan Zheng, and if he is a super strong man who can use the Nebula body, then why would he be slaves of a few golden elephant tribes 10,000 years later? Are you going to kill me? Baroric Redfield. 10,000 years later, Yuan Zheng does not look as high-spirited as he does now. What happened in these 10,000 years? Shiki. Maybe the next video will tell us the answer soon. Video continues. Seeing that the old man opposite could actually use the Nebula body, Taylor immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. No more reservations. When he comes up, he immediately uses Ben Lei Ju to attack the opponent. However, it was easily blocked by the opponent's Thunder Shield Nebula. The soldiers of the Snow King's army also took this opportunity to surround Tai Lei and the Whale Shark clan. Taylor wanted to continue attacking, but Yuan Zheng just made one move easily. Then he tied up Tai Lei's Thunder Elephant God, and it also suppressed Tai Lei and directly disintegrated the Super Beast weapon. Subsequently, Yuan Zheng also withdrew from the Nebula body, and ordered the surrounding White Tiger soldiers to withdraw from the Super Beast arms. The Whale Shark King came to Taylor's side. He asked the other party if something was okay with some concern. Terry just shook his head slightly. He also expressed his gratitude to the old man in front of him. Thank the other party for showing mercy. Because he knows very well, in terms of the strength gap between the two sides, if the old man really wanted to kill himself and others, totally a piece of cake. Looking at the old man walking slowly this way, the Whale Shark King asked with some vigilance. Who are you? The old man said in a deep voice. I am Yuan Zheng. Terry was startled and couldn't help but open his mouth. Ah, master. The Whale Shark King took a step forward and said, all the faults are my fault. If you want to kill, just kill me. Hear the words. Yuan Zheng smiled. He shook his head and said, I'm not here to suppress you. I'm here to help you. The Whale Shark King looked puzzled. Help us. How to help? Yuan Zheng continued to speak gently. I hope you, the Whale Shark clan and the Golden Elephant clan, can stop the war. The king of whale sharks. We just want to be free. 2.6 As long as we are not free for a day, the war will never stop. Yuan Zheng nodded. Good. I'm here this time just to give you your freedom. Hearing Yuan Zheng's words, the Whale Shark King, Tai Lei, and the whale shark clan members behind them couldn't help but be a little stunned. Apparently he didn't believe it was that simple. The whale shark king said with a serious face. Freedom is always expensive. It always takes countless wars and countless sacrifices to get it. It can't be that easy. Yuan Zheng smiled again. You think it's too complicated. It's actually really easy. Because the right to freedom belongs to all living beings. The whale shark king looked startled. It seemed like something was touched. However, he didn't wait for his reaction. The Golden Elephant tribe warriors who had escaped earlier ran back again. Elder Yuan Zheng, you can't agree to them. The leader of the Golden Elephant clan came to Yuan Zheng and stopped him loudly. Once the whale sharks are free, they will compete with us for land. And the land here belongs to our Golden Elephant clan. How is it possible to give them the whale shark clan? The whale shark king snorted coldly. This land belongs to our whale shark clan. Why do we say it belongs to you? The leader of the Golden Elephant clan disdainfully said. Snort. You, the Golden Elephant clan, have been our Golden Elephant clan's slaves for generations. What qualifications do you have to bargain with us? The whale shark king looked gloomy and couldn't help clenching his fists. Only force can rid us of our status as slaves. Say it. He just waved his fist and rushed forward. There was a fight with the leader of the Golden Elephant clan. Chapter 36 Yuan Zheng's Great Love, The Birth of the Whale Shark King, and Taylor Breaking the Defense. Begging to subscribe. Flying Squirrel. Elder Yuan Zheng seems to be quite kind and upright. He actually said that he could give the whale sharks their freedom without paying any price. Ghost Spider. I remember that when we were in the 7th parallel universe, he was the one who took the initiative to accept the brother and sister Feng Yao and Feng Ying into the Snow Emperor's army, instead of being like the other soldiers of the White Tiger clan who felt superior and right. Feng Ying tried every means to make things difficult. Doberman. Moreover, when he fought with Tyree before, he only restrained the opponent and did not actually hurt anyone. It was also he who took the initiative to ask other soldiers of the White Tiger tribe to withdraw from the Super Beast armed forces. Huo Shaoshan. It's a pity. Although Elder Yuan Zheng is kind, the White Tiger soldiers under him are not very good. They have killed many whale shark clan members before. Extra. There are also those members of the Golden Elephant clan. They used to run faster than anyone else when they were in danger, but now they suddenly jumped out to prevent Yuan Zheng from returning the whale shark clan's freedom. Smoker. Seeing what these golden elephants did, I even wanted to say. 10,000 years later, they were enslaved by the whale shark tribe. In fact, it was their own fault. Pen. This is the ugliness of human nature. There are really too few truly kind and upright people like Elder Yuan Zheng. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. I saw the whale shark king and the leader of the Golden Elephant tribe fighting fiercely. Without any choice, Yuan Zheng had no choice but to stop the two from continuing to fight. He shook his head slightly and said, "Force is never the answer." The whale shark king did not agree with this statement at all. He said angrily, "Force is not just a solution to problems. And, it's the only way." At this time, the leader of the Golden Elephant clan is also Gongha. Elder Yuan Zheng, all the whale shark clan are vicious guys like him. If you give them freedom, their desires will expand day by day. Sooner or later, another war will break out with our Golden Elephant tribe. The whale shark king responded mercilessly. Isn't the desire of you golden elephants growing day by day? You would rather run out of food and hoard it, but you should keep collecting it. We built you a small house, and you want a big house. But when we built a big house for you, you asked us to build a palace. Is it not wrong for you to have desires, but is it wrong for us whale sharks to have desires? Listening to the angry roar and questioning of the whale shark king, the leader of the Golden Elephant clan couldn't help but clenched his fists. "You thug," he roared. Then he rushed forward again. Another fight with the whale shark king. Rox D. Gal D. Roger. I think there is nothing wrong with what the whale shark king said. It is a normal thing for people to have desires. Why is it right for the golden elephants to have desires and wrong for the whale sharks to have desires? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. That is of course because the Golden Elephant tribe feels that the whale shark tribe has been their slaves for generations, so they have no desire at all. Kaido. And once the Whale Shark clan is free, their Golden Elephant clan will no longer have slaves to use, and the Whale Shark clan will have to take some resources from their Golden Elephant clan. The people of the Golden Elephant clan will. How could you be willing to see something like this happen? Charlotte Linlin. Well, but to be honest, isn't the Whale Shark King 10,000 years later the same? In order to prevent the slaves of the Golden Elephant clan from having desires like mountains and rolling stones, so from the beginning they are at the foot of the mountain. Shanks. I can only say that, no matter who it is, as long as they get to that position, the choices they make are basically the same. If you don't do it for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. If you want to control your destiny in your own hands, the only choice is use your strength to speak. Marshall D. Teach. Thief. So the elder Yuan Zheng believes that force is not the solution to the problem. This sentence is still too idealistic. Video continues. After a fierce fight, the Whale Shark King successfully knocked the leader of the Golden Elephant clan to the ground. Tsunami disaster. Turbulent supernatural energy surged out of the Whale Shark King's body. He was prepared to use this blow to completely end the other person's life. And just then, Yuan Zheng finally took action again. Blocked and neutralized the attack of the Whale Shark King for the leader of the Golden Elephant clan. He looked at the Whale Shark King and said in a deep voice, "Stop fighting. Do you really think force is the answer?" The Whale Shark King replied without any hesitation. "Certainly. How can we break free from our shackles without using force? How can we take back our land and freedom without using force? If you didn't use force, how could you have defeated me just now? If I have enough force now, I will definitely lead my people to prove. We, the Whale Shark clan, are the strongest clan. The strong are never slaves. You can kill me, but you can't kill my faith." After listening to what the Whale Shark King said, Yuan Zheng was silent. His pupils trembled slightly. The expression on his face is no longer as calm as before. The Whale Shark King's words indeed gave him a big impact. However, the leader of the Golden Elephant clan remained unmoved at all. After another argument, the leader of the Golden Elephant tribe made a bet with the Whale Shark King. Both sides engage in a fair duel. If the Whale Shark King loses, just commit suicide in front of the other person. And if the leader of the Golden Elephant tribe loses, then give everyone in the Whale Shark tribe their freedom. The two sides made a bet. The Whale Shark King looked at Elder Yuan Zheng and asked, "Elder Yuan Zheng, are you willing to notarize it for us?" "Righto." Yuan Zheng is still waiting for a response. Taylor, who had been silently watching all this, suddenly stood up. Stopped loudly. "No, never promise him." Tyree's sudden move surprised the Whale Shark King. Because it wasn't that long ago. The other party obviously saved him. Even to help the Whale Sharks gain freedom. He even became a traitor to the Golden Elephant clan. But it seems that the Whale Shark tribe will soon have a chance to be free. Terry actually jumped out again to prevent this from happening. This made the Whale Shark King very confused. What is the other party's intention in doing this? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. It seems that Taylor finally recognized that the man in front of him is the future Whale Shark King. Sir Crocodile. He saved the other party before and helped the Whale Sharks fight against the Golden Elephants, and now he stands up to oppose the Whale Sharks' freedom. This Taylor's position has really changed very quickly. Gecko Moria. After all, if he doesn't stand up to stop it, once the Whale Sharks are freed, everything will happen again 10,000 years later. And his master Yuan Zheng will also be affected by this. Jinbei. It seems that Taylor is trying his best to prevent history from repeating itself, but can he really stop it? Dracula Mahawk. Judging from the progress in the video, I don't think it's possible. Bartholomew Kuma. Borrowing from a saying both Pluton and Zhang Yizi once said, "What has been done will be done again, and what has been done will be done again." Vegapunk. And from the perspective of the paradox of time and space, it is absolutely impossible for Taylor to prevent this from happening, because once he rewrites history, there will be no Whale Shark King in the future, and Taylor will not join the Super League. Beast Team. Then if this happens, he will not have the opportunity to travel back to 10,000 years. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Tai Lei continued to say to Yuan Zhengdi with a serious expression. 10,000 years later, the Whale Shark King will become the overlord of this land. All the golden elephants will become his slaves. 77,013. You will also die by his hands. Quote. Elder Yuan Zheng, you must not give him a chance today. After listening to what Taylor said, the Whale Shark King sneered angrily. Haha, I didn't expect you to betray us at the most critical moment. Rear. Those members of the Whale Shark tribe couldn't help but stand up and point at Tai Lei and curse. Traitor. The Whale Shark King shook his head. No, he is not a traitor. He is originally from the Golden Elephant clan. In a seemingly indifferent tone. But it was filled with deep disappointment and anger. Terry didn't know how to face the other party. Momo turned his head away. And Yuan Zheng was silent for a while. It was decided to give the Whale Shark King and the leader of the Golden Elephant clan a chance for a fair duel. He led the two of them and left here. Terry wanted to catch up and stop him. However, they were surrounded by people from the Golden Elephant clan and the Whale Shark clan at the same time. The Golden Elephants consider Terry to be a traitor. If there were no previous actions of the other party, the Whale Shark King had already been executed by them. It is impossible for the people of the Whale Shark clan to have the courage to rebel. But everyone in the Whale Shark tribe felt that Tai Lei first instigated them to rebel against the Golden Elephant clan. Now they stand up to prevent them from gaining freedom. He is a completely repetitive villain. Then, in this way, Taylor became the public enemy of everyone. Sengoku. Sure enough, even if Tai Lei stood up to dissuade him, Yuan Zheng still wanted to give the Whale Shark King a chance. If you look at it this way, the course of history cannot be changed by just one person. Monkey D. Garp. In this case, Taylor is a bit different inside and out, and he will not please both parties. Zephyr. It seems that Tyrell is not far away from the collapse of Longjian's faith. Video continues. Just when Tai Lei was surrounded by people from the Golden Elephant tribe and Whale Shark tribe, Slim Jun, who came in a hurry, fell from the sky. It happened to fall in front of Taylor. He repeated his old tricks. He used super beast weapons again to scare away everyone from the Golden Elephant clan and the Whale Shark clan. Taylor took advantage of this opportunity. He chased in the direction where Yuan Zheng and others had left earlier. Go up. Immediately afterwards, the camera turned. The scene came to a palace. The Whale Shark King and the leader of the Golden Elephant tribe came here under the leadership of Yuan Zheng. The duel between the two sides began. After a fierce battle, the Whale Shark King successfully took advantage, beat the leader of the Golden Elephant clan away, prepared to give the opponent the final blow. And just then, Yuan Zheng took action again to block the Whale Shark King's attack. The Whale Shark King was very dissatisfied with Yuan Zheng's actions. Elder Yuan Zheng, you keep saying that force is not the answer to problems. What you like to use most is force. Hear the words. Yuan Zheng lowered his head in shame. The Whale Shark King continued. I know, I'm not your opponent yet. Since you want to use force to help the Golden Elephant clan stand out, then I have nothing to say. Come on, just kill me. I would rather die than be a slave, said. The Whale Shark King slowly walked up to Yuan Zheng. There was a hint of determination to die on his face. And the leader of the Golden Elephant clan also took the opportunity to say Gong Huo. Elder Yuan Zheng, kill him. Kill him. However, Yuan Zheng did not do this. He came to the Whale Shark King. He slowly reached out and took off the power lock from his wrist. The golden armor on his body also disappeared. Instead it was just a regular robe. The Whale Shark King was a little surprised and puzzled by Yuan Zheng's move. Yuan Zheng looked directly into the other person's eyes and said warmly. You're right, I shouldn't use force. From now on, I will not use any force. This 910 superpower lock, I'll give it to you. It can enhance the supernatural energy in your body and make you stronger. The Whale Shark King was a little surprised and asked. Aren't you afraid that when I become stronger, I will bully others? Yuan Zheng said truthfully. Afraid? I want you to understand something. Being strong doesn't satisfy your desires. Being strong doesn't make you invincible. Because there is something missing in your heart. The Whale Shark King asked. What's missing? Like, love from the heart. Hear the words. The whale shark king's pupils shrank slightly. My heart was also touched. The leader of the golden elephant tribe behind him tried to dissuade him somewhat anxiously. Elder Yuan Zheng, if you help him like this, sooner or later our golden elephant clan will be destroyed by him. Yuan Zheng turned around and shook his head gently. 2. I'll be with you. I will always be with you golden elephants. I will let time prove that there is only love. Only can we defeat all force. RB. Only can we fill the endless black hole of desire in people's hearts. Ura. Only can this world achieve eternal peace. The leader of the golden elephant clan was still hesitant. D. Elder Yuan Zheng, will you ever give up the use of force? Don't you use force when your life is threatened? Yuan Zheng nodded without hesitation. Yes, although the sound is not loud, but full of firm belief. After hearing this, the whale shark king couldn't help but said again. Elder Yuan Zheng, don't you think it's stupid for you to do this? Yuan Zheng shook his head and said softly. There are two kinds of people in this world. The purpose of a human life is not to exist, but to burn. The other kind of people will always just watch others burn and let other people's light shine on them. Who is a smart person? Exit. The love in my heart is not enough to change the world. But there are always those who come after me and carry on my wish from generation to generation. Quote. One day, this world will be full of love. Will you help me realize this wish? With that said, Yuan Zheng once again handed the power lock in his hand to the whale shark king. The whale shark king pondered for a moment. Finally, he took over the superpower lock from Yuan Zheng and put it on his wrist. Immediately afterwards, the abnormal energy in his body began to surge. A set of dark blue armor also covered his whole body. So far, the whale shark king, one of the 4 guardians of the underworld. Officially born. Chapter 37. What has been done will be done again, and what has been done will be done again. Begging to subscribe. I saw the whale shark king wearing a superpower lock. Yuan Zheng looked at him and said again. Whale shark king, since you are a strong man, you can either protect the world or destroy it. I hope you remember your promise today. Yuan Zheng's words had not yet finished. A roar came from not far away. No, everyone turned to look at the sound. I saw Taylor appearing there at some point. The previous scene, Taylor had a view of it all. And that's exactly why, at this moment, Taylor seemed so excited. It can even be said to be a bit broken. Because he never thought of it. The whale shark king's superpower lock was actually given to him by his master Yuan Zheng. And it was precisely because of his master's move 10,000 years ago. Only then did he create the whale shark king, one of the 4 guardians of the underworld. That's why the Golden Elephant clan has been enslaved by the whale shark clan ever since. It is precisely because of Yuan Zheng's move that, even he himself will die at the hands of the whale shark king in 10,000 years. Looking at the scene in front of me, Terry only felt a little broken. He looked at Yuan Zheng, whale shark king and others, and shouted excitedly. No, we can't let him become the whale shark king. But everyone's reaction made Taylor understand. All this is simply not something you can change. He took off the ability lock from his wrist. He threw it to the ground hard. This all makes no sense. After making such a roar, Terry ran out without looking back. Rocks D. Gal D. Roger. Indeed, after all, in a sense, both the Scorpion King and the Whale Shark King were actually created by Long Jian and Tai Lei themselves. Closing square bracket. Edward Newgate. 10,000 years ago, I saved the other party with my own hands, but 10,000 years later, I had to kill the other party with my own hands. Is this the so-called reincarnation? Kaido. I really didn't expect that the Whale Shark King's superpower lock actually got it from Yuan Zheng. Charlotte Linlin. Well, that Yuan Zheng actually voluntarily gave up the power lock and promised not to use any force from now on. Isn't it a bit stupid? Shanks. No, I think Yuan Zheng's approach can better explain the love he talks about. At least on this point, he does it much better than Huang. Shiki. Jia ha. Indeed, Yuan Zheng promised the Whale Shark King never to use force again, so even when he was killed by several weaklings from the Golden Elephant tribe 10,000 years later, he never used force to resist. John. Although the Snow Queen talks about the same thing as Yuan Zheng, saying that force is not the solution to problems, love is, but she can directly use the Holy Glory Nebula to give you a big blow in the next second. Silver Axe. In this comparison, Snow Emperor can only be regarded as hypocritical. Yuan Zheng is the real person with great love. Akoku. It's a pity that Yuan Zheng still thinks of human nature and reality a little too beautifully. Sengoku. At this time, Yuan Zheng must have never imagined that he would die in the hands of the Whale Shark King 10,000 years later. Zephyr. No, to be more precise, Yuan Zheng died in the hands of those Golden Elephant clan members. It was clear that Yuan Zheng voluntarily gave up everything, gave up force, gave up glory and wealth, and worked as a slave for so long with the people of the Golden Elephant clan. However, those few people from the Golden Elephant clan actually turned around and killed him. Monkey D. Garp. Yuan Zheng's final result is indeed a pity, but at the same time it is ironic, showing that the love Yuan Zheng believes in cannot solve everything. Kong. Yuan Zheng does have love in his own heart, but this does not mean that there must be love in other people's hearts. I can only say, never test human nature. Monkey D. Dragon. The same goes for the Whale Shark King. He clearly promised to help Yuan Zheng fulfill his wish, but in the end he embarked on the path of ruling the Golden Elephant clan with force and became extremely cruel. Sabo. But this just proves that the concept of the Whale Shark King is correct. Human desires are like mountains and rolling stones. Once you start, you can never stop. Emporio Ivankov. Perhaps when the Whale Shark King promised Yuan Zheng 10,000 years ago, he really did not think about becoming what he would be like 10,000 years later, but his ever-expanding desire eventually pushed him to that point. Ending. Lindbergh. Combining the past 10 years ago, it is difficult to imagine how sad and desolate one will feel when Yuan Zheng died at the hands of those Golden Elephant clan members 10 years later. Crow. It took Yuan Zheng 10,000 years to finally prove that everything he insisted on was actually wrong. It was unrealistic and impossible to solve the problem purely with love. Bartholomew Kuma. Such an ending is really disappointing. Jinbei. And it was precisely because Taylor knew everything after 10,000 years that when he saw the scene 10,000 years ago, his heart was so broken, right? Dracul Mahawk. It's no wonder he is. I'm afraid no matter who it is, they won't be able to accept such a thing. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. And these once again prove that in this real and cruel world, the Snow Emperor's method is simply unworkable. Only by following Pluton's method can it most effectively avoid chaos. Sir Crocodile. Compared with Snow Emperor's idea, Pluton's idea is indeed completely crushed. Gecko Moria. Do you think there is a possibility that all the Super Beast warriors will defect to Pluton's camp and come together to fight against the Snow Emperor? Marshall D. Teach. If this is really the case, it would be really interesting. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Tyre dropped the ability lock and left, returned to the place where Shojin and others were. Not surprisingly, Tai Lei was once again besieged by the Golden Elephant clan and the Whale Shark clan. Having lost his faith, he was quickly defeated. $31. Yuan Zheng, Whale Shark King and others also rushed over quickly. They announced the good news to the Golden Elephant tribe and the Whale Shark tribe that they would peacefully coexist in the future. For a while, people from both ethnic groups raised their arms and shouted, "Freedom! Free! Peace! Righto!" just when everyone was cheering. However, Taylor couldn't help but roared again. Meaningless. This all makes no sense. This is just the beginning of another catastrophe. They are free now, but soon, their desires will not be satisfied. They will occupy their respective territories to grow food and build houses. And then seize other people's land to grow food and build houses. Human desires are like rolling stones on mountains. Once you start, you can't stop. Force cannot change the world. Love cannot change the world either. Because it is impossible to achieve eternal peace in this world. Rox D. Gall D. Roger. In the video, you see the expression on the Whale Shark King's face when he heard what Taylor said. At this moment, is he thinking, how do these words sound? Does it sound so familiar? Edward Newgate. Gu la la la, doesn't this sound familiar? Aren't these the same words that Whale Shark King said to Taylor after 10,000 years? Kaido. Then tell me, who said these words first? It was Tai Lei who told the Whale Shark King 10,000 years ago, so the Whale Shark King said it again 10,000 years later. For Taylor, or is it just the opposite? Charlotte Linlin. Well, Kaido, this kind of complex problem is obviously not something that old and rough pirates like us can figure out, so let's leave it to geniuses like Vegapunk. Vegapunk. Well, this is indeed a question worth thinking about. It seems that when I have time, I will have to study more knowledge related to space-time paradox. Video continues. Taylor's words. Not only was it not recognized by the Golden Elephant clan and the Whale Shark clan, it was even thought that he wanted to use these words to sow discord between the two ethnic groups, which had finally been eased. Then, the people of the Golden Elephant clan and the Whale Shark clan once again planned to attack the Tai Lei group. This directly frightened Slender Jun beside him. He quickly pulled Tai Lei and prepared to leave the third parallel universe. And just when they were about to leave, Yuan Zheng suddenly called out to Tai Lei again. Wait a minute, this little brother, your ability is locked. With that said, Yuan Zheng took out the power lock that Tai Lei had thrown down earlier. However, Taylor just shook his head and said, I no longer need this ability lock. You give him to someone more suitable. Yuan Zheng asked with doubts. How? Don't you want to become a Super Beast Warrior? Terry responded moodily. The mission of the Super Beast Warrior has ended. Because of their mission, it never made any sense. Things that have already happened must be looked at later. What has been done will be done again. Say it. Taylor boarded the Xuanwu spacecraft without looking back. Slender Jun and Lisa also wanted to comfort Taylor. But it doesn't work at all. And Long Jian, who has a similar experience to Tai Lei. He clearly understands how the other person feels at the moment. So he didn't say much. Immediately afterwards, Slender Jun, Long Jian and Tai Lei set out again. Start traveling to the Earth of the fourth parallel universe. The camera turned. The scene soon came to the fourth parallel universe. Same as 10,000 years later. The fourth parallel universe Earth 10,000 years ago. The Cloud Bat Legion is also the only overlord here. The only thing that is slightly different is, the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion at this time was not Yi Lingyun, but Night Owl. At this moment, the Cloud Bat Legion is under the leadership of Night Owl. Fight against the Tiger Legion under the Snow Emperor. At that time, the Cloud Bat Legion has not yet mastered the means of the Cloud Bat formation. Therefore, the overall strength is still slightly weaker than that of the Tigers. As the war continues, the Cloud Bat Legion began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Even Night Owl is somewhat defeated by the generals of the Tiger Legion. First, he was blown away by the opponent's blow. Then, before he could recover, he came to his senses. The general of the Tiger Legion had already rushed in front of Yi Shaozi again. The sharp tiger claws swung down mercilessly. If you are hit by this blow, Night Owl will definitely be seriously injured. And just when Yi Owl was shocked and turned pale, a purple stream of light flew quickly from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Owl. It was a huge purple shield. It seems to be transformed from a certain super beast. The huge purple shield blocked all the Tiger Legion generals' attacks. Then it quickly transformed into a purple cloud bat super beast. Fight with the general of the Tiger Army. That person is quite powerful. The speed is extremely fast. After a fierce fight, the general of the Tiger Army was actually at a disadvantage. He stared at the purple cloud bat super beast with an extremely solemn expression and asked in a deep voice. Who are you? The purple cloud bat super beast responded. Yi Lingyun. This voice came from the cloud bat god. Compared with Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years, he is a little less mature and seems a little immature. But at the same time, a few more minutes of Yi Lingyun's arrogance that had long since faded away after 10,000 years. Sengoku. Yi Lingyun. Is this the Yi Lingyun who appeared 10,000 years ago? I didn't expect that he was already so strong 10,000 years ago. Zephyr. Speaking of which, I remember that Yi Lingyun, who was 10,000 years later, seemed to have traveled through time with Super Beast Team. Could he also be 10,000 years later? Where is this fourth parallel universe in front of us? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that there are two Yi Lingyuns existing at the same time in this time and space? Monkey D. Garp. Two Yi Lingyuns. Then this is really interesting. It would be even more fun if the two of them could meet. Sakazuki. Not only that, I remember that little chubby Slim Jun also promised the Night Owl after 10,000 years to find and resurrect the Night Owl 10 years ago and go to the Lei room. Group method. Kuzan. But how can we resurrect the Night Owl and the Cloud Bat Legion after 10,000 years? Porcelino. Is it possible that he really wanted to kill Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago? But with that little chubby guy's fighting ability, it seems impossible to do it. Opening parenthesis. XX. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Yi Lingyun, I didn't expect there to be a master like you in the Cloud Bat Legion. The general of the Tiger Legion looked at Yi Lingyun with a bit of surprise in his tone. Yi Lingyun responded calmly, I just joined. The general of the Tiger Army smiled and said coldly, that's really a pity. You just joined and you're going to die here. The moment the words fell, several soldiers of the Tiger Legion attacked Yi Lingyun at the same time. Yi Lingyun showed no sign of weakness. One person can fight alone against several people and still be able to maintain a steady advantage. Until the general of the Tiger Army also joined the battle. Only then did Yi Lingyun be repelled. He didn't stop until he retreated to a piece of magma. Haha. Yi Lingyun, do you think you can defeat our Cloud Bat Army alone? Do you think you can change the outcome of the entire battle by yourself? You are too arrogant. The general of the Tiger Legion sneered as he attacked Yi Lingyun again. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, controlled the Cloud Bat God to fly high into the sky. He easily dodged the opponent's attack. Immediately afterwards, both sides performed stunts at the same time. Blazing Flame Technique. Death Moon Tribulation. The attacks of the two men crossed each other in the air. Yi Lingyun was hit by the opponent's Blazing Flame Technique and fell to the ground. But his Death Moon Tribulation seemed to be wrong. The general of the Tiger Corps was not hit. Instead, it fell into the magma in front of the opponent. See it. The general of the Tiger Legion couldn't help but sneer. I thought why the trick was so powerful, but it turns out it's just that. For such ridicule, Yi Lingyun didn't care. Instead, he said in a slightly playful tone. Yeah. Hearing the words blocked, the general of the Tiger Army seemed to sense something was wrong. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 38. The higher we fly, the smaller we become in the eyes of those who cannot fly. Begging to subscribe. Just when the general of the Tiger Legion mocked Yi Lingyun. 21. The ground beneath his feet began to shake crazily. The ground was torn apart. The red and hot magma below was exposed. See this scene. The general of the Tiger Army felt bad. When he ordered everyone under his command to flee and evacuate. It's too late. Boom. Boom. Next moment, accompanied by huge roars, countless magma suddenly spewed out. It hit those Tiger Legion soldiers hard. What's more, one figure is unstable. They just fell directly into the magma that was enough to melt them. For a while, there were constant wails and screams. At this time, Yi Lingyun had already led the Cloud Bat Army to fly high into the sky. Not affected by magma eruptions at all. See it. The Tiger General raised his head. Angry and angry, he shouted at Yi Lingyun. Are you just going to run away? Yi Lingyun didn't care. He just responded calmly. The higher we fly, the smaller we become in the eyes of those who cannot fly. Finished. He led the Cloud Bat Army to circle in the sky several times. Then he left leisurely. The Tiger Legion was under a volcanic eruption that was as powerful as 100 atomic bombs detonating at the same time. The army was defeated and suffered heavy casualties. John. Hiss. This Yi Lingyun is not only powerful, but he also knows how to use tactics and strategies, and he easily severely damaged the Tiger Army. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. This is the advantage of being able to fly. The guys in the Tiger Legion were probably dumbfounded. Silver Axe. The general of the Tiger Army is really hilarious. One second he was madly mocking Yi Lingyun, and the next second he was scared like a grandson. Akoku. Yi Lingyun must be still very young at this time, right? He has just joined the Cloud Bat Legion and has made such great achievements. It is no wonder that he later replaced Ye Xiaozi as the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. Kaido. If it weren't for Yi Lingyun in this battle, judging from the strength gap between the two armies, the Cloud Bat Legion would probably have suffered heavy casualties this time. Charlotte Linlin. Well, it seems that the Cloud Bat army 10,000 years ago was not very strong. Unexpectedly, 10,000 years later it became the strongest army in the 7 parallel universes. Edward Newgate. All of this is probably due to Yi Lingyun's leadership and the Cloud Bat formation he later created. Kuzan. Speaking of which, the Tiger Legion couldn't resist the volcanic eruption. Is the power of magma that strong? I feel like that, Porosalino. Kuzan, why do I feel like your words have some other meaning? 537 Sakazuki. Kuzan, if you think my magma is too weak, you can come and try a fight with me. There is no need to be weird here. Sengoku. That's enough. You, the Marine Admiral, are still arguing in front of so many people. You don't think it's embarrassing, but first, the Marine Admiral, think it's embarrassing. Monkey D. Garp. But I think what Kuzan said is actually correct. If the magma in the video is similar to Sakazuki's magma, it should not be enough to kill or injure the Tiger Legion that can be armed with super beasts. Is it so tragic? Crane. Maybe it's because their world is different from ours, so even the power of magma must be much greater, right? Zephyr. It seems that this is the only way to explain it. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing. Yi Lingyun led the Cloud Bat Legion to return with a great victory. Soon he was summoned by Night Owl. Night Owl sat on the main seat at the front. Yi Lingyun looked down and said, Yi Lingyun, your contribution to this battle is the greatest. From now on, you will be my deputy. As soon as these words came out, the Cloud Bat Legion soldiers below also shouted, Yi Lingyun, Yi Lingyun. However, in such cheers, Yi Lingyun just shook his head calmly. This victory was a pure fluke. Your strategy less, purely combative fighting style will only destroy our Cloud Bat Legion. As soon as these words came out, Yi Owl's face suddenly darkened. He stood up from the main seat and asked, Yi Lingyun, what exactly do you want to say? Yi Lingyun said calmly, actually, if our Cloud Bat Legion fights alone, it is the weakest among the 7 parallel universes. I have come up with a formation specifically for our Cloud Bat Legion. It can greatly improve our combat effectiveness. Let our Cloud Bat Legion become the strongest army in the universe. Hear the words. The soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion looked refreshed. Seems a little excited, but Yi Xiaozi's face was full of doubts. He said in a deep voice, Yi Lingyun, you have just joined our Cloud Bat Legion, why should I trust your formation? Yi Lingyun responded, you don't need to believe me. Just believe the facts, said. Yi Lingyun turned around and walked out. Who wants to practice this formation with me? Believe me, just come with me. The words fell. Yi Lingyun drove the Yunbat and left directly. And after he left, several soldiers from the Cloud Bat Legion also emerged from the ranks. He looked at Yi Owl and asked, please give permission, General. See this scene. The expression on Yi Owl's face became a little more gloomy. Monkey D. Dragon. If you guessed correctly, the formation that Yi Lingyun mentioned in the video should be the Cloud Bat formation, right? Sabo. Facts have proved that he did what he said, turning the group into the strongest group in the 7 universes. Emporio Ivankov. That Night Owl still doesn't believe in Yi Lingyun's formation, he will be slapped in the face later. Lindbergh. It can be seen that Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago was indeed quite arrogant. He had just joined the Cloud Bat Legion and dared to confront the leader Ye Xiaozi without showing any mercy to him. Mori. But he does have the strength and capital to be arrogant. Plus, he is still in his teenage years. As the saying goes, people are not arrogant in vain. Crow. I don't know if the calm Yi Lingyun 10 years ago meets the young self 10 years ago, what kind of sparks will be created between the two? Amid everyone's curiosity and expectations, the video continues to play. Yi Lingyun brought several soldiers from the Cloud Bat Legion, came to an open area and started practicing the Cloud Bat formation. After witnessing the powerful power of the Cloud Bat formation, The soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion were also shocked. At the same time quite excited. So amazing. With this formation, our Cloud Bat Legion will be invincible in the future. Yes, the more people participating in the Cloud Bat formation, the more powerful it becomes. If there are enough people, we can defeat any opponent, including the Snow Emperor. Yi Lingyun looked at a few people. His chest was also full of ambition and pride. He said loudly, as long as we practice this Cloud Bat formation, our Cloud Bat army will be invincible and invincible in the future. Passionate words echoed, but the next moment, a voice came faintly from not far away. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Hear this voice. Yi Lingyun and others suddenly frowned slightly. They turned their heads and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Then he saw a little fat man jumping out from behind the stone. It's Slim Jun. After Slim Jun came to the fourth parallel universe. I have not forgotten the promise I made to Night Owl after 10,000 years. To help the Cloud Bat Legion resurrect after 10,000 years. But at this time, both Long Jian and Tai Lei had lost their belief in fighting. And Shou Shoujin himself does not have any fighting ability. It is obviously impossible to resurrect the Cloud Bat Legion 10,000 years later by killing Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago. Even Lisa, the artificial intelligence of the Xuanwu spacecraft, persuaded the other party to give up such an idea. But Slim Jun always sticks to his promise no matter what he says. So after some thought and consideration, Slim Jun decided to change his approach. That was to persuade Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years ago, to give up competing with Yi Shaozi for the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. In this case, the Cloud Bat Legion 10,000 years later will not perish because of this. It is with this idea in mind. Slender Junkai appeared in front of Yi Lingyun at this time. He looked at Yi Lingyun and continued. Your Cloud Bat army may not be invincible. Because it can't be destroyed. CGBI. Your Yi Lingyun's Cloud Bat shield. And your Cloud Bat Legion may not be invincible. Because in the end it was you who defeated yourselves. Regarding what Slender Jun said. Regardless of Yi Lingyun or the soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion. They are all a little confused. I don't understand what the other person wants to say. Slender Jun continued to explain. Quote. I'm here to convince you to give up the Cloud Bat formation. That is, he gave up on becoming the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. Actually, I'm doing it for your own good. Your Cloud Bat formation has a fatal weakness. And this weakness will eventually annihilate your entire army. And if you, Yi Lingyun, become the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion, it will also lead to 10,000 years later, you will personally destroy the entire Cloud Bat Legion. Said. Slim Jun briefly introduced the situation after 10,000 years to Yi Lingyun and others. He tried to dissuade him with a very serious expression. So, Yi Lingyun, I advise you to give up the Cloud Bat formation. Also give up being the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. Rox D. Zebek. Wait, why do I think this little chubby guy is not very smart? Gal D. Roger. I also think that if you want to resurrect the Cloud Bat Legion after 10,000 years, isn't it the easiest way? Just remind Yi Lingyun to be a little more wary of Yi Owl. Edward Newgate. Gu, if nothing else works, wouldn't it be better to let Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago kill Yi Owl directly? Kaido. That's right. Anyway, that little fat guy just promised to resurrect the Cloud Bat Legion, and he didn't say he would care about the life and death of Night Owl. Charlotte Linlin. Well, as expected, these little guys in the protagonist group are still too naive and don't know how to adapt at all. Shanks. He suddenly rushed out and said a bunch of nonsense. How could Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago? Closing square bracket. Marshall D. Teach. If nothing else happens, Yi Lingyun will probably attack that little chubby guy next, right? Inside the viewing screen, the content of the next video is exactly what everyone expected. Faced with Slender Jun's earnest persuasion, Yi Lingyun suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The story you made up is really fascinating. But it's so ridiculous. Hear the words. Slim Jun began to persuade again anxiously. This is not a story I made up, these are facts. Although these facts may sound strange. But it's all absolutely true. If you don't listen to my advice, 10,000 years later, you will destroy yourselves. Although Shojin said it with great sincerity, but Yi Lingyun remained unmoved. He snorted coldly and said, "You want me to believe you? The only way is, defeat me, say it." Yi Lingyun stopped talking nonsense to Slim Jun. He attacked the opponent directly. Slim Jun ran away in a hurry. And at this time, Long Jian and Tai Lei also rushed over. But now that they have lost their faith, they have no intention of fighting. He just planned to die with Miao Shojin. Yi Lingyun saw this. I also plan to give a few people a little respect. Randomly enter the Super Beast arms. Controlling the Cloud Bat God to float high in the sky. The strange energy all over his body continued to gather. Immediately afterwards, Death Moon Tribulation. Terrifying attacks fell from high in the sky. They quickly attacked Slim Jun and the others. And that's when, stop, accompanied by a sharp shout. A purple stream of light flew quickly from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he had landed in front of Shojin and others. He easily blocked the Death Moon Tribulation. Surprisingly, it is the Cloud Bat Shield. Immediately afterwards, Cloud Bat Shield changes form. A Cloud Bat God that was exactly the same as the one high in the sky appeared in everyone's sight. The Cloud Bat God high in the sky slowly descended. Two Cloud Bat Gods stand opposite each other, watching each other silently. Yi Lingyun, who was in front of 10,000 years, was the first to ask. "Who are you?" The words fell. The Cloud Bat God on the opposite side slowly turned into purple light spots and disappeared. And then appeared in everyone's sight. It was actually a man who looked exactly like Yi Lingyun in both appearance and body shape. The other party slowly said, "Maybe you don't believe it. I'm you from 10,000 years later. See this situation. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun also quit the Super Beast Armed Forces." He looked at the man opposite him who looked exactly like him with a face of shock and disbelief. My heart was more or less shaken. Me in 10,000 years. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be me? Yi Lingyun, who still didn't quite believe it, rushed forward immediately. A fierce battle began with the opponent. And after a battle, 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun was a little surprised to find out. It seems that he can't do anything to the other party at all. Even, some of the opponent's fighting methods and fighting habits are exactly the same as mine. This also made him couldn't help but start to believe. The person opposite may really be myself 10,000 years later. Then, he asked the other party's identity again. And why the other party appears here. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun patiently explained the cause and effect of the matter to him again. After listening to 10,000 years, Yi Lingyun's narration. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun asked again. Since you said it was an accident, then why did you interfere in what happened here just now? Why do you want to save them? 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun's expression seemed a little solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Because I'm just like them. I don't want to see you 10,000 years from now. Destroy the entire Cloud Bat Legion with your own hands." Chapter 39. If you can't solve the problem, then get rid of the person who caused the problem. Begging to subscribe, Monkey D. Luffy appeared. Yi Lingyun from 10,000 years later also came as expected. The two of them look so alike, standing next to each other I can't tell who is who. Roronoa Zoro. Nonsense, they are the same person, can they be different? Trafalgar Law. It seems that Yi Lingyun, who is 10,000 years later, also wants to prevent himself from becoming the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion 10,000 years ago. Eustace Kid. After all, 10,000 years later, the Cloud Bat Legion was destroyed by his own hands. This feeling is probably not good for anyone, I guess. Kira. So that's why Yi Lingyun, 10,000 years later, wants to give up being the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion in exchange for the opportunity to resurrect the Cloud Bat Legion. Capone Beige. But the question is, even if Yi Lingyun 10 years later came out to persuade him in person, would Yi Lingqiu, who had been in the north years ago, really give up competing with Yi Shaozi for the position of leader of the Legion? Basil Hawkins. The Yi Lingyun before 10,000 years was obviously more arrogant than the Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years. To be honest, I think he might not really care about this. X Drake. If these two people disagree, they might even fight over it. Arouge. Is Yi Lingyun before 10,000 years vs Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years? Interesting. Scourgeman Apu. If these two really fight, who can win? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. What did you say? If you say what Slim Jun said before, 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun didn't care. So now 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun said this. But it made Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years ago, have to pay attention. Because the other party's identity is too special. A version of myself that came back from 10,000 years later. There is absolutely no need to deceive yourself over trivial matters. Yi Lingyun knew himself very well. It is precisely because of this. Only then did he feel that what the other party said might be true. That is to say, 10,000 years later, is the Cloud Bat Legion really going to be destroyed by myself? This made Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years ago, a little shocked and incredulous. And opposite him, Yi Lingyun, who came from 10,000 years later, continued. Perhaps God gives our Cloud Bat Legion a chance to be reborn. Let me come here to convince you. Let you give up competing with Night Owl for the position of leader. Quote. This is the root cause of the final destruction of the Cloud Bat Legion. After hearing these words, 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun suddenly laughed. In my opinion, you came here to fight me. Because you also want to seize the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. For Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago, becoming a strong man is his belief and pursuit, and seize the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. From the perspective of Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago, it is a proof of becoming a strong person. Item 1. If the person opposite is really myself 10,000 years later, then the other person's beliefs and pursuits should be the same as yours. The other party may also want to compete with him for the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. Ratto. Hear these speculations from him. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun just shook his head slightly. He said with seriousness and sincerity, being strong used to be everything in my life. But from the moment I destroyed the Cloud Bat Legion with my own hands, I just realized how ridiculous the strong are. Our greatest enemy. Actually, it's us. Our Cloud Bat Legion is invincible. But in the end I was defeated by myself. Regarding these words of Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun strongly disagreed. He retorted, no, your failure only shows that you are not a good leader. It only shows that you are not a real strong person. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun shook his head and said, strong is weak, weakness is strong. When you think you are the strongest, that is actually when you are the weakest. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun was extremely angry and shouted. Shut up, you are simply insulting the name strong. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun said helplessly. How on earth do you have to believe what I say? 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun said without hesitation. It's easy. Strength. Please let your strength speak. Hear the words. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun gently stretched out his palm. Please. The words fell. The two of them rushed out at the same time, fighting fiercely together. Buggy. What a guy. These two Yi Lingyuns are so polite, they actually said the word, please, before fighting. Rox D. Shaki. Jia ha 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 ha. It seems that neither of these two Yi Lingyun can convince anyone. John. It is obvious that Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years seems to have changed a lot compared to himself before 10,000 years, both in terms of personality and beliefs. Silver Axe. To be more precise, Yi Lingyun's personality began to change after personally destroying the Cloud Bat Legion. Akoku. But Yi Lingyun, who had not experienced all this 10,000 years ago, obviously did not understand all this, so he would not hesitate to fight with himself 10,000 years later. Gal D. Roger. Fighting with yourself, such a scene is rare, exciting. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. Then let us predict a wave, who will be stronger in the end. Kaido. Needless to say, it must be Yi Lingyun who is 10,000 years later. After all, he has lived 10,000 years longer. How could his strength not improve at all? Charlotte Linlin. Well, I don't think so. In terms of strength, Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years is definitely stronger, but Yi Lingyun before 10,000 years seems to be more militant. The attack method is also more radical, maybe there will be a chance to make a comeback. Shanks. The result of this battle. I know. Yi Lingyun won in the end. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Edward Newgate, Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Shanks, you kid, you really listen to your words as if you were listening to your words. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The two Yi Lingyuns were still fighting fiercely at this moment. The movements and speed of both of them are extremely fast. It's almost to the point where it's dazzling and impossible to see clearly. And as the battle continues, 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun gradually began to gain an advantage. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun's offensive was extremely fierce. But his attacks were easily dodged by Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years later. Not only that, while dodging the attack, 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun was even able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. With one kick, Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years in front of him, was kicked a long way away. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun looked at the other party and said calmly, "Do you know why you lost just now? That is because strength and weakness can be converted into each other. When you attack the enemy with your strongest posture, your weakest weakness will appear at the same time. FFFLX. Every attack you just made on me. I can even catch your flaw and hit it with one strike." Hear this. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun still refused to admit defeat. He summoned the Cloud Bat God again and entered the Super Beast arm. A more intense duel began with Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years later. And in the process of fighting, 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun deliberately ran away. Led Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years later, to the location where the Cloud Bat army was destroyed 10,000 years later. It's here. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun gave another earnest persuasion. But Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years ago, still had no intention of following the other party's advice. The two sides fought again. Until then, seeing that persuasion had no effect, Yi Lingyun finally used all his strength. He beat Yi Lingyun away 10,000 years ago again and again. Righto. Because the two of them are the same person. Even if they come from different time and space. But the feelings between each other are also interconnected. Therefore, although the situation on the court was that 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun was unilaterally abused. But 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun was also injured. If Yi Lingyun died 10,000 years ago, 10,000 years later, he will also die with him. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun found it difficult to accept this fact. Unable to bear it, he actually directly ordered several Cloud Bat Legion soldiers on the side to activate the Cloud Bat formation. "I don't believe you can defeat our Cloud Bat formation." With the blessing of the Cloud Bat formation, 10,000 years ago, the supernatural energy in Yi Lingyun's body suddenly surged. At the same time, the Death Moon Tribulation was launched again to attack. Saw this scene. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun sighed helplessly. "Since I can't convince you, then I have to get rid of you." Finished. He first used the Cloud Bat Shield. Block all attacks from the Cloud Bat formation. Then he seized the short-term flaw after the Cloud Bat formation launched an attack. With lightning speed, it can cover your ears. He struck hard at Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years ago. Accompanied by a scream, the violent backlash began to spread to the entire Cloud Bat formation. The soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion fell to the ground one after another. The two Yi Lingyuns were also seriously injured at almost the same time. He fell heavily to the ground. The Cloud Bat God also disappeared. The strange energy in the two people's bodies began to drop sharply. The breath of life also became weaker. Poor Salino. I didn't expect that Yi Lingyun would become so ruthless that he even killed himself. He was really a wolf killer. Please give me flowers. Kuzan. Allah, I didn't expect that this battle would end in a lose-lose outcome. Sakazuki. If the two people's feelings were not combined. If so, Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago is no match for Yi Lingyun 10,000 years later. Sengoku. Yi Lingyun actually did not hesitate to kill his own self 10,000 years ago to resurrect the Cloud Bat Legion. This kind of consciousness is really admirable. Zephyr. Now that the vitality of these two people is constantly weakening, are they really going to die together? Probably not. After all, the Super Beast team is still watching. I remember there is a healing elf on their Xuanwu spaceship. Monkey D. Garp. I just don't know if Yi Lingyun will change his mind after being rescued 10,000 years ago and give up competing with Yi Owl for the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. Where is the location? Video continues. Just as everyone guessed, seeing Yi Lingyun and the others, both sides suffer losses. They were about to both die before their eyes. Slim Jun immediately contacted Beibu, the healing elf who stayed in the Xuanwu spacecraft. Let him treat to Yi Lingyun. Soon, both of them recovered from their serious injuries and dying. Yi Lingyun, who was in front of 10,000 years, looked at the other party and said again. Do you now know the weaknesses of the Cloud Bat formation? Strong is weak, weak is strong. The most powerful attack. Just don't attack. Offensives are always short-lived. Your situation is the same. The stronger you are, the more dangerous you are. Because everyone will deal with you and pay attention to you. 0. Including the enemy standing opposite you. And your own people standing behind you. Hear this. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun seemed to suddenly realize something. He looked at himself opposite and asked. Is it betrayal? Is it Night Owl? 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun was noncommittal. He just continued to say in a deep voice. Everything has a cause and effect, and we should look for the cause within ourselves. Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but ask. Then what do you think the reason is? 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun replied. When I personally destroyed the entire Cloud Bat Legion, I suddenly figured it out. If I was really for the Cloud Bat Legion, I shouldn't have competed for the position of leader in the first place. In this way, the Cloud Bat Legion will be more united. Only then can we become the strongest army in the universe. At this time, Slim Jun also took the opportunity to step forward. Helpfully added, Yi Lingyun, actually we are all doing this for your own good. Just give up being a leader. Otherwise, 10,000 years later, your entire Cloud Bat Legion will be as dead as these few soldiers today. Yi Lingyun seemed to be still hesitating before meeting 10,000 years. Slender Jun said again anxiously. Oh, what are you still hesitating about? Giving up as a leader is your best choice. Until then, Ling Yun, who seemed to have been deep in thought before, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flickered slightly and he said, No, I have one more choice. Slender Jun couldn't help but ask. What choice? Destroy the Night Owls. Finish this sentence. 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun summoned the Cloud Bat to flash. Prepare to rush directly and kill the Night Owl. Rocks D. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. It seems that Yi Lingyun 10 years ago was indeed a sensible person. John. I was still wondering why no one thought of directly eliminating the Night Owl. Fortunately, it is now available. Silver Axe. Directly eliminate the Night Owls 10,000 years ago, so that Yi Lingyun 10,000 years later will not be stabbed in the back, and there will be no need to personally destroy the entire Cloud Bat army. More. So simple and crude. Akoku. And that Night Owl is not a good person at first glance. If he is kept, even if Night Owl gives up his position as the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion, he may still be the leader later. What other troubles will come out of this? Galdi Roger. Haha, I can only say that Yi Lingyun before 10,000 years and Yi Lingyun after 10,000 years. Although these two people are the same person, their state of mind has indeed changed. Completely different. Edward Newgate. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun is calmer and seems to have become more upright, while 10,000 years ago, Yi Lingyun believed in the supremacy of strength and self-confidence. Arrogant and flamboyant, that's why he thought of the solution of directly killing Yi Owl. Shanks. Since we can't solve the trouble, we might as well just get rid of the people who caused the trouble, ha 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 ha. Kaido. Ha, this way, things will become more interesting. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I don't know if Yi Lingyun 10,010 years ago succeeded in killing Yi Owl in the end. 10,000. Chapter 40 Pluton appears again. The explosive world of pirates begging to subscribe. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing 1. Seeing Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago, he wanted to kill Yi Shaozi directly. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun hurriedly said, even if you eliminate the Night Owl, there will still be another Night Owl. The real reason for the destruction of the Cloud Bat Legion. It's you. Strong as weak, weak as strong. Too strong will expose your fatal weakness. Giving up will make you gain more. Stop being so stubborn. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun became unusually excited. However, Yi Lingyun, who was 10 years ago, couldn't listen to anything else at this moment. Without any hesitation, he drove the Cloud Bat and left this place. Immediately afterwards, the camera turned. The scene came to the main hall of the Cloud Bat Legion. Yi Lingyun slowly walked in from outside the door. On the high platform, Night Owl turned around to look at the other person first and said, "What, Yi Lingyun, are you here to challenge my position today?" Yi Lingyun nodded and said, "Choose the strongest in a fair duel. This is the only rule for our Cloud Bat Legion to choose its leader." Hear the words. Night Owl sneered disdainfully. "Haha, you are a young boy who has only joined us for less than 3 days. You just want to challenge me. Do you know, how long did I, Night Owl, have to work hard in the Cloud Bat Legion to reach the position of leader?" Yi Lingyun didn't care and said, "Ability has nothing to do with qualifications." Yi Owl was extremely angry and snorted coldly. "Humph, what a loud tone. It seems I won't do it if I don't teach you a lesson today. Say it." The two of them stopped talking nonsense. Immediately they were fully armed and started the duel. With great strength, Yi Lingyun couldn't be too relaxed about Wu Sanqi, Pang Yi Shaozi. The battle on the field was completely one-sided. Yi Owl was beaten so hard that he had no ability to fight back. And just when Yi Lingyun was about to give the opponent the final blow and end the battle completely. But he couldn't help but replay the previous scenes in his mind. Those words spoken by myself 10,000 years later. The moment echoed in his ears. Yi Lingyun hesitated, stopped. He did not give Night Owl the final fatal blow. Night Owl fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed state, coughing up blood in the mouth. After seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion in the main hall. They actually came forward one after another. Yi Lingyun was surrounded in the middle. He looked ready to take action at any time. "Sengoku. What's going on? Didn't Yi Lingyun say he wanted to kill Yi Shaozi? Why did he suddenly show mercy at the critical moment?" Zephyr. Could it be that Yi Lingyun's words 10 years ago affected him and caused his thoughts to gradually change? In fact, what Yi Lingyun said after 10,000 years is not unreasonable. Even if Yi Owl is killed now, the next Yi Owl will definitely appear. Monkey D. Garp. Just look at the reactions of the Cloud Bat Legion soldiers in the video. They clearly promised a fair fight, but seeing Yi Owl lose, they actually stood up and surrounded Yi Lingyun among his ministers. Sakazuki. After all, Yi Lingyun at this time is still just a newcomer who has just joined the Cloud Bat Legion for less than 3 days. No matter how strong he is, how can he win over the crowd so quickly? Kuzan. And 10,000 years later, when Yi Owl stabbed Yi Lingyun in the back, not many soldiers from the Cloud Bat Legion stood up to support Yi Lingyun. It can be seen that Yi Lingyun actually never get the true loyalty of the Cloud Bat Legion. Porisalino. Well, they just have to obey each other's orders because of Yi Lingyun's strength. Such a rule is indeed easy to be betrayed, even without Yi Owl. Kong. In comparison, Pluton would not make such a mistake. Not only is he extremely powerful, but he is also able to win the loyalty of his subordinates very well. In this regard, Yi Lingyun is still better than Pluton. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Night Owl took a little breath. He stood up, looked at Yi Lingyun and asked, "Yi Lingyun, why did you show mercy just now?" Yi Lingyun responded in a low voice. Suddenly I believe what that person said. "What did you say?" Yi Shaozi was very confused about this. Yi Lingyun turned around and continued. "The strongest offense is defense." After murmuring softly, Yi Lingyun looked at Yi Shaozi and said seriously, "I now give up fighting for the position of leader. I will never argue with you again." Night Owl shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. This is definitely not what you mean. You must have other ideas. There is no way anyone doesn't want to be a leader." Faced with Yi Owl's doubts, Yi Lingyun was not in a hurry to respond. Instead, he suddenly took off the power lock on his wrist. As the superpower lock is removed, The purple armor on his body also disappeared. Yi Lingyun handed the power lock in his hand to Yi Shaozi and said, "This is for you." Night Owl asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Yi Lingyun said sincerely, "If we are suspicious of each other, the Cloud Bat Legion will never become the most powerful army in the universe. So, I will leave my power lock to you." Yi Shaozi took the power lock from Yi Lingyun's hand with some disbelief. The mouth is slightly open, with a complicated expression. Yi Lingyun continued, "Are you willing to believe me now? If you believe me, please order the Cloud Bat Legion to practice my Cloud Bat formation." Night Owl said hesitantly, "Duh, you should keep your ability lock yourself." Yi Lingyun shook his head gently and said, The Cloud Bat formation must be led by a leader with the strongest supernatural energy. I gave you the power lock just because I wanted you to believe me. At the same time, this is also the best way to enhance the supernatural energy in your body." Yi Owl is still a little embarrassed. "Duh, but this is so unfair to you." Yi Lingyun responded nonchalantly, "There's nothing unfair about it. I have only one purpose. It is to make the Cloud Bat Legion the strongest army in the universe." Seeing Yi Lingyun's attitude being so firm, Yi Owl didn't say anything more. He put the superpower lock on his hand. Then his eyes swept over the surrounding Cloud Bat Legion members. Shouted loudly, "The Cloud Bat Legion obeys the order. Group practice outside the palace. Cloud Bat formation. Rocks D. Shiki. No, I really don't understand this operation. John. Doesn't this mean that he is leaving his destiny to others?" Silver Axe. Even the power lock was given to Yi Shaozi, so if Yi Shaozi wanted to kill him later, wouldn't he not even have the slightest ability to resist? Akoku. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun only asked him to give up the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion, and did not ask him to give away his power lock. Kaido. What a guy. We cooperated with these super beast warriors to travel back to 10,000 years ago. They all went there to give power locks to others, right? Charlotte Linlin. Long Jian locked his own powers to Long Ying, Tai Lei lost his own powers to Yuan Zheng, and now even Yi Lingyun has locked his powers to Yi Shaozi. It's hard to comment. Douglas Bullet. When did the power lock become such a worthless thing? Marshall D. Teach. Mad, it would be great if I could also go to the super beast armed world. 10,000 years ago, you could pick up an energy lock anywhere. Gal D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingyun's behavior in the video is indeed beyond my expectations, but it is not incomprehensible. Silver Rayleigh. It is obvious that Yi Lingyun has really given up the pursuit of his own power at this moment. He has only one wish now, that is to make the Cloud Bat Legion the strongest army in the universe. Copper Jabba. It seems that in Yi Lingyun's heart, the Cloud Bat Legion does occupy a very important position. Edward Newgate. It was precisely in order to resurrect the Cloud Bat Legion that Yi Lingyun 10,000 years later would be so cruel as to kill himself. It was also precisely in order to make the Cloud Bat Legion the strongest that Yi Lingyun 10,000 years ago only then would he voluntarily give up the fight for the position of leader and give the power lock to Yi Shaozi. Shanks. I have to say that it is indeed admirable for Yi Lingyun to make such a decision. Ben Beckman. But one thing worth worrying about is, once Yi Owl betrays Yi Lingyun's trust, things may get even worse. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing 1. All this happened in the palace of the Cloud Bat Legion. Yi Lingyun was inside the Xuanwu spaceship. I also watched the entire process through my own power lock. Seeing myself 10,000 years ago reconciled with Night Owl, Yi Lingyun couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. He whispered to himself, "You finally understand." The tone was filled with relief. And at the same time, the supernatural lock that he originally wore on his wrist, it also gradually turned into little bits of light. Dissipated. Because Yi Lingyun gave the power lock to Yi Shaozi 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years later, Yi Lingyun naturally lost his power lock. But for that, Yi Lingyun didn't feel any regret. In his opinion, use a superpower lock to resurrect the entire Cloud Bat army. A deal that couldn't be more worthwhile. Slender Jun, Long Jian, Tai Lei and others were also grateful for it. And just when everyone was celebrating, the Xuanwu spacecraft suddenly detected a flash of extremely powerful energy. The other party is passing through the 4th parallel universe where they are. Go to the 5th parallel universe. See this situation. Slim Jun immediately asked artificial intelligence Lisa to check. Find out who this powerful energy belongs to. And the answer given by Lisa. Everyone present was shocked. The strange energy just now came from Zhang Yizi. After learning this result, Slim Jun suddenly became excited. He immediately gave orders to the Xuanwu spacecraft. Follow Zhang Yizi's departure. Go to the 5th parallel universe. Gecko Moria. Zhang Yizi. I almost forgot that there is such a number one person. Sir Crocodile. This Zhang Yizi has indeed not appeared for a long time. I didn't expect that he would suddenly appear at this moment. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The 5th parallel universe. Isn't that the underworld where Pluton and the others are? What does Zhang Yizi want to do when he rushes to the underworld at this moment? Jinbei. Judging from the previous video, Zhang Mingzi should also be a powerful person, and he seems to have many contacts with Pluton. Bartholomew Kuma. I remember it was mentioned in the previous video that Zhang Yizi once helped the underworld a lot, but it seemed that he also brought some trouble to the underworld. Dracul Mahawk. So the next video content is about events related to Zhang Yizi. Amidst everyone's curiosity and doubts, inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The screen came to the 5th parallel universe 10,000 years ago. In the 5th parallel universe at this time, the army of the underworld is fighting a fierce battle with the army of the Snow Emperor. The armies of wolves and lions. At this moment under the leadership of Lion King. They are charging towards the White Tiger clan's army. The two sides fought fiercely. Corpses were everywhere, and wailing was everywhere. This side of the White Tiger clan. Gui Jiyu has been hiding behind and firing secret arrows at the army of the underworld. The Lion King noticed this scene and immediately rushed forward. Start a confrontation with Gui Jiyu. However, the Lion King seems to be no match for Gui Jiyu. Even with the combined help of Silver Lion and Gold Lion, they were still easily repelled by Gui Jiyu. Fortunately, at this time, Pluton also rushed to the battlefield. He first caught the Lion King who was knocked away by Gui Jiyu. Then he took the opponent's place and fought against Gui Jiyu. In the face of Pluton's powerful strength, even Gui Jiyu is still no match. In 3 or 2 moves, Gui Jiyu was defeated steadily by Pluton. The Lion King saw this. Be prepared to pursue victory. He took a few steps forward and shouted angrily at Gui Jiyu. Gui Jiyu, you don't even think about going back alive today. However, face such threats, Gui Gu's face did not show the slightest trace of panic. The corner of his mouth also raised a sinister arc. Yeah, don't forget, if we die, another little life will die immediately. Hear the words. The Lion King was immediately furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "You, 5.6 degrees. Gui Jiyu had a playful and sinister smile on his face. Pluton looked forward and said, "Are you willing, Pluton?" Pluton's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "Do you want to blackmail me?" Gui Jiyu smiled and said, "It's not a blackmail, it's a transaction. Use your daughter's life in exchange for our lives. It's fair." As soon as Gui Jiyu said these words, we still have to wait for the reaction of Pluton and others in the video. The people in the pirate world who were watching the video at this moment were the first to explode. Flying squirrel. What does Gui Gu's words in the video mean? Does it mean that Pluton's daughter Tianyu is now in the hands of their White Tiger clan? Huo Shaoshan. And this Gui Jiyu actually threatened Tianyu's life and asked Pluton to let them go. Doberman. Damn it, this Ghost Valley is so despicable. Ghost Spider. I thought this Ghost Valley was not a good thing before, but now I see it is indeed true. Extra. Hasn't the Snow Emperor always claimed to be a teacher of justice? Why does he still have a despicable villain like Gui Jiyu under his command? Zephyr. Threatening Pluton with the life of Pluton's child is so disgusting. Monkey D. Garp. And it's obviously their Snow King troops who are invading the underworld and massacring the soldiers in the underworld. I have never seen Pluton's troops invading other parallels. Universe. Yes, it was the same in the 4th parallel universe before. I only saw the Snow Emperor's troops attacking the Cloud Bat Legion, but I didn't see the Cloud Bat Legion going to other parallel universes to attack others. Others. Sengoku. There is also a third parallel universe. If it weren't for Elder Yuanzheng, a man with true love, the Snow Emperor's troops would probably still be helping the Golden Elephant clan to suppress the slaves. Where's the Whale Shark clan? Kong. What the Snow King's troops did, how on earth do they have the nerve to say that Pluton and the others are cruel and bloodthirsty? Chapter 41. No matter how good the excuse is, it cannot conceal the nature of aggression. Begging to subscribe. In the movie watching chat group, everyone in the pirate world is fighting for Pluton. They were all madly accusing Guo Ye of his shameless behavior. At the same time, he was also criticizing the actions of the Snow Emperor and his troops. Just because of some unfounded suspicions. Then he led an army to invade other parallel universes without saying anything. Obviously it doesn't matter if it's the Underworld Army or the Cloud Bat Army. They never left their own territory. But the Snow Emperor's troops just broke in directly. Just put any crime on the other party. In the name of hindering peace. That is to start a war with the other party. I want to completely wipe out the Underworld Army and the Cloud Bat Army. Such behavior. Which side is the real cruelty and bloodthirsty? Which side is the real aggressor? As for Guigu, it's even more extreme. Leading troops to invade the Underworld. Crazy slaughter of the Underworld Army. He even snatched Pluton's infant daughter away. And use it as a blackmail. When one's own side is at a disadvantage. Use Tianyu's life as a bargaining chip. Threatening Pluton to let them go. Such behavior. What a villain. Even using the word despicable to describe the other party as a compliment. That's why, after seeing the scene in the video just now, everyone in the pirate world is like a pot exploding. And when everyone was angry about it, inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. In the screen, faced with Guigu threatening his daughter, Pluton's expression seemed a little more angry. He said in a deep voice, "Did not expect. The Snow Emperor will also have someone as sinister as you." Guo Ye sneered and said, "HMPH, to deal with insidious enemies, we must use insidious methods. Will you agree to my deal or not?" Pluton clenched his fists tightly. But he quickly released it. He said calmly, "From the day I decided to fight, I'm ready to be alone all my life." Say it. Pluton no longer intends to talk nonsense with Guo Ye. Take action directly and brazenly. Blast out a huge ball of light with abnormal energy. He flew quickly towards the Ghost Valley. Guo Ye looked serious. Be prepared to resist Pluton's attack with a hard 26 head-on. Shido. At this time, stop. A short figure suddenly appeared in front of Guo Ye. Blocked Pluton's attack. Everyone looked intently. It was a short old man with a snake head and a turtle body. There is also a thick turtle shell on the back. Guo Ye looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and asked, "Who are you?" The old man looked sideways at the other party and responded in a deep voice. "Zan Yizi." Hear the words. Everyone was shocked. Zan Yizi from the first parallel universe. Everyone present has heard of this name. The opponent is very strong. But a clear stance has never been taken. Neither is on the side of the Snow Emperor. Not in Pluton's camp either. After hearing Zan Yizi's self-introduction, Pluton also looked at the other party and asked, "Zan Yizi, what do you want to do here?" Zan Yizi slowly opened his mouth and said, "I just hope you both can put an end to the war." Hear the words. The Lion King stepped forward angrily and said, "HMPH, do you think that your words can quell our war?" Zan Yizi responded calmly, "Man proposes, God disposes. I'm just trying my best." Said. He turned around and looked at Guigu behind him, and continued. "Ghost Valley, this is the place of the underworld. Since they don't welcome you, I hope you can go back. Go back to your Snow Emperor's territory." Hear the words. Guo Ye nodded happily. "Good, we're trying to exit the underworld. Shiki. Damn it, this Ghost Valley is really shameless. What do you mean they are trying to exit the underworld? It's obvious that they can't defeat Pluton. You just want to escape from the set, right? John. Haha. I came to invade the underworld, but I couldn't defeat him and wanted to escape, but he said that I was trying to exit the underworld. This Ghost Valley really puts a lot of money on my face. Silver Axe. And with Guo Gu's strength, if Pluton's daughter wasn't in his hands, Pluton would have destroyed them long ago. How could he have waited until now? Akoku. This Zon Yizi is also. Is it a bit too much to stand up and be a peacemaker at this time? Gall D. Roger. If my child is snatched away by the enemy, there is no way I will let him go until I get the child back. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. I heard Gui Jiyu say that he wanted to exit the underworld. The Lion King immediately shouted angrily, I'm afraid it's not that easy if you want to escape unscathed. Zon Yizi turned around again, looked at the Lion King, and said softly, when will the injustice be repaid? Pluton, you'd better let them go. Pluton didn't respond, just asked. That's it. Are you, Zon Yizi, going to help them? Zon Yizi shook his head slightly. I only help the weak. Pluton said somewhat amusedly. Do you think they are weak? Zon Yizi responded. At least for now. Pluton's voice gradually turned cold. But do you know, how many warriors from the underworld have we sacrificed before? Zon Yizi's voice was still calm and he said, there is never a winner in a war. If both of you are willing to give in, maybe the world will be brighter. Gecko Moria. Good guy. This Zon Yizi said it lightly. Both sides have to give in. Then he should let Guigu and the others hand over the real master's daughter first. Sir Crocodile. In addition, the Snow Emperor's troops invaded the underworld even after a disagreement, causing casualties to the underworld. If we want to give in, shouldn't these blood debts be repaid first? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo, there is never a winner in war. I don't agree with this sentence. As long as I kill all the enemies, then I will be the final winner. Jinbei. No, I still agree with what Zon Yizi said. A war, no matter who wins in the end, will cause countless casualties and pay countless painful prices. In this regard, war indeed there is no winner. Bartholomew Kuma. War always causes pain, destruction, family destruction, and hell on earth. At least for me, I don't like war. Dracul Mahawk. I don't like war either, and the prerequisite for avoiding war is you are powerful enough, so powerful that others don't even dare to launch a war against you. Video continues. Listen to Zon Yizi's persuasion. Pluton, however, was not moved at all. I saw him wave his hand. When even he ordered his army to rush towards Gui Jiyu and others again. Zon Yizi saw this. He had no choice but to take action. A huge green strange energy barrier condensed in front of him. Blocked all the warriors from the underworld. Then he turned to Gui Jiyu and said, quickly retreat. Gui Jiyu didn't hesitate at all. He immediately turned around and left with his men. Not even looking back. After Gui Jiyu and others evacuated, Zon Yizi also quickly disappeared from the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, the camera turned. The scene came to an open area. Gui Jiyu looked at Zon Yizi in front of him and said, thank you. We are safe now. Zon Yizi also looked at Gui Jiyu and said seriously, Gui Jiyu, I hope you will keep your promise. Let all the soldiers of the White Tiger clan withdraw from the underworld. However, Gui Jiyu did not agree to his request. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Zon Yizi, if you are willing to join our army, we can definitely defeat Pluton. Zon Yizi shook his head. I won't join any faction. I just want peace. Gui Jiyu continued to confuse. Zon Yizi, if you are willing to help us defeat Pluton, I can convince the Snow Queen to let her put the underworld under your management. Wouldn't that be nice? Zon Yizi continued to shake his head and said, the underworld is Pluton's domain. I have no intention of occupying it, and neither should you. Hear the words. Gui Jiyu gritted his teeth. Actually, we don't want to occupy this place. It's just that the wolves and lions are cruel by nature. They are full of threats to other parallel universes. So we must suppress them. Gui Gu's words can be described as righteous and righteous. But Zon Yizi still saw through his mind at a glance. He said in a deep voice, don't add any excuses for aggression. Because no matter how good the excuse is, it can't cover up the nature of aggression. Sengoku. There is nothing wrong with what Zon Yizi said. Aggression is aggression. Even if you add any legitimate excuses for it, it cannot conceal the essence of aggression. Zephyr. The wolves and lions are naturally ferocious. This is not enough reason for Guigu to lead people to invade the underworld, because from the moment he invaded the underworld, he was even more ferocious than the wolves and lions. He No wonder people say that Zhang Yizi is the wise man of the first parallel universe. What he said does make sense. Monkey D. Garp. But, before letting Gui Jiyu and the others leave, should he ask them to hand over Pluton's daughter first? Video continues. Zhang Yizi continued to say to Gui Jiyu, I believe this is not the Snow Emperor's original intention. You'd better go back. After hearing this, Gui Gu's face obviously darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, in that case, then let's break up here. Finished. Gui Jiyu was about to turn around and leave with his men. But the next moment, Xuanyi Zi spoke out again. Wait a minute, leave the child to me. Gui Jiyu paused. He looked at Zhang Yizi and pretended to be stupid. Child? What child? Zhang Yizi said seriously. Pluton's child. Gui Jiyu responded confidently. Pluton will definitely expand his territory. We have to keep his child, just in case. Zhang Yizi looked at the other person and said calmly and seriously. I repeat, no matter how good the excuse is, it can't cover up the nature of aggression. Please give me the baby back. Seeing that Zhang Yizi refused to give in no matter what, Gui Jiyu immediately turned his face and said, so you're here to help Pluton? Said. He waved his hand. The Snow Emperor troops behind him rushed forward with weapons in hand. He faced Zhang Yizi with swords. Faced with such a battle, Zhang Yizi was not afraid at all and did not give in even half a step. I don't help anyone. I only help the weak. Gui Jiyu looked disdainful and sneered. Do you think it's possible for you to snatch the child away from me on your own? Even if you have the ability, will you still have time? While talking, Gui Jiyu had already taken over Tianyu, who was still crying in his swaddling clothes, from his subordinates. A hand suddenly strangled Tianyu's neck. Suddenly, the baby's cries became louder. Usopp. Damn it, this Guigu is really a beast. Vinsmoke Sanji. He actually wants to hurt the young Miss Tianyu, it is simply unforgivable. Rorano Azoro. It was clear that Zhang Yizi had just helped him escape from Pluton, but now he turned around and pointed swords at him. It is indeed quite despicable. 1. Monkey D. Luffy. This guy named Gui Jiyu is really annoying, I think I beat him away. Tony Chopper. To threaten others with such a small baby, this Guigu is simply not a human. Although I don't seem to be a human, but a reindeer, hee. Brook. Wait, why does this way of speaking sound so familiar? Frankie. A despicable, ungrateful guy, this Guigu simply does not deserve to be called 167 a man. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Seeing that Gui Jiyu actually wanted to attack Tianyu, Zhang Yizi's calm expression finally showed a trace of anger. His voice couldn't help but become a little deeper. Guigu, don't force me. I'm not coming up with any tricks. Guigu Bu smiled and said. Haha, a trick, what trick? Zhang Yizi narrowed his eyes slightly. 3 words slowly came out of his mouth. The Yuan Kong is destroyed. Hear the name. Gui Jiyu, who looked confident before, was suddenly shocked. The emptiness is destroyed. Zhang Yizi continued. You should know. Once the Yuan Kong destruction is released, all the supernatural energy here will be sealed into the metaspace. And the sealing time is infinite. Gui Jiyu forced himself to regain his composure. He sneered again. Don't try to scare people. As far as I know, your Yuan Kong Mie will seal you in it. Zhang Yizi nodded noncommittally. That's right, so I didn't want to pull this trick. Gui Jiyu continued to laugh and said. Haha, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you, Zhang Yizi, would die with me for the sake of Pluton's child. Jian Gui Jiyu is still stubborn. Zhang Yizi shook his head helplessly. You don't know me very well. Said. He raised his hand slightly. The strange energy in the body began to surge out. Yuan. Null. Words came out of Zhang Yizi's mouth one after another. The strange energy in the surrounding world seemed to be rioting. They began to gather towards the location of Zhang Yizi. Until now, only then did Gui Jiyu believe that Zhang Yizi was serious. He hurriedly said, Stop, you are vicious. Finished. Gui Jiyu threw Tianyu in his hand in the direction of Zhang Yizi. Only then did Zhang Yizi stop using Yuan Kong destruction. The body jumped up. He caught Tianyu who was thrown into the air and held him in his arms. And that's when Guo Yu suddenly took action without any warning. He waved his palm fiercely and blasted Zhang Yizi away. Zhang Yizi seemed to have expected that Guo Yu would do this. He turned around and used the turtle shell behind him to block the opponent's blow. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, only then did Guo Yu turn around and leave with his army in great anger. Marco. This Guo Yu is a real beast. He is so shameless when he still wants to carry out a sneak attack at a time like this. Charlotte Katakuri. A truly strong person would never bother to use such despicable means. Jin. This Guigu is also a master who bullies the weak and fears the strong. When he heard that Zhang Yizi was about to use Yuan Kong destruction, he was immediately frightened to death. Ben Beckman. The Snow Emperor would actually allow such a guy to be his elder. Sooner or later he will be harmed by the other party. Chapter 42 Pluton's Charisma. All Super Beast team members join the underworld. Begging to subscribe. Vinsmoke Sanji. Fortunately, Miss Tianyu was rescued by Zhang Yizi, otherwise if she really fell into the hands of that D Guigu, the end would be tragic. Chaozi. Compared with Yuan Zheng, who is also an elder under the Snow Emperor, this Ghost Valley is worse than a piece of shit. Quinn. Seeing what Guo Yu did, I began to doubt the truth about Cage's death that year. Yasop. You don't need to think about it to know that Feng Ying's death must have something to do with this despicable guy Guo Yu. Charlotte Perospero. Haha, yet Feng Yao actually believed what Guo Yu said so much and blamed Pluton for his sister's death. It's really ironic. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when Zhang Yizi finally took Tianyu back from Guigu. The other side, the Lion King is still unaware of this matter. Then he summoned all the lion soldiers under his command. Prepare to lead everyone to the 7th parallel universe where the Snow Emperor is. Get Tianyu back from Guigu's hands. Behind the Lion King, General Jin Shi said with some worry. Lion King, would it be too risky for us to go to the 7th parallel universe like this? The Lion King raised his hand slightly and interrupted the other party's words. He said firmly, no more words. I have to get Pluton's daughter back. I killed Pluton's wife before. How can he watch his daughter being killed today? Golden Lion couldn't help but said again. Our current strength is far from the Snow Emperor's troops. The chance of success is very small. The Lion King said in a deep voice. No risk, no reward. In battle, no one is sure of victory. But I am willing to trade my life for a chance to win. As soon as these words came out, Golden Lion also stopped trying to dissuade him. A look of determination also appeared on his face. He looked at the silver lion beside him. Clench your fists tightly at your chest. Shouted loudly, we swear to follow the general to the death. Immediately afterwards, the lion soldiers in the rear also did the same. He shouted uniformly and firmly. We swear to follow the general to the death. Hear the shouts from his men. The Lion King also nodded happily. Then he waved his hand and said, good, set off. The words fell. He took the lead and rushed into the passage to the 7th parallel universe. And the lion army followed closely behind. He soon disappeared into the land of the underworld. Sengoku. This Lion King is indeed loyal to Pluton. He is actually willing to break into the Snow King's base camp even though he knows he is outmatched to rescue Pluton's daughter. Zephyr. In battle, no one is sure of victory, but I am willing to sacrifice my life for the chance of victory. No wonder the Lion King's men said this before. It turned out that the Lion King made the first move. I can only say that whether they are the Lion King or the warriors of the Lion Clan, all of them are loyal and brave, and are not afraid of death. They are quite worthy of admiration. Monkey D. Garp. Compared with the Snow Emperor's subordinates, Pluton's subordinates are simply not that outstanding. Porosalino. But you seem to have overlooked one thing. Hasn't the Lord's daughter been rescued by Zi? Kuzan. Allah, this is really a big mistake. Even if the Lion King leads people to the 7th parallel universe, there will be no one to save at all. Instead, he will just die in vain. Sakazuki. What a pity. It would be such a pity if the lion warriors under the Lion King suffered heavy casualties because of this. Kong. Yes, even I can't bear to see something like that happen. The Lion King and the Lion Warriors under his command are undoubtedly an iron-blooded army. It would be great if all the armies of our world government were like this. Okay. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The same time when the Lion King led his army to the 7th parallel universe. Zhang Yizi took Tianyu outside the camp of the underworld army. He returns the sky feather to Pluton. Therefore, I received the reception and thanks from Pluton. Inside Pluton's tent, Zhang Yizi looked at Pluton and said softly, I saved Guigu's troops before, which is equivalent to saving your tribe. Because once Guigu dies, the Snow Emperor will definitely attack your underworld. And with your current strength, there is no way to compete with her. Pluton looked away from Tianyu. He looked at Zhang Yizi and asked, so you saved Guigu, then you want me to surrender to the Snow Emperor? Zhang Yizi shook his head slightly and said, it's not surrender, it's peace talks. This is the only way to save your wolf tribe. However, Pluton retorted, defeat Guigu, and then occupy the 6th parallel universe. Seize the Beibu family's huge source of supernatural energy. This is the only way to save our tribe. Zhang Yizi asked in a deep voice. In order to protect your own ethnic group, you killed the innocent Beibu family. Isn't this too cruel? Pluton also asked. In order to protect other groups, we, the wolf tribe, were exterminated. Then isn't it too cruel for the Snow Emperor to do this? This world is a world for the strong. The Beibu family is a battleground for military strategists. Even if our wolf clan doesn't capture him, the Snow Emperor will definitely do so. Even if the Snow Emperor doesn't know how to do it, there will always be someone who will do it. Hear the words. Zhang Yizi was silent, because he knows that what Pluton said is actually true. Rox D. Zebek. I think there is nothing wrong with what Pluton said. Why is everyone trying to persuade Pluton to give up the war instead of persuading the Snow Emperor to give up his attack on the underworld? Shiki. Peace talks. There is absolutely no room for peace talks between Pluton and the Snow Emperor, because the love in the Snow Emperor's mouth will only lead to the destruction of those with the wolf card. Gal D. Roger. So, the war between Pluton and Snow Emperor is simply impossible to avoid. Both sides will ultimately have to rely on their strength and the size of their fists. Edward Newgate. Gu. It's just that the Beibu family in the 6th parallel universe is indeed a bit pitiful. Both Pluton's side and Snow Emperor's side want to compete for their powerful supernatural energy source. Kaido. Maybe this is the so-called, everyone is not guilty, but he is guilty of having a jade, right? Charlotte Linlin. Well, so in the end, this world still has to rely on strength. If the Beibu family has a powerful source of supernatural energy and strong strength at the same time, then others will not dare to fight them. Got an idea, Shanks? I suspect that in the previous video, Guigu petitioned the Snow Emperor to go to the 6th parallel universe, but he was actually targeting the Beibu family. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when Zhang Yizi was silent, a loud sound suddenly came from outside the tent. Pluton and Zhang Yizi walked out of the camp, looked towards the sky, then he saw a huge green spaceship falling from high altitude. Seeing that the spacecraft was about to crash, Zhang Yizi immediately took action to catch the opponent. Let it land smoothly. Immediately afterwards, 4 figures came down from the spaceship. It was Xiao Jun, Long Jian, Tai Lei and Yi Lingyun. Slim Jun saw Zhang Yizi. He rushed forward with great excitement. He hugged Zhang Yizi. He kept calling master. And at the same time, a soldier from the underworld ran over from a distance in a panic. He came to Pluton and said anxiously, "Report Pluton. The Lion King has led the lion troops into the 7th parallel universe." Hear the words. Pluton's expression also became a little serious. Because he knows very well, with the current strength of the Lion Clan troops, it's not enough to compete with the Snow Emperor's troops. Immediately, he ordered with a serious face, "Send the order immediately. Enter the 6th parallel universe immediately." Seeing this, Zhang Yizi dissuaded him again and said, "No, Pluton, you can't send troops. Peace negotiation is your only way out. The Snow Emperor's current strength far exceeds yours. If we meet head-on, you will definitely lose." Pluton responded, "That's why I have to buy time. Go and occupy the 6th parallel universe. competing for the Beibu family's special energy. Zhang Yizi continued to persuade. Daxi, another ethnic group will inevitably join Earth coiling in this war. Don't you think this is too cruel? Pluton was not moved at all and said in a deep voice. The real world is so cruel. Either you die or I die. There is no other choice. Zhang Yizi spoke faster. No, there are other options. I can convince the Snow Queen to stop her from invading your underworld. But you also have to promise me. Stop invading other ethnic groups. Pluton smiled nonchalantly and said. Haha, this is just your wishful thinking. Zhang Yizi said sincerely. Even if this is wishful thinking on my part. I will try my best to fight for it. Pluton, if you just give me a day. I have the confidence to go to peace talks with the Snow Emperor on your behalf. Believe me, I just need a day. Listening to Zhang Yizi's sincere words. Pluton finally hesitated. He looked at Zhang Yizi and said. This day is the key to our underworld turning the tide of the war. If we attack the Beibu family now, we will gain enough energy to fight against the Snow Emperor. But if we give up this opportunity, you will fall into a situation of no return. Zhang Yizi responded. Pluton, your choice this time. Enough to change the fate of the 7 parallel universes. I beg you to believe me once and let me go to peace talks with the Snow Emperor. I will definitely succeed. I only need one day, just one day. Under Zhang Yizi's constant persuasion. Pluton thought for a long time. Finally he nodded slightly. Good, I'll wait for you here all day. Zhang Yizi, I only promised you because you saved my daughter. I hope you succeed and that my hunch was wrong. Hear the words. Zhang Yizi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Pluton and smiled. Thanks for your trust. I will definitely convince the Snow Emperor. Sengoku. Pluton is indeed a kind and righteous person. Zhang Yizi saved his daughter, so he was willing to give Zhang Yizi such an opportunity to persuade the Snow Emperor. Zephyr. Yes, although Zhang Yizi said that he only needed one day, I believe everyone should know how precious and crucial one day is for a war that affects the life and death of the entire ethnic group. This just proves that Pluton is not the cruel and bloodthirsty person that Snow Emperor and others thought. In fact, there is still love in Pluton's heart. And in this current situation, he is completely suppressed. Snow Emperor and the others forced them. Monkey D. Garp. Judging from the situation after 10,000 years, it is obvious that Snow Emperor and Pluton were not able to truly negotiate in the end, and Pluton also lost the most critical day to turn the tide of the war, so the group was sealed for 10,000 years. 1,000 years. Porosalino. In that case, Pluton was tricked by Zhang Yizi. Kuzan. No wonder when Pluton entrusted Tianyu to Zhang Yizi said that he was ashamed of Pluton and the others. Sakazuki. If Zhang Yizi hadn't delayed Pluton for a day, I'm afraid Pluton would have unified the 7 parallel universes as early as 10,000 years ago. Kong. After being delayed on such an important matter, Pluton was actually willing to entrust his daughter to the care of Zhang Yizi in the end. This is really a big-hearted thing. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Pluton looked at Zhang Yizi and said seriously, I'll give you one day. After one day, I will fully attack the 6th parallel universe. Zhang Yizi nodded and said confidently, Good, it's a deal. Slim Jun on the side was also very excited when he saw this. He looked at Zhang Yizi, Long Jian and others and said, Master, let's set off quickly. Long Jian, let's go. However, faced with Slim Jun's urging, Long Jian and others did not make any move, just stood there in silence. Pluton saw the hesitation in Long Jian's heart and said, Long Jian, do you still remember our previous bet Wang Qian's? Hear the words. Long Jian nodded silently, then he slowly walked to Pluton's side and stood next to him. I'm willing to admit defeat. See it. Slender Jun was a little surprised and said, Ah, Long Jian, aren't you leaving with us? Long Jian shook his head gently. Clearly the position has been made clear. From now on, he is a member of the underworld. And at the same time, Yi Lingyun also came to Pluton's side. Slender Jun looked at the other party and asked, What about you, Yi Lingyun? Do you want to stay too? Yi Lingyun nodded noncommittally. I am originally from the underworld. Of course you have to stay. Slender Jun seemed a little uncomfortable when he heard this. Subsequently, He turned his attention to Taylor again. He asked somewhat as if asking for help. What about you, Terry? Terry closed his eyes slightly. He shook his head and whispered. My mission has ended. Without the superpower lock, I can't help much, said. Taylor also moved slowly. He came to stand on the other side of Pluton. Look at the three figures next to Pluton. Slender Jun had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't expect this journey 10,000 years ago. He actually let those partners who once fought alongside him. One after another, they gave up the beliefs they once held in their hearts. Abandoned the mission as Super Beast Sentai. All of them chose to join the Pluton camp. If you add Tianyu, who has already changed his camp after 10,000 years. The former members of Super Beast Sentai. Now he and Huo Linfei are the only two people who have not joined Pluton. Huo Linfei didn't know where he was at this moment. If in the end even Huo Linfei is the same as Long Jian and the others. Chapter 43. I would rather die fighting than run away. The Lion King's loyalty and courage. Begging to subscribe. Rox D. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. Now, only Fatty Dun, Slim Jun and Huo Linfei are left on the Super Beast team side. John. Huo Linfei's whereabouts are still unknown. Maybe when he appears, he will join Pluton's side like Long Jian and Tai Lei. Silver Axe. Then the Super Beast team will only have a polished commander like that little fat guy. Akoku. And that little fat guy doesn't have any fighting ability yet, it doesn't matter which camp he is in. Kaido. If that's the case, when Superjutsu Sentai travels back to 10,000 years, Chonggao and the others will still be confused. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I'm really looking forward to that scene. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la, I can't help it, who makes Pluton's personality so charming. Gall D. Roger. More importantly, Pluton's philosophy and style of doing things are indeed more convincing than Snow Emperor's side. Shanks. If it were me, I would probably side with Pluton without hesitation. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Long Jian, Tai Lei and others joined the underworld one after another. Zhan Yizi and Miao Shengjun also boarded the Xuanwu spacecraft. Start heading to the 7th parallel universe where the Snow Emperor is. Prepare to hold peace talks with the Snow Queen on behalf of Pluton. And at the same time, in the 7th parallel universe, the Lion King, who had already arrived here first. At this moment, he is leading the Lion Army under his command. They were confronting the White Tiger clan army led by Feng Yao. The Lion King asked Feng Yao to hand over Tianyu. However, Feng Yao said that they did not have any Pluton's daughter here at all. In a word, the two sides were obviously fighting. However, the Lion King at this time did not have a power lock. It also cannot be equipped with super beasts. He is no match for Feng Yao, who is known as the God of War. After some fighting, the Lion King was quickly defeated. Many soldiers of the Lion Clan army also died under Feng Yao's attack. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yao began to order the White Tiger clan army to launch a full-scale attack on the Lion Clan. The battlefield soon took on a one-sided situation. More and more Lion Clan soldiers died at the hands of Feng Yao and his Zanhu. See this situation. The Lion King was heartbroken with grief. He wanted to force his way into the Super Beast arms without relying on the power lock. But still can't do it. The two golden lions and silver lions on the side also hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. General, please do not force yourself into the Super Beast armed state. This way, you will die. Yes, General, our strength is really far behind their White Tiger troops. We'd better withdraw our troops quickly. Faced with the dissuasion of two subordinates, the Lion King just shook his head firmly. If we can't get Pluton's flesh and blood back today, I'd rather die here, said. The Lion King was ready to attack again. There was also an expression on his face as if he was looking forward to death. Rorano Azoro. I have to say that the Lion King is indeed a real man. He would rather die in battle than to take back Pluton's daughter. Monkey D. Luffy. Yes, I think this Lion King uncle looks very nice. I like him very much. Trafalgar Law. It's a pity that the Lion King doesn't know that Tianyu has been rescued by Zhan Yizi and has returned there. See. Eustace Kid. The battle in the video is completely meaningless. Those Lion Clan soldiers all died in vain. Kira. I didn't expect that the Lion King 10,000 years ago had not yet mastered the super beast weapon, and was no match for Feng Yao. Capone Beige. I remember mentioned in the previous video that the Lion King said that Huo Linfei gave him his superpower lock 10,000 years ago. Scourgeman Apu. Could it be that the Lion King actually got his power lock from Huo Linfei? X Drake. It's not impossible. After all, the Scorpion King Long Ying's power lock was obtained from Long Jian, the Whale Shark King's power lock was obtained from Elder Yuan Zheng, and the Lion King's power lock was obtained from Huo. It didn't seem unusual for Lin Fei to get it. Rouge. If that's the case, shouldn't Fire Lin Fei appear after a while? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just as everyone guessed in the movie watching chat group. Just when the Lion Army was being slaughtered crazily by the White Tiger troops, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield out of thin air. The opponent was wearing a set of fiery red armor. Has short fiery red hair. Surprisingly, it was Huo Linfei. Huo Linfei just appeared here. He didn't even have time to figure out the situation on the field. He was attacked by several tigers. In times of crisis, Huo Linfei could only fight back. And the few tigers he knocked away, it happened to fall in front of Feng Yao. At this time, Feng Yao was originally preparing to attack the Lion King. But he was interrupted by this sudden unusual situation. CGFD, he turned around and looked towards Huo Linfei. At the same time, Huo Linfei also saw Feng Yao behind the tiger group. There was already a feud between him and Feng Yao. He had been beaten several times by the other party in the Xuanming Black Hole before. So after seeing the wind shine, although it is not yet clear what the situation is on the field, Huo Linfei still armed himself with super beasts without hesitation. Start fighting with Feng Yao. And Feng Yao is worthy of the name of the god of war. Even if Huo Linfei enters the super beast arms, he is still no match for him. Even Huo Linfei's special move Huianju was easily deflected by Feng Yao. After several rounds of fighting, Huo Linfei was finally defeated. The one who was beaten exited the super beast armed form. You shouldn't be trespassing on our territory. You shouldn't hurt my war tiger. Feng Yao looked at Huo Linfei, who had withdrawn from the super beast arms, and said coldly. Subsequently, he was ready to take action again. Completely finished off Huo Linfei. And just then, the Lion King on the side suddenly took action, interfering with Feng Yao's actions. The success gave Huo Linfei time to breathe. Immediately afterwards, the Lion King led everyone in the Lion Clan to rush to Huo Linfei's side. Stand side by side with him. Face the wind. And Huo Linfei didn't notice Lion King and others until now. He said with some surprise, Lion King, why did you come to save me? Aren't we mortal enemies? The Lion King turned to look at Huo Linfei and responded, you came to help us first. Huo Linfei was confused when he heard this. Ah, shall I help you? I was just attacked by their tigers for no apparent reason, so I got involved. Quote. I still don't know what happened. During the conversation between the two, Feng Yao also came to the crowd aggressively. Huo Linfei saw this. He said to the Lion King somewhat anxiously, Lion King, you'd better get into the super beast arms as soon as possible. This white tiger super beast is very powerful. However, the Lion King just shook his head helplessly and said, I haven't learned the super beast arms yet. Hear the words. Huo Linfei was a little surprised and said, Ah, Tay, then you still jump out to show off as a hero. We'd better run away. Faced with Huo Linfei's proposal, the Lion King said firmly, No, I won't run away again today. Huo Linfei helplessly held his forehead. Feng Yao looked at the Lion King and said, Lion King, you shouldn't challenge me. The Lion King was not afraid at all and replied, Don't be arrogant. I believe that one day, I can knock you down from the front. Hear this. Feng Yao laughed disdainfully and said, Do you think you can survive today? The Lion King's expression remained unchanged and his tone was as usual. I came today with the determination to die. Tit, I hope you can let him go. Said. The Lion King pointed at Huo Linfei beside him. He is not from our lion tribe. Everything here has nothing to do with him. You let him go. Hear the lion's request. Feng Yao is still waiting for a response. Huo Linfei stepped forward and said, "Hey, Lion King, you look down on me, Huo Linfei, too much. Do you think I, Huo Linfei, am someone who is greedy for life and afraid of death? I tell you, today, if we all want to live, we must live together. If you want to die, let's die together here. See it." The Lion King stopped trying to dissuade him. He nodded heavily and said, "Good, then we will live and die together. Say it." The two stood side by side. They all put on a posture to fight against Feng Yao. See, death is home. After seeing this scene, Feng Yao on the opposite side. There was silence for a long time. Subsequently, under the vigilant gazes of Huo Linfei and Lion King, he actually ordered the White Tiger troops behind him to withdraw, and he himself slowly exited the super beast armed form. "Turn around and leave." The Lion King looked at Feng Yao's leaving figure. He asked with some confusion, "Why don't you kill us?" Feng Yao paused in his steps. He turned his head slightly and said, "I want to see when you can knock me down from the front." Finish this sentence. The wind shines no longer. He left without looking back. Sabo. Sure enough, Huo Linfei finally appeared. Among the several super beast warriors who traveled back 10,000 years ago, he is now the only one who has not experienced anything yet. Monkey D. Dragon. From the looks of the video, Huo Linfei and the Lion King before 10,000 years had a pretty good relationship, and they did not compete with each other like they did after 10,000 years. Emporio Ivankov. No wonder the Lion King 10,000 years later would say that he and Huo Linfei used to be friends, and they have to live together. Dead together. Koala. Actually, I have always felt that Huo Linfei and Lion King have similar personalities. If they were friends, they would get along quite well. Lindbergh. Could it be that Huo Linfei, who traveled back 10,000 years ago, joined the underworld just like Long Jian and the others because he became good friends with the Lion King? Crow. I don't think it's that simple. At least something has to happen. Mori. Speaking of which, have you ever felt that Feng Yao before 10,000 years was not as aggressive as he was after 10,000 years? He actually let Lion King and Huo Linfei leave like this. Which is really surprising. Haku. Didn't Wei Jiyu say before that Feng Yao's temperament changed drastically because of the death of his sister Feng Ying? Lightning. Maybe it's because nothing happened to Feng Ying at this time. Although Feng Yao before 10,000 years was also very aggressive, he was much gentler than him after 10,000 years. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing 1. After Feng Yao took the people away, Huo Linfei also followed Lion King and others to their camp in the 7th parallel universe. It's here. The fire Lin flew from the mouths of the Golden Lion and the Silver Lion. I learned a story about the Lion King. At first, because the princess of the Phoenix tribe married Pluton, and also gave birth to a daughter Tianyu. Therefore, he was regarded as a betrayal by the Phoenix clan members. The Phoenix clan sent out an army. They were led by Shang Yu, the general of the Phoenix tribe. Prepared to start a war with the underworld. And in order to prevent this war from happening, Pluton's wife Phoenix is going to persuade Shang Yu. Although Pluton tried his best to stop it. But Phoenix did not change his mind. She couldn't just watch the war between the underworld and the Phoenix clan. So in desperation, Pluton had no choice but to agree to Phoenix's proposal. He originally wanted to go with Phoenix to negotiate, so as to protect the safety of his wife. But Phoenix said that Pluton could not show up at this time under any circumstances. Because Pluton's appearance will only further stimulate the Phoenix clan's emotions. And this also makes Pluton a little embarrassed. Then, the Lion King volunteered, said that he could accompany Feng Wang to negotiate, and promised to protect the safety of Phoenix to the death. Pluton nodded in agreement. That's all. Phoenix, accompanied by the Lion King, found the Phoenix clan army. He began to negotiate with Shang Yu, the general of the Phoenix tribe. Originally, Phoenix thought there was a possibility of successful negotiations between the two parties. But when she learned from Shang Yu, his own father, that is, the marshal of the Phoenix clan, after learning that he and Pluton were married and gave birth to a daughter, he was actually PD off to death. And before dying, Phoenix's father even gave orders to the entire Phoenix clan. Let the Phoenix clan join the Snow Emperor's troops. And we must eradicate all wolves. Phoenix immediately understood the news. There is no room for relaxation between the Phoenix clan and the Wolf clan. But she still persisted in persuading Shang Yu. No, both the Phoenix clan and the Wolf clan will suffer heavy losses. Can you bear to watch your people die one after another in the war? Shang Yu shook his head and said in a deep voice, I have no choice. This is an order. As a general, I must obey. Phoenix said anxiously, you can't start a war. Shang Yu looked serious. He replied unceremoniously, Phoenix, do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me here? Phoenix clenched his fist and said, have, because I am the princess of the Phoenix tribe. Hear the words. Shang Yu couldn't help laughing. Princess. Haha. Since you betrayed our Phoenix clan and went to marry Pluton. You are no longer our princess. Phoenix seemed to have expected that Shang Yu would say this. There was no change in her expression. He continued in a firm and decisive voice. No, have you forgotten? We, the Phoenix clan, have an ancient saying. No matter what sin I commit, I can wash it away with fire. Hear the words. Shang Yu was suddenly startled. What did you say? Phoenix continued to say calmly. I am willing to use fire to wash away my sins. And the sins were washed away. I am still the princess of the Phoenix clan. I can go back with you. I am also willing to be burned to death by you. Hear what Phoenix said. An expression of disbelief appeared on Shang Yu's face. Phoenix, on the other hand, stepped forward slowly, arriving in front of the Phoenix clan's army. At the same time, he took out the power lock of his Phoenix clan. He spoke to Shang Yu with an extremely serious expression. I am now giving this order as the princess of the Phoenix clan. Withdraw your troops immediately. Chapter 44 isn't what you are doing a kind of bloodthirsty and aggression. Begging to subscribe. After hearing the order given by Feng Wang as the princess of the Phoenix clan. No matter how reluctant you are. As a general of the Phoenix clan, Shang Yu could only obey orders. He immediately ordered the withdrawal of troops. Prepare to return to the Phoenix clan with the Phoenix. Accept the baptism of fire. And the Lion King and others have been waiting not far away. After seeing Feng Wang actually leaving with Shang Yu, he also hurried forward to ask and stop him. Originally, the Phoenix had no intention of telling the Lion King the truth about them. He just said that he was going back to the Phoenix clan and had some things to deal with. But the Lion King refused to let the Phoenix leave like this no matter what. Because he promised Pluton, I will definitely protect the other party's wife. After Shang Yu saw the Lion King and kept pestering him, he also told the truth without hesitation. Tell Lion King and others. Phoenix is interceding for Pluton. So he voluntarily went back with them to receive the baptism of fire. Wash away the sins from your body. After hearing this, the Lion King was naturally even less likely to let the other party go. He immediately started fighting with Shang Yu. However, at this time, the Lion King did not have a superpower lock and could not equip himself with super beasts. There is no match for Shang Yu who can carry out super beast armament. After just a few rounds of fighting, the Lion King was completely defeated. Shang Yu also wants to continue to attack the Lion King. Fortunately, Pluton arrived at the critical moment, defeated Shang Yu, and saved the Lion King. However, the Phoenix had already disappeared along with the Phoenix clan members. That's all. Phoenix returned to the Phoenix clan. Pay the price with your own life. Be baptized by fire. Cleansed himself of his sins. And as the princess of the Phoenix clan, he ordered the entire Phoenix clan. Never attack the wolves again. This leaves one less enemy for the Wolf clan. But Pluton lost his wife forever because of this. And it is precisely because of such past events. The Lion King will always be trapped in deep self-blame. Although Pluton never blamed the Lion King. But the Lion King still feels. If only I could be armed with super beasts. Mrs. Pluton would not be taken away by the Phoenix clan. No life will be sacrificed because of this. Since then, the Lion King has always been worried about the super beast arms. However, he does not have the ability lock. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't achieve super beast armament. After listening to this past story of the Lion King, Huo Linfei couldn't help but feel a little sad. Sengoku. I didn't expect that Pluton's wife actually chose to sacrifice herself and be burned alive in order to prevent the Phoenix clan from taking action against the Wolf clan. Zephyr. Obviously she did nothing wrong. It was the prejudice of other groups against the wolves that caused all of this to happen, but she was still willing to pay for it with her life. Crane. Pluton's wife, is indeed quite great. Monkey D. Garp. Sure enough, for a character like Pluton, his wife can never be an ordinary person. Porcelino. Well, that's really admirable. Kuzan. It is precisely because of such past events that the Lion King has always been in deep self-blame, longing for stronger power and serving Pluton. Sakazuki. I have to say that the Lion King is definitely the most perfect example of a subordinate, brave, resourceful, loyal and courageous. Kong. It's a pity that the current Lion King has not obtained the power lock, and his strength is not particularly strong, and he is not as invincible as he was 10,000 years later. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera turned. The scene came to the Snow Emperor's palace. At this time, Zan Yizi and Slim Junzai were persuading the Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, I'm Zan Yizi. He is here to negotiate peace on behalf of the underworld. The Snow Emperor sat on the main seat at the front. Looking at Zan Yizi below, he said softly, Zan Yizi, is it Pluton's own intention to come to me for peace talks? Zan Yizi nodded and said, yes, Pluton asked me to come and negotiate with you. I hope that the Wolf Clan and the White Tiger Clan can cease the war. Snow Emperor seemed to still have some doubts in his heart and continued to ask. Pluton, is he really willing to cease war? Zan Yizi said in a sincere tone. Yes, Pluton also promised. If there is a truce, he will stay in the underworld forever and will no longer attack other ethnic groups. Not only, Pluton will also let all major ethnic groups under him stay in their own territories. Everyone is in his own place and does not invade each other, thus achieving eternal peace in the universe. Hearing Zan Yizi's words, Snow Emperor, Feng Yao and others seemed to be a little moved. A thoughtful look on his face. However, at this time, Gui Jiyu suddenly stepped forward from behind. He said eagerly to the Snow Emperor on the main seat, Snow Emperor, you must never agree to him. The nature of the wolf tribe is bloodthirsty and aggression. They must not want to just stay in the underworld. It will definitely invade other ethnic groups. So we can't have a truce. We must eradicate the roots. Hearing Gui Gu's words, Zan Yizi looked solemn. He spoke to the Snow Emperor again. Snow Emperor, if you just kill everyone just for the sake of what may happen in the future, isn't this a kind of bloodthirsty? If you invade other people's territory and start a war in order to protect your own people, isn't that considered aggression? Monkey D. Dragon. Okay. What Zan Yizi said is really great. Sabo. Gui Jiyu said that the nature of the wolf tribe is bloodthirsty and aggressive, but what he is doing now, isn't it also bloodthirsty and aggressive? Emporio Ivankov. This Guigu is really not a good thing. Just now Snow Emperor and the others were almost persuaded by Zan Yizi, but he suddenly jumped out to sing the opposite, and he looked uneasy and well-intentioned. Lightning. It seems that Guigu doesn't want to cease the war at all. Lindbergh. Could it be that he wanted to make both Snow Emperor and Pluton lose and die together, so that they could settle their power? Crow. Judging from this person's city and level of cunning, it's not impossible. Molly. This Guigu looks like a guy who is afraid of chaos in the world. The Snow Emperor actually keeps him as an elder under his command. I really don't know what he thinks. Video continues. Zan Yizi continued to persuade with earnest words. Snow Emperor, if both of us can take a step back, this endless catastrophe can be resolved. Zan Yizi's words had just finished. Gui Jiyu immediately stood up again and retorted. No, Snow Emperor, this must be their delaying strategy. As far as I know, Pluton and the others are ready to attack the sixth parallel universe. Because it contains huge supernatural energy. And the Beibu family living there are kind-hearted and have no fighting ability. So Pluton has always wanted to occupy the sixth parallel universe. When he successfully obtains huge supernatural energy, he will continue to attack our territory. This peace negotiation must be a cover, said. Gui Jiyu also brought up the matter of Lion King and others entering the seventh parallel universe. This is evidence that Pluton and others do not really want peace talks. And implored the Snow Emperor to send troops immediately. Continue to conquer the underworld. Only by completely eliminating Pluton can we achieve permanent peace. Please give the Snow Emperor the order to march immediately. Gui Jiyu kept talking. What he said was impassioned and indignant. And with Gui Gu's constant provocation, Zhang Yizi's expression also became more and more serious. Even Slim Jun beside him couldn't help it. He stood up and yelled at Gui Jiyu. It's you, the warmonger who fears that the world will not be in chaos. You know how to sow discord here. Rocks D. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. Laozi has long been unhappy with this Guigu, he is a sinister villain. Gal D. Roger. In the past, Elder Yuan Zheng had great love and was even willing to sacrifice himself for his ideals, but this Gui Jiyu only knows how to sow discord and constantly interferes with it. It's absolutely disgusting. Edward Newgate. In this comparison, the gap between the two elders under the Snow Emperor is indeed quite big. Kaido. Mada, when I heard that this old guy named Gui Jiyu kept pushing me, Laozi almost wanted to hit someone. I really wanted to pull him out of the screen and beat him up. Charlotte Linlin. With Gui Jiyu constantly obstructing it, it is basically impossible for Pluton to negotiate peace with Snow Emperor. Shanks. In fact, if Snow Emperor had any brains, he would never listen to Gui Gu's slander. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just as Shojin and Gui Jiyu were arguing, Snow Emperor suddenly stood up slowly from his seat. He opened his mouth and said, "Stop fighting, I know what to do." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned their attention to each other. There was a strong look of expectation in his eyes. Snow Emperor continued, #T. Armistice. If Pluton wants to attack the 6th parallel universe, now is his best time. But he is holding back now. It shows that he still has the sincerity to cease the war. So many years of war and strife. It's time to calm down. Hearing what the Snow Emperor said, Zhang Yizi and Slim Jun's faces suddenly showed joy. Gui Jiyu, on the other hand, was anxious to continue to dissuade. But the Snow Emperor has made up his mind. It is no longer affected by Guigu at all. This made the other party very angry. Even his expression became gloomy. Gecko Moria. It's not easy. This Snow Emperor finally has a brain. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fu. It seems that this Snow Emperor is not hopelessly stupid. Sir Crocodile. If the Snow Queen really listened to Gui Gu's slander, then she would not be worthy of being the leader of the White Tiger clan. Jinbei. But, will the war between the Snow Emperor and Pluton really stop here? Bartholomew Kuma. If they really ceased fighting, wouldn't the ending 10,000 years later have to change accordingly? Dracul Mahawk. I always feel like things are not that simple. Buggy. You don't need to think about it to know that if the Snow Emperor and Pluton didn't stop fighting, it must be the Ghost Valley villain who started causing trouble again. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After reaching a consensus on peace talks with the Snow Emperor, Zhang Yizi was ready to return to the 5th parallel universe with Slim Jun. Tell Pluton the good news. And just when they were getting ready to set off, the Xuanwu spacecraft suddenly detected Huo Linfei's strange energy. The other party is in this 7th parallel universe right now. Then, Miao Shojin decided to temporarily separate from Zhang Yizi. He went to meet Huo Linfei by himself. Zhang Yizi, on the other hand, returned to the 5th parallel universe alone on the Xuanwu spacecraft. The other side, the camera suddenly switched to an extremely hidden secret room. In the center of this secret room, there was a small box that was as black as ink and looked like a coffin. It looks like a miniature version of Zhan Ming's coffin. 0. And in front of it, Gui Jiyu stared at this miniature version of the Xuanming coffin with a gloomy expression. A thoughtful look on his face. He whispered to himself, how can we collect enough supernatural energy? Come and build a real Xuanming coffin. Monkey D. Luffy. That little black box looks so familiar. Why does it feel like it's the mysterious coffin that sealed Pluton 10,000 years before? Rorano Azoro. Be confident and remove the feeling, then it will be a miniature version of Zhan Ming's coffin. Vinsmoke Sanji. Judging from what Gui Jiyu said in the video, this Zhan Ming Ji seems to have been created by him himself. Usopp. Then he actually told the Snow Emperor that the Xuanming coffin was a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the Beibu family. Isn't this a lie? Tony Chopper. Let me just say, Why would such a kind-hearted Beibu family have a mysterious coffin specially used to seal others for no reason? It's unreasonable, Frankie. If you put it this way, Guigu's statement that he was going to the 6th parallel universe to borrow the Zon Ming coffin from the Beibu family was just an excuse. Brooke. His real purpose is to use the powerful supernatural energy of the Beibu family to create a real Xuanming coffin. Closing square bracket. Trafalgar Law. What Pluton said before is indeed true. Even if he and the Snow Emperor don't have the Beibu family's idea, there will still be others who do. Opening square bracket. Eustace Kid. And this person is none other than Guigu. Video continues. Really? Just as everyone thought. Wait for Zon Yizi and others to leave. Guigu found the Snow Emperor again. Tell the other person, although now they have a truce with Pluton. But you must be on guard against others. Just in case, it would be better to go to the Babo Zero family and borrow the Xuanming coffin. After some persuasion from Guigu, Snow Emperor could only agree to the other party's request. Let him take Feng Ying and a group of soldiers to the 6th parallel universe. Ask the Beibu family to borrow the Xuanming coffin. And the other side, after some searching, Slim Junzai also finally met up with Huo Linfei. The two reunited after a long separation and were extremely excited. But Lion King and Feng Yao also met again. The two sides argued again and fought. Fortunately, Huo Linfei and Slim Jun were there to mediate. Only then did he finally stop. The Lion King learned from Slim Jun that the Snow Emperor agreed to a truce with Pluton. Just at this time, his soldiers also received Pluton's orders. Let the Lion King return to the 5th parallel universe. Hear the news. The Lion King also led his troops to leave immediately. However, Huo Linfei and Miao Shoujun did not leave together. Because they learned from Feng Yao's mouth. Guigu has taken Feng Ying to the 6th parallel universe. Huo Linfei once made a bet with Feng Yao, who was 10 years old. If he could resurrect the cage, Feng Yao volunteered to join the Super Beast team. Then, in order to prevent the tragedy of Feng Ying's death at Feng Yao's hands from happening again. At the same time, it was also to see what tricks Guigu was playing. Huo Linfei was helped by Miao Shoujun. The two of them went to Bu, the 6th parallel universe where the Beibu family is located. Chapter 45. If you can tell when a person is lying, then it is not a lie. Please subscribe. Inside the viewing screen, the camera turned. The scene soon came to the 6th parallel universe. Guigu, Feng Ying and others came here. I met with the leader of the Beibu clan. Guigu made a request to the Beibu family leader to borrow Zon Ming's coffin. But the other party said that his clan did not have any Zon Ming coffin at all. Without any choice, Guigu, Feng Ying and others had no choice but to leave. On the way back, Feng Ying asked Guigu with some confusion, "Elder, why do they say there is no Xuanming coffin?" Guigu replied gloomily, "They don't want to show us. That's why you told us that on purpose." For such an explanation, Feng Ying was still a little confused. "But, I think people in the Beibu family are very kind. They don't look like people who can tell lies." Guigu suddenly stopped. Looking at Feng Ying, he said, "In truth, if you can tell when someone is lying, it's not lying." Finished. Guigu sneered. Then he continued to walk away. Rox D. Zebek. Damn it. This Guigu really knows how to tell lies with his eyes open. John. He clearly built the Xuanming coffin himself. He knew that the Beibu family could not possess such a thing as the Xuanming coffin, but he still slandered the Beibu family and said they were lying. Silver Axe. Guigu's ability to tell lies with his eyes open really makes Lousy feel ashamed. Akoku. As he said just now, if a person is lying and you can tell, it is not a lie. The cage did not notice the nonsense he is telling now. Shiki. If nothing else happens, he will probably attack the Beibu family later. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when Guigu and others left the 720 place where the Beibu family lived. Huo Linfei and Miao Shangjun came here shortly after. And he was also received by the Beibu family patriarch. From the mouth of the patriarch, Huo Linfei and others learned that the Beibu family did not have any Xuanming coffin. And this also made them more suspicious of Guigu's purpose. Subsequently, The patriarch of the Beibu family said that he would prepare to host the Tianyuan festival next. It was a ceremony for all members of the Beibu family to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It only happens once every 1,000 years. Huo Linfei and Miao Shojin heard this. Immediately, I felt extremely curious about this so-called Tianyuan festival. Would like to visit on the side. What a long insight. However, the patriarch of the Beibu family rejected their request. Because the Tianyuan festival is of extraordinary significance. Very important to the Beibu family. At the same time, the process is actually very dangerous. So no outsiders are allowed around. Hear the words. Huo Linfei and Miao Shengjun did not insist anymore. Get up and say goodbye and leave. And at the same time, the other side, Gui Jiyu did not take anyone out of the 6th parallel universe. Instead, he came to a burning volcano and waited. See it? Feng Ying asked with some confusion. Elder, why don't we return to the 7th parallel universe now? Gui Jiyu stared at the volcano not far away and said in a deep voice. Zhan Ming's coffin must be hidden in the altar where they hold the Tianyuan festival. I must expose their lies. Hearing Gui Gu's words, Feng Ying stepped forward with some dissatisfaction and said, even if the Beibu family is lying, we shouldn't continue to be entangled. After all, this is someone else's thing. 7b. The Snow Emperor didn't ask us to get the Xuanming coffin. Faced with Feng Ying's dissuasion, Gui Jiyu seemed a little angry and said, Cage, are you teaching me how to do things? Feng Ying said without any sign of weakness. I'm just saying what I think is right. Gui Jiyu coldly shouted. Obeying my orders is the right thing to do. Feng Ying snorted coldly. No one can order me to do something I don't want to do. Finished. She turned and left, and looked at the back of Feng Ying leaving. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Gui Gu's face. Galdi Roger. Good guy, has this sarong stopped pretending at all? He is really arrogant when he talks. Silver Rayleigh. Maybe he feels that Feng Ying is no threat to him, so he doesn't bother to hide himself in front of him. Copper Jabba. Looking at Gui Gu's expression at the end in the video, this old Yinbi might have some bad ideas in mind. Shanks. Previously, the Beibu clan leader told Huo Linfei and the others that the Tianyuan festival is a ritual for the entire Beibu family members to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. The process is very dangerous. Maybe Gui Jiyu is planning this Tianyuan festival. Ben Beckman. If nothing else happened, he was planning to let Feng Ying be blamed for him afterwards, so he had the idea of Feng Ying betraying him and joining the underworld. Yasop. Such a despicable villain is really despising. Video continues with 1. After Feng Ying escaped from Guigu and the White Tiger clan troops. Walking aimlessly in the forest. And suddenly, a group of soldiers wearing black armor and holding weapons jumped out in front of her. Feng Ying recognized it at a glance. These are soldiers from the underworld. Then, she immediately started to fight with him. Without saying a word, he attacked the leader. However, the soldiers of the underworld seemed to have no intention of fighting Cage. One of the leading soldiers shouted to Cage. Wait a minute, Pluton sent us to find you. Hear Pluton's name. Feng Ying's movements suddenly stopped. The underworld soldier continued. Pluton would like your assistance. Let's stop Gui Gu's conspiracy together. Feng Ying asked doubtfully. What's the plot in Guigu? The underworld soldier responded. Gui Jiyu wants to kill all the Beibu tribesmen to seize their supernatural energy. Then put the blame on Pluton. Hear the words. Feng Ying was shocked. What? This is impossible. The underworld soldier seemed to have expected this reaction from Feng Ying. He continued to speak slowly. You don't have to believe us for now. As long as you go to Guigu with us, everything will be revealed. Feng Ying thought for a moment, nodded and said, Good, I'll go with you. However, just when Feng Ying was about to go looking for Ghost Valley with everyone in the underworld. But a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her way. It's Huo Linfei. Huo Linfei looked at Feng Ying and said seriously. No, you can't go. Immediately afterwards, Huo Linfei opened Shikai to Feng Ying. Your brother Feng Yao will be here soon. Once you go to Guigu now, if your brother sees you, he will think that you are colluding with the underworld. He will kill you. Huo Linfei explained very seriously. However, Feng Ying was not willing to believe what he said. Even the soldiers in the underworld thought Huo Linfei was sent by Gui Jiyu to stop them. The two sides immediately started fighting. Sengoku. No, wait. Why do I feel that this Huo Linfei is not very smart? What is the use of him stopping Feng Ying now? He should just stop Gui Jiyu. Zephyr. Yes, the Gui Valley side is probably going to attack the Beibu family soon, but he is still here blocking Feng Ying and those underworld soldiers. Isn't this a hindrance? Even if Huo Linfei really persuades Feng Ying, no one will stop Gui Gu's actions. Zan Ming's coffin will still be built, and the Babdo family will still be killed by Gui Jiyu Hafnium, Yin. Monkey D. Garp. Maybe. He feels that he is not strong enough to stop Gui Jiyu, so he can only adopt this method, right? Poor Salino. Well, but this approach is indeed not very wise. Kuzan. Allah, the poor Beibu family seems to be unable to avoid the fate of being destroyed. Sakazuki. I don't know what this Huo Linfei is thinking. Kazuki's life is life, isn't the life of the Beibu family members not life? Kong. Judging from this comparison, Pluton is not too smart. He guessed Gui Gu's intentions based on clues and even sent people to stop him. Song unfortunately was stopped by Huo Linfei. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing just as Huo Linfei was fighting with Feng Ying and others to the extreme. This side of the Temple of Heaven volcano. The patriarch of the Beibu family is currently leading a group of Beibu family members in the Tianyuan festival ceremony. High in the sky, the majestic energy began to flow towards the location of the altar. At this time, Guigu was waiting not far from the foot of the volcano. After seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth even raised a sinister arc. He ordered the White Tiger soldiers behind him to guard this place. No one is allowed to come near. Then he walked alone towards the interior of the Temple of Heaven volcano. Inside the Temple of Heaven volcano, on the altar, the majestic supernatural energy is constantly gathering towards the scepter of the Beibu family patriarch. And when all this energy pours into it, when the Tianyuan festival is about to be completed, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind the Beibu family patriarch. With one stroke, he snatched away the scepter that contained terrifying supernatural energy. Looking at the scepter in his hand, Gui Jiyu was overjoyed. Then he took action against the Beibu family patriarch without hesitation. One blow will kill the opponent. The body of the Beibu family patriarch immediately turned into a beam of supernatural energy. Flying towards high altitude, immediately afterwards, Gui Jiyu took out the miniature version of Zan Ming's coffin that he had prepared long ago. Place it on the ground in the center of the altar. Then he suspended the scepter above Zan Ming's coffin. Next moment, Zan Ming's coffin began to frantically absorb the supernatural energy from the scepter. At the same time, not even the surrounding Beibu family members were spared. After a while, all members of the Beibu family inside the Temple of Heaven volcano died. The pure supernatural energy left behind after their death. All of them were turned into nutrients to supply Zan Ming's coffin. Looking at the fully formed Xuanming coffin, Gui Jiyu looked up to the sky and laughed with great excitement. Just when Gui Jiyu was happy about the success of his plan, the Temple of Heaven volcano also suffered changes. It began to tremble and erupt non-stop. Red and hot magma erupted from the crater, falling everywhere with terrifying power that would destroy the world. All members of the Beibu family who lived here died. There is only one Beibu couple. Because I was exposed to Slender Jun's stinky fart before, so I hid in the cave and never came out. So he narrowly escaped death. Monkey D. Luffy. Damn it. This Ghost Valley is so abominable. The Beibu family is such a kind-hearted people, but all of them were killed by him. Rorano Azoro. As expected, Guigu has been thinking about the huge supernatural energy of the Beibu family, and wants to use it to create a real Xuanming coffin. Vinsmoke Sanji. Not only that, after he completed these plots, he actually put all the sins on Miss Kazuki's head, which is simply unforgivable. Closing square bracket. Tony Chopper. Poor Beibu family, they are so kind, but do they have to be treated like this just because they have powerful supernatural energy? Usopp. Fortunately, there is still a Beibu couple left. They were intoxicated by the chubby, slim and handsome fart, so they luckily escaped. Frankie. This Beibu couple should be the patriarchs of the Beibu family after 10,000 years, right? Brook. No wonder the leader of the Beibu clan 10,000 years later would say that the chubby, slim and handsome boy was the benefactor of their Beibu clan. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Noticed something strange at the Temple of Heaven volcano. The anxious Feng Ying directly fired a blood seal tribulation. He beat Huo Linfei, who had no intention of fighting, to the bottom of the cliff. She is a kind of soldier who follows the underworld. Speed up and rush towards the Temple of Heaven volcano. And when Feng Ying and everyone in the underworld came to the foot of the Temple of Heaven volcano, they were blocked by the soldiers of the White Tiger tribe again. Saw cage with the underworld soldiers. The leading White Tiger soldier immediately labeled the opponent a traitor. He also insulted Feng Ying, saying that she was an evildoer. After hearing this, Feng Ying was extremely angry. Immediately ran away, killing those White Tiger soldiers. And when she killed all the White Tiger soldiers, when I finally got to the altar, we happened to come across the scene where Gui Jiyu murdered Miao Shojin and silenced him. Slim Jun was kicked by Gui Jiyu and fell to the bottom of the volcano. I don't know life or death. Looking at Feng Ying who came with everyone in the underworld, Gui Jiyu asked, "Where are the White Tiger soldiers guarding 3.2 outside?" Feng Ying responded angrily, "They're all dead. No one will help you now." Unexpectedly, not only was Gui Jiyu not angry when he heard this answer. Instead, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. That's great. Everything is going according to my plan." See Gui Gu's reaction. Feng Ying immediately realized something was wrong. She gradually came to her senses. All of this is actually the other party's conspiracy. The reason why Gui Jiyu asked to be brought to the 6th parallel universe was by name. Just to make myself take the blame. Put all the sins committed by the other party on yourself. Feng Ying asked angrily, "Why choose me?" Gui Jiyu looked ferocious and responded coldly. Quote. "You are a scoundrel. A person who is considered a villain by everyone is more likely to be considered as betraying her tribe. Some people may even think that her betrayal is justified. Because she is an evil breed." Gui Gu's words, every word he said continued to irritate Feng Ying. Unable to bear it anymore, Feng Ying finally rushed forward. Start attacking Gui Gu, and all that follows. Feng Yao, who happened to be rushed over, saw everything. After a confrontation, Feng Yao launched the Shining Art on Feng Ying. Feng Ying was disheartened and gave up resistance. Prepare to end your life. Tit. Just as history is about to repeat itself. Feng Ying was about to die in Feng Yao's hands. A figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Feng Ying. Blocked Feng Yao's Shining Spirit technique attack. The figure wearing red armor. Surprisingly, it was Huo Linfei. Chapter 46. Just because we are black and they are white. Pluton's sobriety in the world begging to subscribe. Vinsmoke Sanji. Okay, Huo Linfei did a good job this time. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise Miss Cage would have died at the hands of her idiot brother again. Rorano Azoro. But now the problem comes again. That Feng Yao is extremely strong. Even if Huo Linfei joins the battle, he probably still won't be Feng Yao's opponent. Usopp. If Feng Yao still doesn't want to believe his sister and still wants to fight Huo Linfei and the others, then the situation will still be very bad. Monkey D. Luffy. Ouch. Why is that Feng Yao so stupid? He doesn't even believe his own sister. It really pisses me off. Portgas D. Ace. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, I never thought there would be a day when you think others are stupid. Monkey D. Luffy. Huh, Ace. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm stupid? Humph. You and Sabo both called me stupid before, but actually most of the time. I'm witty, get a batch. Portgas D. Ace. Monkey D. Garp. Dayton. Sabo. Huh. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Huo Linfei followed Feng Ying's fatal blow with the Shining Art. He also started to join the ranks of persuading Feng Yao. Righto. Because Gui Jiyu has been making lies to confuse the public. No matter how Huo Linfei and Feng Ying explained it, Feng Yao still refused to believe what they said, and even if they don't agree with each other, they will be armed with super beasts. They started fighting against Huo Linfei and Feng Ying again. Without any choice, Huo Linfei and Feng Ying had no choice but to enter the super beast arms to fight. But even if the two join forces, he is still no match for Feng Yao alone. After several rounds of fighting, Huo Linfei and Feng Ying were knocked off the cliff by Feng Yao's shining art at the same time. And just at this time, Slim Jun, who finally climbed up from the bottom of the cliff, happened to see this scene. He immediately used his unique skill, reversal of time and space. Let time go back a little bit, successfully interrupted Feng Yao's shining technique. Subsequently, Huo Linfei proposed that Miao Shojin could use his time-space reversal ability to help him fight Feng Yao. Huo Linfei said firmly, "Just once is enough for me to defeat him." Hearing this, Feng Yao smiled disdainfully and said, 26 inches haha, I want to see if you can turn back time faster, or mine. Finish this sentence. The two of them fought fiercely together again. And next, the scene in the video is the beginning of the ghostly scene. Huo Linfei was knocked off the cliff by Feng Yao. Slim Jun uses the time and space reversal to save the opponent. And give the other party a reminder. Square root. Huo Linfei was knocked off the cliff again by Feng Yao. Slender Jun once again used the great reversal of time and space to save the opponent. Again, give the other person a heads up in advance. After repeating this cycle for 3 full times, Slim Jun finally couldn't stand it anymore. He realized that if this continued, even if time and space were reversed 100 times, they would not be able to defeat Feng Yao. So no more hesitation. He directly took Huo Linfei and Feng Ying with him. Use, escape is justified, crossing is innocent, to successfully escape from here. Rocks D. Zebek. Ha 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 ha. No, this section is really going to make Lousy laugh to death. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha, that Huo Linfei is really arrogant. He said he could defeat Feng Yao just once, but he ended up with the same outcome 3 times. John. Mud. That video just now was really too weird. Silver Axe. I feel like all I can think about right now is Feng Yao's line, I want to see if you can turn back time faster, or if I can turn back time faster. Akoku. But I have to say, that little chubby guy's knowledge of time and space to flow skills is not really a magical skill. Edward Newgate. Indeed, if this move is combined with a slightly stronger person, it can turn the tide and reverse the situation in an instant. Kaido. In a battle between truly strong men, one mistake is often enough to determine the outcome. Charlotte Linlin. I feel, even the top observation hockey may not be as useful as this little chubby guy's time and space reversal. Shanks. Fortunately, this little chubby guy didn't have enough iron heads to follow Huo Linfei's words and escaped with Huo Linfei and Feng Ying in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid all 3 of them would have died in Feng Yao's hands. Gal D. Roger. This Feng Yao is indeed very powerful. He deserves to be called the god of war, but it's a pity. His brain is a little bad. He would rather believe Guigu's lies than himself. My sister and Huo Linfei and the others. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Shojin took Huo Linfei and fled with Feng Ying, Feng Yao destroyed all the underworld soldiers present. Then he and Gui Jiyu returned to the 7th parallel universe with the Xuanming coffin. Under the twisted facts of Gui Jiyu, the Snow Emperor mistakenly believed that Pluton sent people to kill the Beibu family. He also believed that Feng Ying was bewitched by Pluton and betrayed him. Then, the Snow Emperor had already agreed to a truce. Once again, he ordered to send troops to attack the underworld. This time, there is no room for maneuver on either side. And just when the Snow Emperor sent out an army to attack the underworld, the other side, in the 5th parallel universe, Zhang Yizi, Lion King, Long Jian, Tai Lei, Yi Lingyun and others were standing in front of a door filled with powerful supernatural energy. This is the door to the underworld, the gate to the underworld. Inside the gate of the underworld at this time, there are always loud noises from time to time. It was also accompanied by waves of powerful supernatural energy rising up. And just when everyone was paying attention to the situation inside the Xuanji gate, several figures suddenly fell from the sky. It was Xiao Jun, Huo Linfei and Feng Ying. From Huo Linfei's mouth, Zhang Yizi and others learned what happened in the 6th parallel universe. He also learned that the peace talks promised by the Snow Emperor had completely broken down. At this moment, the White Tiger clan's army has invaded the fifth parallel universe. There is a fierce battle with the army of the underworld. Zhang Yizi sighed helplessly. Did this war finally break out? And that's when a low voice came from inside the gate of the underworld. Things that have already happened must be looked at later. What has been done will be done again. The majestic voice echoed. Pluton's figure also slowly walked out from the gate of the underworld. Zhang Yizi looked at Pluton and said seriously, Pluton, this happened because of me. I'll give you an explanation. Finished. Zhang Yizi planned to turn around and leave to negotiate with the Snow Emperor. However, Pluton stopped him. Zhang Yizi, if you want to help me, please take them away. Take them out of the underworld, as far away as possible. They are what Pluton calls them. It refers to everyone present including the Lion King. Hear the words. Everyone was shocked. The Lion King was the first to express his position, saying that he would never leave under any circumstances. Long Jian and others who have joined the underworld also expressed their determination to defend the underworld to the death. But Pluton just shook his head slightly and said, No, our current strength is too far behind Snow Emperors. You have all lost your ability locks now. If you go there, you will die in vain. Heard this, Feng Ying immediately said, I still have a superpower lock. Just let me resist them. Pluton shook his head again and said, No, Feng Ying, you went. It will only arouse the anger in your brother's heart even more. It can only be counterproductive. Feng Ying lowered his head helplessly and muttered to himself in despair. Why doesn't my brother believe me? Pluton said softly, just because we are black and they are crabs. The Snow Emperor is here to find me. Just let me face it alone. You get on the spaceship and get out of here quickly. While talking, Pluton has already taken a step forward. The Lion King wanted to say something more. Pluton's tone suddenly became serious at this moment. This is an order, Sengoku. Pluton is really a good and responsible leader. Even I can't help but be attracted by his charisma. Zephyr. Yes, when something like this happened, Pluton not only did not blame anyone, but also asked Zhang Yizi to leave with the Lion King and the Super Beast team, preparing to face the Snow Emperor's army alone. Compared with Pluton, the Snow Emperor who can be easily confused by Guigu. This leader is indeed much different. Monkey D. Garp. At this point, I have to shout out that sentence again. Pluton is a real man. Porosalino. Pluton's courage is really admirable. Kuzan. And what he said to Feng Ying, it's just because we are black and they are white. Shicho really sees the world very clearly. Sakazuki. It would be great if there was a leader like Pluton to rule our marine. Sengoku. Wait, Sakazuki, what do you mean by this? Kong. It's over, Sengoku, our martial positions seem to be a bit unstable. Sengoku. Damn, who made the comparison object be Pluton? I can't help it, I am convinced that I will lose. Kong. Indeed, if there was a character like Pluton in our world, I would also be willing to give him the position of commander-in-chief of the entire army. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing under Pluton's orders. In the end, Long Jian and others had no choice but to board the Xuanwu spacecraft and prepare to leave. And just as Huo Linfei was about to board the Xuanwu spaceship, the Lion King, who was at the very back, suddenly stopped him. Huo Linfei turned his head. Then he saw the Lion King slowly walking up to him. He actually fell to his knees in front of him with a plop. Huo Linfei was shocked when he saw this. He quickly tried to help the other person up. Lion Akoku looked into Huo Linfei's eyes and said in a sincere tone. Huo Linfei, I have something to ask of you. I beg you to lend me the power lock. ! I can't just watch my men die on the battlefield while I escape alone. I want to fight Feng Yao to the death. Without the superpower lock, I wouldn't be able to super beastly arm. I beg you, under the request of the Lion King. Huo Linfei finally agreed to lend his power lock to the other party. The Lion King slowly stood up. He looked at Huo Linfei and said gratefully, Thank you, Huo Linfei. No matter what the outcome is, I will definitely return it to you myself. Huo Linfei nodded heavily and then said goodbye to the Lion King. Back on the Xuanwu spaceship, the Lion King wears a power lock. He rushed non-stop to the battlefield where the army of the underworld and the army of the Snow Emperor clashed. Rocks D. Gall D. Roger. It is said that a man has gold at his knees. When a man is willing to give up his dignity and kneel down, it means he has found someone better than himself. Self-dignity is more important. Edward Newgate. There is no doubt that the Lion King is not only a loyal and good subordinate, but also a good and conscientious leader who swears to live and die with his subordinates. Exclamation mark closing parenthesis. Shanks. Not only that, I think a person like Lion King is also a good friend worth making. Kaido. Connected, everything is connected. No wonder 10,000 years later, when the Lion King saw Huo Linfei, he handed over the Nengsuo to him. Charlotte Linlin. Even if the Lion King knew that 10,000 years later, Huo Linfei would prevent Pluton from being resurrected after getting the power lock, he still kept his promise, which is worthy of admiration. Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha, he is indeed a hero who has the name of a lion just like me. Well done the Lion King. 100. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The Lion King, who obtained the superpower lock, rushed to the battlefield. At this moment, he can finally enter the Super Beast arms. There was a real duel with Feng Yao. Unfortunately, Feng Yao is the god of war. Every battle can increase the supernatural energy in his body. Although the Lion King was able to suppress the opponent at first, even have a slight upper hand. But as the battle continues, not only did the strange energy in Feng Yao's body not weaken. On the contrary, it became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the Lion King once again fell into a disadvantage, and was eventually defeated by the opponent, falling into a canyon abyss. The strength of the underworld army and the Snow Emperor's troops are also very different. In addition, the Snow Emperor personally performed the White Snow Holy Glory. The underworld army was quickly wiped out. Immediately afterwards, the Snow Emperor led his army to the gate of the underworld. On the high platform in front of the gate of the underworld. At this moment, only Pluton's figure stood. He faced the mighty Snow Emperor's army alone. There was no trace of fear or flinch on his face. The Snow Emperor slowly took a few steps forward. Looking at Pluton, he asked, "Pluton, you should not have destroyed the entire Beibu family. I thought you were cold on the outside, but you still have love on the inside." Unfortunately, I was wrong. Pluton had no intention of arguing with the Snow Queen. He knows, no matter how much I tried to defend myself at this moment, it was all in vain. So he said in a deep voice, "Snow Emperor, you don't need to say more. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. 2. What happened today is just the beginning." Gui Yu suddenly took a step forward and said angrily, "HMPH, who are you scaring? As long as you Pluton disappear from this world, all evil will end." Said. Gui Yu directly summoned the Xuanming coffin. The key to Zanming also appeared in his hand. "Let me use the Xuanming coffin to end your life." Gui Yu shouted through gritted teeth. The plan is to activate the Zanming coffin to suppress Pluton. But the Snow Emperor suddenly stopped him from doing this. "Wait a minute." Snow Emperor looked at Pluton again and asked softly, "Pluton, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I'll try my best to help you finish it." Pluton stood with his hands behind his hands and said calmly, "Thank you, Snow Emperor. I hope that after I die, you shall not enter the gate of Hades behind me. That is my last pure land in the underworld." Hear what Pluton says in the video. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help being stunned. Listen to what Pluton means. Does he want to give up resistance and die? Chapter 47 Pluton's backup plan. Easily destroy the Snow Emperor's army. Begging to subscribe. Monkey D. Luffy. Wait, isn't Uncle Pluton going to fight Snow Emperor and the others? Rorano Azoro. It seems like Pluton wants to give up resistance and just surrender. Trafalgar Law. Could it be that Pluton is really prepared to die on his own initiative in exchange for the safety of the last pure land in the underworld? Eustace Kid. Although it is indeed admirable for Pluton to do this, I still hope to see Pluton push those annoying guys from the Snow Emperor to the ground and rub them. Kira. Indeed, if we can't give the Snow Emperor a lesson, especially Gui Yu, it will really make people feel a little unable to vent their anger. Capone Beige. No, you are wrong. If Pluton really fights the Snow Emperor to the death as you said, Then he has really fallen into Gui Gu's trap. Drake. Yes, Gui Gu obviously wants to make Pluton and Snow Emperor die together, and then take the opportunity to dominate all parallel universes. Basil Hawkins. Perhaps Pluton had already seen Gui Gu's conspiracy, so he chose to give up resistance and die on his own initiative. Rouge. So that's it. Fortunately, Pluton is not as stupid as the Snow Emperor, and he was easily manipulated by that guy from Gui Gu. Scourgeman Apu. And although Pluton gave up resistance, I always feel that he still has some backup plans. Inside the viewing screen, video continues to play. Hear Pluton's last plea. Gui Gu snorted coldly. He spoke unceremoniously. Pluton, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with us now. Listen to what this means. Gui Gu obviously didn't want to agree to Pluton's request. Continuously making fire. I want Pluton and Snow Emperor to fight. But, Snow Emperor interrupted Gui Gu's words. He looked at Pluton and nodded softly. Good, it's a deal. Seeing that the Snow Emperor agreed to Pluton's request so easily, Gui Gu was very dissatisfied. But it was impossible for him to say anything more at this time. He had no choice but to walk to Zhan Ming's coffin. Prepare to push it forward. And at the last moment before activating Zhan Ming's coffin, Gui Gu still looked at Pluton with some reluctance and said, Pluton, are you really willing to die? Regarding Gui Gu's malicious inquiry, Pluton didn't answer, just stand straight, silently closed his eyes. See it. Gui Gu could only helplessly activate Zhan Ming's coffin. Zhan Ming's coffin slowly floated into the air. A powerful force of strange energy erupted within it. It began to shroud Pluton below. Pluton didn't put up any resistance. Just let himself be sucked into the coffin of Zhan Ming. Immediately afterwards, Zhan Ming's coffin crashed to the ground. The coffin door closed tightly. See Pluton being completely sealed. Gui Gu turned his head again and said to Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, cut the grass and roots. Behind the gate of the underworld, there must be a large number of underworld soldiers hidden. Let me lead the troops to rush in and wipe them all out. Snow Emperor shook his head and said, No, I just promised Pluton. You will never enter the gates of the underworld. We'd better go back, said. The Snow Emperor was about to turn around and leave. But Gui Gu still refused to give up and said anxiously. Snow Emperor, it was your benevolence that led to the demise of the entire Babybeady family. If we don't completely wipe out the troops in the underworld today, one day they will come back. We will regret it by then. Hearing Gui Gu's words, Feng Yao also stepped forward and said to Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, I also think there is something very strange behind this gate to the underworld. If we don't find out clearly today, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future. Faced with the successive dissuasion from Gui Gu and Feng Yao, the Snow Emperor couldn't help but look embarrassed. She looked a little hesitant and said, How can I not abide by what I promised? Gui Gu smiled sadly. Haha, Snow Emperor, you just promised yourself not to step into the gate of the underworld. But it doesn't mean that we can't step into the gate of the underworld. Backquote. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor was startled. Oh, you mean? Gui Gu saw the Snow Emperor's intention and quickly continued. Now, let us enter the gate of the underworld. This way, Snow Emperor, you will not break your promise. Rox D. Gal D. Roger. The key is, this old Bidian actually has the nerve to say that the demise of the Babu family was due to the Snow Emperor's benevolence. Then it was obviously his own evil hand. Edward Newgate. I have never seen such a shameless person. Kaido. That Feng Yao is also an out-and-out idiot. Gui Gu believes him just by saying a few words, and he is still there to help him and persuade the Snow Emperor. You are really using all your IQ in exchange for combat power. Ah. Charlotte Linlin. Snow Queen is also extremely hypocritical. She clearly made an agreement with Pluton, but after Gui Gu casually persuaded her, she actually started to hesitate. Shiki. Haha, I don't think the Snow Emperor had any intention of honoring the promise he made to Pluton. John. Yes, maybe the Snow Emperor has wanted to do this for a long time, but he just wants to maintain his glorious image, so he just pretends to be there. Silver Axe. Otherwise, if she is really determined to keep her promise, no matter how much Gui Gu tries to persuade her, it will be useless. Akoku. Moreover, what does it mean that the Snow Emperor only promised not to enter the gate of the underworld? What Pluton told her at that time was that no one was allowed to enter the gate of the underworld. Chongwang also agreed simply. Baroric Redfield. That's why I say Snow Queen is hypocritical. Guiji Yu just made up excuses and excuses for her, but she just hesitated and actually planned to send someone in. Isn't this hypocrisy? Douglas Bullet. Mud. Everyone in the Snow Emperor group is really disgusting. Unlike Pluton, whether it is Pluton or his subordinates, everyone is admirable. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just as Guiji Yu persuaded the Snow Emperor to send someone to enter the gate of the underworld. Zhan Yizi and others in the Xuanwu spacecraft also saw all this scene. Slender Jun couldn't help but said angrily, "This Guigu is so despicable. Could it be that Pluton's sacrifice was in vain?" Zhan Yizi also showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He looked at the Super Beast team and said in a deep voice, "Little fatty, let the spacecraft approach Guigu in Shizun mode. FF. Go to the launch room and wait." Hear the words. Everyone stood up one after another. Start taking action. And below, Snow Emperor was already interested in Guigu's proposal. He asked Guiji Yu again. "Guiji Yu, why do you insist on killing everyone in the underworld?" Guiji Yu replied without any guilt. "Snow Emperor, Pluton is just sealed in the Xuanming coffin. If the Xuanming key in my hand is obtained by a warrior from the underworld, then they have a chance to reopen Xuanming's coffin. This way, Pluton will come back again. So we must eradicate it today." Guiji Yu just finished speaking. Next moment, it was as if it confirmed what he said. Feng Ying was the first to rush down from the Xuanwu spaceship. Before everyone could react, with one stroke, he snatched the Xuanming key from Guigu's hand. Feng Yao was the first to react. He kicked his sister on the back without mercy. The Xuanming key was thrown high by Feng Ying. Immediately afterwards, Yi Lingyun, Huo Linfei, Long Jian and Tai Lei fell one after another. Want to snatch the key to Xuanming. But without the ability lock, they are no match for Feng Yao at this moment. In a moment, they were all knocked down by each other. And the Xuanming key was snatched back by him again. Feng Yao held the Xuanming key in his hand and coldly snorted. "Want to grab the key to Xuanming? I'm afraid you don't have this ability yet. Exito." Feng Yao hasn't finished speaking yet. Next moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, a huge green pangolin super beast suddenly jumped out from underneath. The unprepared Feng Yao was knocked away, and the Xuanming key also successfully fell into Miao Shoujin's hands. But there is no time to be happy yet. Guiji Yu suddenly took action. A blow hit Slim Jun from behind. Slender Jun was beaten out of the Super Beast arms. Fell to the ground. Guiji Yu didn't stop there. Instead, he struck out again. Prepared to take Slim Jun's life. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhan Yizi directly teleported Slim Junlian and the Xuanming key back to the Xuanwu spacecraft. The Xuanwu spacecraft flew high into the sky, prepared to evacuate quickly with the Xuanming key. But the next moment, Holy Nebula, accompanied by a soft drink. Snow Emperor actually directly activated the Holy Nebula, mobilizing extremely powerful supernatural energy to blast towards the Xuanwu spaceship. In a blink, the Xuanwu spacecraft was directly imprisoned in the air, unable to move. Although the defensive power of the Xuanwu spacecraft is extremely amazing, but under the attack of the Holy Nebula, it can't be resisted for too long. And want to break through the imprisonment of the Holy Nebula, the Xuanwu spacecraft needs a huge amount of supernatural energy as energy support to do this. The solution given by artificial intelligence Lisa is self-explode the shell of the Xuanwu spaceship. In this way, powerful supernatural energy is erupted. Urgent situation. Zhan Yizi had no choice but to prepare to do so. But Shou Shoujin suddenly stopped him. It means that you can use your own power lock to supply energy to the Xuanwu spacecraft. Tit. Shou Shoujin had no intention of leaving with Zhan Yizi. Huo Linfei and others are still below at this moment. As the commander-in-chief of the Super Beast team, he won't leave alone. I swear to live and die with the Super Beast team. Monkey D. Dragon. I have to say that this Slim Jun is also a kind and compassionate person. Sabo. Although he has no fighting ability, He is always very reliable at critical moments, and he is worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the Super Beast team. Emporio Ivankov. I was really impressed by the Snow Queen. She kept talking about love, but the next second she directly used the Holy Nebula. Is this what she calls love? Lightning. Fortunately, with the efforts of all members of the Super Beast team, they finally took back the key to the Mystic Ming. Lindbergh. No wonder 10,000 years later, Zon Ming's key will be in the hands of Zon Yizi. It turns out that it was at this time that Zon Ming's key was snatched away. Crow. It's really amazing to say that the Super Beast team 10,000 years ago was helping Pluton regain the key to the mysterious underworld, and the Super Beast team 10,000 years later was preventing Pluton from being resurrected. Then they would snatch the key to the mysterious underworld. What is the key for? Molly. I can only say that this time travel journey 10,000 years ago seems to have caused earth-shaking changes in the beliefs of all members of the Super Beast team. Haku. And as Shojin left his own power lock in the Xuanwu spaceship, all members of the Super Beast team have lost their own power locks at this point. Video continues with 1. Under the energy supply of Slim Jun's special ability lock, Zon Yizi successfully controlled the Xuanwu spacecraft to escape from here. Slim Jun fell from the sky. Fell together with the rest of the Super Beast team. Seeing that Zon Yizi had left with the Zon Ming key, Gui Jiyu immediately urged the Snow Emperor even more anxiously. Snow Emperor, the key to Zon Ming has been snatched away by Zon Yizi. If he opens Zon Ming's coffin, the consequences will be disastrous. So our top priority, we must first catch all the soldiers of the underworld hiding behind the gate of the underworld. Then go hunt down Zon Yizi. Snow Emperor, are you still hesitating now? Do you still want to see the birth of another catastrophe? Under Gui Gu's constant urging. This time, the Snow Emperor finally no longer hesitated. Immediately ordered Feng Yao and Gui Jiyu to lead troops into the gate of the underworld to check the situation. Huo Linfei and others stopped in front of the gate of the underworld. Want to block, but without the ability lock, they have no fighting ability at all. They were all knocked down by Gui Jiyu in just a few strokes. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Gui Jiyu and Feng Yao, the soldiers of the White Tiger tribe entered the gate of the underworld one after another with money. Step into the gates of the underworld. What you see is a dark valley wasteland. There are only a few bare peaks on the wasteland. It means that nothing else exists. Righto. Just when everyone stepped into this place, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the wasteland. How dare you break into my territory? This tone of calm and self-assertiveness. Surprisingly, it is Pluton. Next moment, the wasteland began to shake violently. A terrible gravitational force suddenly broke out. It suppressed everyone present so that they could not stand up straight. Even Gui Jiyu and Feng Yao are no exception. Help! Help! The soldiers of the White Tiger tribe let out howls. The Snow Emperor, who was guarding outside the gate of the underworld, heard his subordinates calling for help. I can no longer care about my promise to Pluton. He immediately dodged and rushed directly into the gate of the underworld. Seeing that everyone under his command was pressed down by the huge gravity, they were lying on the ground unable to move. Snow Emperor immediately mobilized the special energy in his body to help them fight against gravity. Righto. The soldiers of the White Tiger tribe had just stood up again. An even more powerful gravitational force suddenly burst out at the next moment. And at their feet, a terrifying black hole also slowly appeared. It's the Xuanming black hole. Seeing this scene, the Snow Emperor immediately realized something was wrong. But it's too late. The Xuanming black hole suddenly erupted. Even the Snow Emperor couldn't resist at all. We can only let the terrifying gravity engulf them all. High above the underworld, Pluton's majestic voice kept echoing. Only when you go through 7 levels of loneliness can you become a truly strong person. This is how our world came to be. When the words fell, the Snow Emperor and everyone under his command, it's all been accompanied by that terrifying Xuanming black hole, completely disappeared. Chapter 48 Super Beast Warrior. No, we are warriors of the underworld. Begging to subscribe. Buggy. Damn, awesome. Pluton is so awesome. Sir Crocodile. Pluton did have a backup plan in the gate of the underworld, but he didn't expect that the backup plan Pluton left behind was actually the Xuanming black hole. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. I was still thinking that Pluton had been sealed by the Xuanming coffin, so how did the Snow Emperor and others get sealed into the Xuanming black hole? I didn't expect this to be the case. Gecko Moria. To be honest, being sealed by the Xuanming black hole is something the Snow Emperor and the others have done themselves. Jinbei. Yes, Pluton has obviously told them not to enter the gate of the underworld, but they just refused to listen. Bartholomew Kuma. This is the price you have to pay for not keeping your promise. Pluton seems to have expected all this, and it is indeed foresight. Dracul Mahawk. It can only be said that Pluton has completely grasped the human nature of Snow Emperor and his gang, so he is able to predict events like a god. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, he is indeed Pluton. Even if he is sealed by the Xuanming coffin, he can still play with the Snow Emperor and others at his fingertips. Gilder Tezzolo. Pluton is awesome. In the movie watching chat group, everyone in the pirate world is sighing at Pluton's ability to know things like a god. Originally, he saw Pluton giving up resistance. When he was actively sealed by Guigu's Xuanming coffin, everyone thought that the outcome of this holy war would be different from the original one. I thought that this time the Snow Emperor's side would win a big victory. But who would have thought? Pluton perfectly predicted every move of the Snow Emperor, knowing that the other party even agrees to the promise they made to themselves. But under the bewitchment of a villain like Gui Jiu, someone will definitely be sent into the gate of the underworld to investigate. That's why, only then would Pluton arrange the Xuanming black hole inside the gate of the underworld in advance. When Snow Emperor and others were defenseless, with such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, it was easy to seal the Snow Emperor and others into the Xuanming black hole. Such forethought, such information is like a god. Everyone in the pirate world was shocked and admired. One has to sigh, Pluton is awesome. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After the Snow Emperor and others were all sucked into the Xuanming black hole, the originally standing gate to the underworld also collapsed. In front of the ruins of the gate of the underworld, Huo Linfei, Long Jian and others quietly woke up from coma. Looking at the ruins in front of him, everyone couldn't help but feel a little shocked and sighing in their hearts. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Huo Linfei 263 said with a complicated expression. Why weren't we sucked into the black hole of Xuanming? Long Jian closed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice. Exit. We have become warrior of the underworld. Pluton had told Huo Linfei and others before. Only by becoming a noble underworld warrior, only then can he resist the power of the Xuanming black hole. That way they won't be sucked into the black hole of eternal destruction. And now this is the result. This confirms everything Pluton said. Huo Linfei said in disbelief. Could it be that? Have we really changed from super beast warriors to underworld warriors? Such a result was a little difficult for Huo Linfei to accept. But in his heart at this moment. But he has no doubt about it. After going through all these 10,000 years ago, his views on Pluton and Snow Emperor have changed quite a bit. The belief in my heart is no longer as firm as before. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, should we go back 10,000 years ago? Is it just to become a warrior of the underworld? Then what was our fight before? What was it about? Aside, Taylor shook his head slightly and said, our fight is pointless. Everything we did before was pointless. Because we have no enemies at all. Our enemy is ourselves. Hearing what Taylor said, everyone fell into deep thought. Long Jian spoke again. Although the real world is cruel, it cannot be changed at all. Feng Ying gently touched the Xuanming coffin in front of him and said confusedly. What exactly is black and what is white? Yi Lingyun took a step forward slightly and said in a deep voice. Black can be white, and white can be black. Just as strength and weakness can be converted into each other, black and white can also be converted into each other. The implication is, in the past, they thought that if something was white, it might not be black. Just like Snow Emperor and others. The Super Beast team previously believed that the Snow Emperor's side was the righteous party. But when we travel back 10,000 years ago, they discovered that Snow Emperor and others did not seem to be as righteous as they had previously thought. And what they thought was black before may not necessarily be white. For example, Pluton et al. The Super Beast team had always thought that the underworld was an evil party. trying his best to prevent Pluton from being resurrected. But when they traveled back 10,000 years ago, they discovered that Pluton and everyone in the underworld were not as bad as they thought. Even the Super Beast team in turn helped the underworld fight against the Snow Emperor's troops. It is precisely this kind of contrast and transformation. The faith of the Super Beast warriors collapsed little by little in the process. Huo Linfei frowned. He looked painful and said, "Why are we trying to prevent Pluton's resurrection after 10,000 years? And 10,000 years ago we had to help him deal with the Snow Emperor. Who should we help? Who should be eliminated? Are we Super Beast warriors? Or a warrior from the underworld? Porcelino. It's over. Barbecue. The belief of the Super Beast warriors has really collapsed this time. Kuzan. Allah, and the fact that they were not affected by the Zonming black hole shows that they have really changed from Super Beast warriors to professional warriors. Sakazuki. I think there is nothing wrong with becoming an underworld warrior. With a leader like Pluton, being an underworld warrior is undoubtedly a very honorable thing. Sengoku. This is the charm of Pluton's strong Yamato. He can actually turn all the Super Beast warriors who were originally hostile to him into underworld warriors who support him. Zephyr. This ability alone is enough to make us look up to and admire you. Pluton's various parties are indeed beyond our reach. Monkey D. Garp. I just don't know what happened to the battle between Pluton and the Snow Emperor 10,000 years later. Kong. Yes, and 10,000 years later, the unstable factor of Guigu will also exist. I wonder how Pluton will deal with it. It seemed like he had guessed what everyone in the pirate world was thinking. The camera on the viewing screen suddenly switched. The screen returns to the underworld 10,000 years later. At this time, both Pluton and Snow Emperor had recovered their respective nebula bodies. Both of them seemed a little weak. Snow Emperor coughed twice. Gui Jiyu on the side quickly asked with concern. Snow Emperor, you seem to be seriously injured. Snow Emperor responded in a weak voice. If the Super Beast warrior hadn't rescued him in time just now. Pluton and I have died together. Hear the words. Not only was there no trace of worry on Guigu's face. Instead, he raised a proud smile. He smiled and said, "Oh, really? Then can you take another move from me?" said. Gui Jiyu suddenly took action. A hard blow struck the Snow Emperor. Caught off guard, there is no way to avoid the Snow Emperor. He was actually blown away by Guigu's blow. The slender body fell heavily to the ground. The already very weak aura suddenly became a little more sluggish. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Only Pluton seemed to remain calm. 15. All this was as he expected. Rocks D. Shiki. Sure enough, this old man had to wait until Pluton and Snow Emperor were both injured before he dared to reveal his true colors. John. This is the so-called fight between the fish and the clam, and does the fisherman gain? Silver Axe. Gui Jiyu is a shit fisherman, at most he is just a despicable and shameless old Yinbai. Akoku. But I have to say that Guigu's slap on the Snow Queen made me happy. Lousy had long wanted to hit Snow Queen, a hypocritical and stupid woman. Kaido. Indeed, the Snow Emperor's current fate, Lousy can only say that he deserves it. Charlotte Linlin. Well, CGCI, well, she always listens to Guigu's slander, now she finally pays for her stupidity. Edward Newgate. Now that the Snow Emperor has been seriously injured in a sneak attack, Pluton has also consumed a lot of money. I wonder how they should deal with this guy Gui Jiyu. Gal D. Roger. Look at Pluton's calm and normal look in the video. It seems that he has already guessed that Guigu will suddenly attack the Snow King. Shanks. I always feel. There is absolutely no way that Pluton is so helpless. He must have some backups to deal with Gui Jiyu. Inside the viewing screen, video continues playing 1. See yourself. The attack succeeded. Gui Jiyu smiled extremely sinisterly and proudly. The current Snow Emperor is really vulnerable. The Snow Emperor stood up with difficulty with Feng Yao's help. Looking at Gui Jiyu angrily, Zhou asked. Gui Jiyu, what are you doing this for? Gui Jiyu sneered. Haha, for what? Since you and Pluton have fought so hard, both sides have lost. It's my turn to clean up the mess. Feng Yao was suddenly shocked when he heard this. He looked at Gui Jiyu in disbelief and asked. What did you say? Guo Yu clasped his hands behind his back. He said with the face of a villain. Things that seem to pose no threat are often the most deadly. Until then, Feng Yao finally realized something. He glared at Guo Yu and said, "What my sister said 10,000 years ago is true." Exclamation mark quote. You were the culprit who started the war. Marco. It's not easy. This Feng Yao finally knows the truth of everything. Charlotte Katakuri. With his brain, it's really difficult for him. Jin. Guo Yu has launched a sneak attack on the Snow Emperor. If he still can't see Guo Gu's true face, then his IQ is really worrying. 2. Ben Beckman. Haha, I finally don't have to worry about Feng Yao's IQ. Video continues. Faced with Feng Yao's question, Guo Yu also no longer has any cover-up. He said with a playful smile. Ha 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 ha. That's right, your sister is much smarter than you. She died in your hands in the end. Guo Gu's words completely broke Feng Yao's defense in an instant. He immediately roared and rushed towards Guo Gu. Attack the opponent with full anger. Guo Yu was not afraid at all. Easily cope with Feng Yao's offensive. After just a few rounds of fighting, the opponent was knocked to the ground. Then, he continued to mock. Although you are the god of war, you are not a real god after all. 770x. I am the true god in the universe. Ghost King. The moment the words fell, an extremely huge amount of strange energy suddenly burst out from Guo Gu's body. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, a huge dark red shadow composed entirely of strange energy appeared above Guo Gu's head. Surprisingly, it is the same nebula body as Pluton and Snow Emperor before. Shocking nebula. Monkey D. Luffy. Nani. That annoying Guo Gu can actually use the same tricks as Pluton and Snow King. Rorano Azoro. Although he clearly possesses the powerful strength of nebula body, he has hidden it for 10,000 years. This Ghost Valley is really capable of forbearing. Trafalgar Law. However, looking at the nebula body of Guo Gu, it seems that there is still some gap between the nebula body of Pluton and Snow Emperor, and there is no existence of the primordial body. Eustace Kid. It seems that Guo Gu's nebula body is only a semi-finished product. It is not as powerful as Pluton and Snow Emperor's nebula body. It may even be stronger than. Not as good as Elder Yuan Zheng's nebula body. Kira. It's no wonder that he has never dared to show his true strength before. After all, his half-hearted nebula body can only be beaten by others in front of the real boss. It's just rubbish. Barouge. He actually has the nerve to call himself the Ghost King. Haha, I think we should add another 8 characters at the end. Tianjian should be called the Ghost King Ba. X Drake. I suddenly discovered that, if you count Yuan Zheng and Guo Yu, there are 3 strong nebula bodies on the Snow Emperor's side, while there is only 1 Pluton on the underworld side. Capone Beige. But the ideas are different, and everyone's hearts are not in the same place. No matter how many strong men in the nebular body are there, how can it be of such use? It's not like the underworld is monolithic and everyone is the same. Budu's heart goes to Pluton, and it is impossible for him to betray him like Guo Yu did. Basil Hawkins. I didn't expect that Guo Yu actually possesses the strength of the nebula body. In this case, the situation on the field will be even more critical. Spelachiman Apu. Looking at the current state of Pluton and Snow Emperor, it seems that they can no longer use the nebula body. In this case, how should we deal with Guo Gu? Question mark exclamation mark closing square bracket. Amid everyone's curiosity and concern, inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Guo Yu, who summoned the nebula body, suddenly turned to look at Pluton and said in a deep voice. Originally, as early as 10,000 years ago, I, the Ghost King, could rule all parallel universes. But it's because of you. As a Pluton, you are actually willing to die obediently instead of fighting to the death with the Snow Emperor. I'm so disappointed. Finished. Guo Yu suddenly aimed at Pluton and blasted a huge ball of supernatural energy. There is a powerful and violent aura wrapped around it. It seems like it wants to destroy everything in front of it. Saw this scene. Tianyu and Lion King were both shocked. Pluton had just lost both sides with the Snow Emperor. This is the time to be weak. If he was hit by Guo Gu's blow, even if you don't die, you will still be seriously injured. Shito, even though the two of them had the intention to step forward and help Pluton withstand the blow. But it was too late. That huge energy ball attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Pluton. Pluton, die because of this. Guo Ji stared at Pluton and let out a wild laugh. Righto. Next moment, just when everyone thought Pluton would be severely injured by Guo Gu's blow. But he saw the other party standing calmly. One palm was gently raised and waved out. An understatement. Just use that huge ball of supernatural energy. Turned into nothingness. Chapter 49 easily killed the unrivaled Pluton. Everyone was shocked. Begging to subscribe. Rox D. Zebek. Huh, what happened? Why did Guigu's attack suddenly disappear? Gal D. Roger. It seems that Pluton just raised his hand slightly, and he actually easily diffused Guigu's full blow. Edward Newgate. But shouldn't Pluton be exhausted? How can he still have such terrifying strength? Kaido. Look at Snow Emperor, he is already so weak that he is ready to be slaughtered by Guo Ji. How come Pluton's script is not quite right? Charlotte Linlin. Well, sure enough, how could a person as far-sighted as Pluton be like that silly Badian Snow Emperor, leaving no backup plan? Shanks. Do you think, could it be that Pluton has been acting all this time? The strength he raised just now to diffuse Guo Gu's full blow was his real water worker. Shiki. I don't think it's impossible, otherwise there's no way to explain what happened in the scene just now in the video. John. Hiss. Pluton is indeed a strong group. Silver Axe. Haha, you guys are so confused when you look at that Guo Ji. Originally he was thinking about the snipe and the clam competing for the fisherman's profit, but he didn't expect that Pluton was the real fisherman. Akoku. At this moment, I just want to repeat what I said before. Pluton is awesome. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. On the field, with Guo Gu's full blow, Pluton casually raised his hand to deflect it. Everyone's eyes suddenly showed a look of shock. Quiet, incomparable silence. Everyone even forgot to breathe at this moment. Just staring hard at the figure wearing black armor in front of him. The cloak behind the opponent moves automatically without wind. His posture is extremely tall. Although Pluton just stood there. There wasn't even a little fluctuation of supernatural energy in his body. But it still gives people a strong sense of oppression. A kingly aura that looks down on the world naturally bursts out from the opponent's body. One cannot help but want to worship him. I can't even feel the slightest bit of resistance in my heart. Impossible. How can this be? Guo Ji looked at the scene in front of him. A look of panic suddenly appeared on his originally complacent face. He never thought. A full blow of his own. It was so easily resolved by Pluton. Shouldn't the other party have already suffered losses in the previous battle with the Snow Emperor? Look at the Snow Emperor. After the big battle just now, facing his own sneak attack, he had no ability to resist at all. He easily beat the Snow Emperor to serious injuries. And now, he finally revealed his true strength that he had hidden for 10,000 years. I thought it would rely on the full force of the shocking nebula. No matter what, he could seriously injure Pluton, who was already in a weak state. But who would have thought? The opponent actually easily deflected his strongest blow by raising his hand. It shouldn't be. This is impossible. Isn't Pluton already exhausted? And even if the other party is in peak condition, he shouldn't be able to neutralize his full blow so easily. Could it be that Pluton has actually been hiding his strength? Could it be that the other party's true strength? Far scarier than I imagined. Could it be that, in the previous battle, Pluton almost died with the Snow Emperor? Is it just an illusion deliberately disguised by the other party? The thought of this, Guo Ji couldn't help but feel a little numb. I just feel like there is a huge swath of fear in my heart. He stared ahead at Pluton. Somewhat hysterically, he roared again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. During the roar, Guo Ji once again concentrated all his strength to strike. Hit Pluton hard. And the result this time, even more incredible than before. This time, Pluton doesn't even move. He just stood there quietly. The body is straight and upright. It's like a huge mountain standing tall. He didn't even raise his hand. He just snorted lightly. Immediately afterwards, an invisible wave suddenly came out. Gui Gu's full blow melted like ice and snow without any warning. Silent. It's like it never existed. Gui Gu was completely numb after seeing this scene. The Snow Emperor not far away also had a look of shock on his face. Quote. Is this Pluton's true strength? The Snow Emperor whispered to himself in disbelief. The strength shown by Pluton at this moment. It has already reached a point where even she is afraid of it. If the other party showed such strength from the beginning to fight with him, it is impossible for him to even have the slightest ability to resist. But if that's the case, why did Pluton pretend to be on par with him before? How about he almost died with himself? This moment, while being shocked by Pluton's powerful strength, Snow Emperor's heart was also filled with all kinds of doubts. And the other side, after Gui Gu saw that his full attack was easily resolved by Pluton again. My mentality is completely broken. Why? What is this? It shouldn't be like this. You should be exhausted. You should be killed by me and become a stepping stone for me to dominate the 7 parallel universes. Why is this happening? Why did I work so hard to pretend to be 100,000? But you still can't get the results you want. At this time, Gui Gu looked like a madman. Violent supernatural energy continued to escape and wreak havoc around him. His eyes were blood red, staring at the figure in front of him. The crazy tone is full of fear. Pluton just looked at each other calmly, listening to Gui Gu's questioning questions about life. He said indifferently, being mean is a tactic used only by the weak. A truly strong person never bothers to do this. Said. Pluton waved his hand again. Next moment, everyone felt as if there was a breeze blowing by. Then they saw, the huge dark red nebula in Gui Gu collapsed in an instant. The opponent's body also flew out instantly, falling heavily to the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth. My breath suddenly became extremely weak, hanging with only his last breath left. Sengoku. Hiss. He scattered the nebula in Gui Gu with just a wave of his hand. Is this the true strength of Pluton? Zephyr. To deal with Gui Gu in the nebula state, Pluton didn't even use his own nebula body. He just waved his hand lightly and the opponent was seriously injured. Monkey D. Garp. Damn it. Pluton's true strength is a bit too strong. I feel like no one can match him. I thought Pluton's strength was quite terrifying before, but I didn't expect Pluton's true strength to be far beyond our previous imagination. Porosalino. Pluton is really too strong, so scary. Kuzan. So, the fact that he and the Snow Emperor almost died together before was really an illusion deliberately created by Pluton. Sakazuki. Pluton's purpose in doing this may be to make Gui Gu burst out and take the initiative to reveal his true face. Kong. Haha. Poor Gui Gu, who had been dormant for 10,000 years, finally thought that victory was just around the corner, but was seriously injured by Pluton with just a swipe of his hand. It's really sad. Video continues. Gui Gu, who was seriously injured by Pluton, fell to the ground. His face is ashen. A look of deep fear and despair appeared on that old face. And just then, suddenly several rays of light flashed across the field. It was Huo Linfei and others who returned from 10,000 years ago. Even the cage was among them. At this time, everyone was still in a state of confusion. Originally, they were still doubting themselves 10,000 years ago. I doubt what their mission as Super Beast Warriors is. The result is here. An extremely powerful supernatural energy suddenly erupted from the Xuanming coffin in front of them. With the help of that strange energy, Huo Linfei and others, who had lost their power locks, actually regained their power again. And it was at that moment, an idea came to everyone's mind at the same time. That is, from this moment on, they are the real warriors of the underworld. Huo Linfei and others regained their strength with the help of Pluton. With the help of Slim's ability to travel through. Finally, I traveled back in time from 10,000 years ago. And everyone just showed up. There was no time to carefully observe the surrounding situation. He shouted to Pluton anxiously. Pluton, you must be careful of this guy Gui Gu. 10,000 years ago, it was he who single-handedly started the war between the underworld and the White Tiger clan. It was he who killed the entire Beibu family and built the Xuanming coffin. Quote. Gui Gu has actually been hiding his true strength. His true strength is definitely much stronger than what he showed before. Despicable people like this may suddenly become violent at some point. Pluton, you must be careful about him. Huo Linfei and others were extremely anxious to remind Pluton. However, after they finished speaking these words, he found that no one present showed any signs of surprise. On the contrary, they looked at them with strange expressions. Silence without saying a word. This weird scene made the Super Beast team, who had just returned from 10,000 years ago, very puzzled. Please give me flowers. They looked around suspiciously. Ichiban. After scanning, only then did he notice Wei Jiyu sitting on the ground not far away. The other person's face was frighteningly pale at the moment. There is still a scarlet bloodline on the corner of the mouth. The aura on his body was extremely weak. It can even be said that he is on his deathbed. And the expression on Wei Gu's face. It's as ugly as eating an ollie. Ah, how is this going? See this scene in front of you. Everyone in Super Beast team was a little confused. Clam, what's the situation? Look at the scene like this. Wei Jiyu seems to have been defeated. Look at the Snow Emperor again. He seemed to be seriously injured at the moment. But Pluton at the front looked like a normal person. Could it be that the war is over? Did it end so quickly? They originally wanted to travel back in time to help Pluton fight against the Snow Emperor, Wei Jiyu and others. But I never expected to encounter such a situation when I came back. How does this look like we need their help? This moment, the Super Beast warriors were shocked and confused. I just felt like I was a little messy in the wind. Gecko Moria. Ha 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 ha. Look at those Super Beast warriors, they seem to be a little suspicious of life. Sir Crocodile. Especially when they quickly reminded Pluton to be careful of Wei Jiyu as soon as they came back, only to turn around and find that Wei Jiyu had been defeated. It was really embarrassing. Closing square bracket. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. From the moment they traveled back 10,000 years ago, they are no longer Super Beast warriors, but Underworld warriors HT. 0. Jinbei. Is this the supreme power that Pluton possesses? It can actually make Huo Linfei and others who have lost their power locks regain their power, and they seem to be even more powerful than before. Many. Dracul Mahawk. In this way, the number of guardians under Pluton has been doubled, and the strength of the underworld has grown again. Bartholomew Kuma. It is foreseeable that after this battle, the underworld will become the undisputed true overlord of the 7 parallel universes, and there will no longer be anyone or any force. He is his opponent. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when Huo Linfei and others were still confused about the situation on the field. Far above the sky, suddenly, there were dense figures flying towards this side quickly. Surprisingly, it was the resurrected Night Owl and all members of the Cloud Bat Legion. Notice this scene. Wei Jiyu, who was already ashen-faced, suddenly burst into laughter. Laughing a little wildly. Ha 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 ha. Night Owl, Cloud Bat Legion, you came just in time. Very good. I haven't lost yet. I still have the possibility of making a comeback. Wei Jiyu looked at Yi Owl and the Cloud Bat army behind him. Laughing and shouting. Night Owl, quickly use the powerful Cloud Bat formation. Let me kill everyone present in one breath. I want them to know. I, the Ghost King, am the real overlord of the universe. Wei Gu's voice kept spreading. After hearing this, Huo Linfei and others couldn't help but their expressions darkened. Suddenly I felt bad. Listen to what Guigu means. Night Owl and the Cloud Bat Legion are actually his people. Yi Lingyun frowned even more at this moment. A pair of eyes fixed on the Night Owl and the Cloud Bat Legion that were flying towards this direction. Night Owl and everyone in the Cloud Bat Legion who he had worked so hard to resurrect. In fact, I have always been from Guigu. Could it be that I have been deceived by Night Owl all along? Then travel back in time 10,000 years ago. I tried my best to persuade myself 10,000 years ago to give up the fight for the position of leader of the Cloud Bat Legion. And for what purpose? Just to make the already defeated Guigu Jedi come back. Could it be talking about what he did before? Not only did it not help Pluton. On the contrary, it drags down the other party. Let this war that was originally determined to win turn around again. The thought of this, Yi Ling Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If Pluton loses to Gui Jiu in the end because of what he did, then you will really become a sinner in the underworld. But, just when Yi Lingyun was thinking about this, Night Owl leads the Cloud Bat Legion. It actually flew directly over Gui Gu's head, not even a glance at the Ghost Valley below. Subsequently, I saw Night Owl and everyone from the Cloud Bat Legion coming to Pluton one after another. Then he waved the wings of the Cloud Bat Super Beast and slowly landed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, boom, a loud noise came. Night Owl and the soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion knelt down to Pluton at the same time. Next moment, a uniform shout echoed throughout the underworld. All members of the Cloud Bat Legion. Greetings, Lord Pluton. Long